as it becomes more professional.
Oh,
definitely.
Yeah.
Players
It's too
look
much
after
cash.
themselves. You have to look after yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, but back then it was, you know, we've sunk so much money into you, you can't leave.
Yeah.
You know, and mate, they're protecting their asset too, because Casper was getting old.
Guys, I think they're picking up the sound, so yeah.
No, nothing yet, mate.
Sorry.
Where's that going to? The stream.
They're going to the stream.
No, not yet. It's about to go live.
It's about to go live.
Oh, okay, cool.
We'll be live now.
Do we get a tally or?
Mate's coming out, guys, but we're going to get the screen right.
Nothing there.
Might be doing radio.
Yeah, what were you saying about your radio career? Because you better start up again. Exactly right.
Yeah, guys, this guy's no call.
Say again for me, mate.
On the bottom left, you'll have all of the input. One of them should say
We're starting to see lead running in the
on
field.
that line, there's a little cog. Click that cog.
ZF go.
And
He's
there's a
generally
little
keeps.
convert.
Oh, he was back.
Go in
Yeah,
there,
sure, bloke.
go in with the document.
Once the field
Turn
changes,
it on.
you see where they put him.
Home it finally.
Order, or is it like, is there a word order next to it?
Because obviously, like,
it's
all
good Canadian.
the Queenslanders came back because of the whole stuff that's going on with the news.
Guys, can't talk. Sorry.
Auto selected, no signal, no signal detected. Nothing, mate.
Alright, ready.
That's it. Tee that up a little bit.
Right now, just like full screen. Have they got picture? Can you just make that main screen full 5 degree so we don't see full screen?
Okay.
That's it on. Yeah. So if they hit go now, they should see that 45-degree camera. That one there. Yep.
Yeah, sure, that's fine.
That's the one they should see.
Yeah.
Can you just instruct your cameraman that that's now the main camera up until we get that down with the one ready? Commentator's good to go, mate.
Yep.
There we go.
Since 1894, competitive cricket in Queensland has been played, and 126 years later, the tradition continues with the Bulls Masters first grade one-day final to be battled out here today between Redlands and Northern Suburbs at beautiful, picturesque Allan Border Field. My name is Gary Lowe, but sitting next to me with the cans on the bonce and the mic in the mouth, the two absolute superstars of cricket. We got Paddy Dooley, Western Suburbs first grade captain, pretty handy spinner as well. Played in last year's one-day premiership side, and sitting next to him is Damien McKenzie. Now he's played more games of cricket than I've had hot dinners, fair income. Played for Queensland Bulls, has played for Redlands for most of his career, but also has had a stint at North. So, gentlemen, to Paddy and Damien and everyone, welcome to the broadcast.
Great to be here.
Excellent. Now, fellas, how are we going to separate these two sides? We might start off with you, Paddy. Who do you like and why?
I think the obvious one is Marnus Labuschagne at Redlands, number 3 Test batsman in the world at the moment. So
Yeah.
I think at Allan Border Oval he'll be a big one for them.
He's hard to go past, isn't he? And yourself, Damien?
Obviously, my loyalty is to the boys at Redlands. Although I was brought up on the field, Marnus and Pearso both asked me who I'd be supporting today, but I only had 2 years at Norse. But yeah, definitely Redlands. Marnus, Malenko in the middle order. Interesting to see how Jimmy Baisley goes first up. Had a little bit to do with him. He's a big boy, strong, hits the wicket. So if there's going to be anything in this wicket, it'll be early. So keen to see how Bays goes with the new ball.
And in terms of the wicket, we saw the Australian women's side here hit their largest ever score here at Allan Border Field, 325 I think they got, which was the 5th or 6th highest ever total for the women's side. So the wicket out there, there's obviously runs to be had.
Mate, I still get shutters at this place. The outfield's like a billiard table, and you can miss hit it for 6. So with the bats these days and the power of the boys, yeah, it's a graveyard to bowl at this place.
And as we see Redlands make their way out, they will be fielding first, as you can imagine. And Paddy, from a bowler's perspective, they say it's a batter's game, so obviously going to be needing to bowl in partnerships and work to their strategy today.
Yeah, I think the first hour of the day is definitely going to be the best opportunity for the bowlers to take wickets. So this first 10 overs is definitely going to be crucial for Redlands, bowling to both Joe Burns and I think Josh Brown will be the other opener, both two very destructive batsmen. So definitely a huge first hour.
That it is Joe Burns and Josh Brown opening the batting. The undefeated Redlands side head into the final with 2 bonus point wins in their 3 regular competition games, as well as a very comfortable 8-wicket win over the Gold Coast in the semi-final. And of course, we've talked about it, run scoring machine Marnus Labuschagne, who's been put into the 11. And their opponents, Northern Suburbs, well, they finished 3rd in the Kookaburra first grade one-day competition table and progressed through to the final, defeating Ipswich courtesy of a Kendall Fleming captain's knock of 109. And Nathan McSweeney, he's been seeing them pretty well of late too. As we have got...
Just found out my microphone hasn't been working.
Oh dear. Heavens forbid. And look, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, I've got a pretty big mouth, which is why I'm in the comments. But you don't want to listen to me. You want to listen to the absolute talent here with Paddy and Damien. So as soon as we can get them on board, we certainly will. So everything looks set here. It's going to be a wonderful day's worth of action. 26 degrees with a nice gentle 13 kilometre an hour breeze here at Allan Border Field. Big final coming up. Some massive names in because of the rescheduling of the Sheffield Shield. So there is talent aplenty. The table's been set and it is time for the main course here at Allan Border Field. First delivery going down range. And although you couldn't hear it across the mics, but a slight little groan from our commentary team. A little gentle inside edge.
That's how I want to see Bays bowl. Run in, hit the deck hard. He's a big boy, so I wouldn't mind him having a little look upstairs early on Burnsy as well.
So there's the order, a bit of chin music.
It is a batsman's game.
James Baisley at the top of his mark is getting himself comfortable as Joe Burns, who would know every single blade of grass here at Allan Border Field. He'd feel at home here. And I've got plenty of questions to ask of my colleagues Damien McKenzie and Paddy Dooley. As soon as we get comms, I'll start firing at them. letting it go through, watchful, and why wouldn't you let it go? It's been called wide, so the radar a little bit off this morning. James Baisley, it is only the second delivery. I mean, let's not be too hard on him. Crikey me.
Not the worst sign. Looks like it might be a bit of outswing out there as well, which is a good sign for the Redlands boys.
And apologies for any technical difficulties that you're experiencing at home at the moment. Thank you very much for your company. It's a pleasure to have you. And we're just getting a few things tidied up here as we're watching the final between Redlands and Northern Suburbs. Out there early on this morning. Not much cricket going on, I can say, during their warm-ups. A lot of tennis with the hands, with the tennis ball, and some hockey that I saw. And I'm interested to ask Paddy Dooley and Damien McKenzie on what the thoughts are behind that. You do often see it. There's a very watchful eye over that one, patting it back. And, yeah, once we got the comms up, I was always going to ask, you often see players out there kicking around a football, an AFL, a soccer ball, whatever it may be. And it's interesting to see. As Paddy Dooley, I've been advised that your mic's good to go and you can operate.
I'm ready to go. Nah, definitely a huge thing, just trying to keep that competitive energy going and trying to keep everyone nice and relaxed going into the big game.
So you've talked about the first hour, Paddy, as another wide from James Baisley. The first hour being really, really critical. What kind of discussions amongst the playing group would the bowlers be having?
Well, it's often just a game of cat and mouse, those first 10 overs. The field's up, so you're looking to take wickets and the batsmen are looking to attack, exploit those fielders up in the ring. Big thing is just hitting your spots, sort of trying to keep what the batsman's doing out of your mind and just sort of bowling without an ego and just staying consistent in your spots.
So would they have done any of their homework on these two batters? It's interesting you say that. It's more about the process of your team more so than what the other team's doing?
Generally, yeah. More so now with all the live streams going on across all the games, you can sort of do a bit of a scouting report. Generally with Burnsy, he's going to look to build an innings and just sort of bat properly, whereas Brownie, anything sort of up, he's going to be going pretty hard.
The umpire remains unmoved, that ball being called good. Our umpires today, Stephen Farrell and Joshua Addy. Stephen Farrell been around for an awfully long time. Reserve umpire Peter Boland. And let's not forget our scorers. They often go unmentioned, but I'm going to mention them today because they do such a fantastic job. Doug O'Neill and Liam McCracken. So congratulations to you on your appointment, just as the players work hard to reach this level, as do the scorers and the umpires. So congratulations on your appointments. And the third wide in the first over, would that be playing into his mind a little bit, or what would the captain be thinking there, Simon Malenko?
Yeah, a bit of a captain killer, but for the most part, his length's been quite good. If you can just tighten that line up a little bit, I reckon it'll be a well-crafted over. And
so you were saying you expect to see a little bit of swing today with these conditions?
Yeah, early day, that's where you want to be bowling that first innings generally, just to try to exploit the conditions as much as possible. Burnsy mangles that one down to third man.
And we've got Damien McKenzie back, and thank you very much to our broadcast partners for assisting with the technical difficulties, as that is the end of the first over. None for four coming from it. So, Damien McKenzie, your thoughts on today's match? Because, unfortunately, you were muted for the whole time.
Probably a good thing, I think.
What a backhanded compliment. Come into the com box and have a chat. We're just not going to listen to anything you got to say.
Yeah, a lot of people like to put me on mute, I think, sometimes. But it's good to be here. As we probably missed the first part, but I did play for both clubs. But my heart is definitely with Redlands. I've been around the club since I was 15. Won a one-day final in '99, which is 21 years ago. It doesn't seem that long ago, I can tell you. But the field looks amazing. It is a bowler's graveyard here. The outfield's a billiard table, the wicket's flat, but as we know, it is a batsman's game. So us poor bowlers try and grind away on a flat wicket, but it's what we do. But it was a good first over from Bays. I thought there was a couple of wides there, but generally he looked good. He looked strong at the crease, and hopefully big things from him today. Knock Burnsy over early would be would be real handy because they'll definitely build around him. That's for sure.
And we were talking about it off air, the amount of talent that's out there between these two teams. It's pretty impressive, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great to see him make himself available first and foremost. Marnus, loves the club. He's always at the club, always has been around the club. So yeah, awesome. I think I was talking to him this morning, and they're away again on Wednesday. I think they leave back to Adelaide. So brilliant that they both make themselves available. But super impressive lineup, both sides.
Of course, the cricket side is made up of 11 players, and all the players that do make up the squad during the course of the regular season, but it is hard to go past Marnus Labuschagne. He's an outstanding talent, and he has been the talk of the town, and quite right, Damien McKenzie. Having him here is such a wonderful thing.
Yeah, 100%. He, seen him as a young kid come into Redlands. He just works so hard, and by all reports, he still carries that now. Even in the Australian setup, he lives and breathes cricket. I think as a kid, he had a bowling machine in his backyard that whoever would feed balls to him, he'd just sit there and hit them. He just absolutely loves cricket.
Yeah, quite often likened to Steve Smith with their idiosyncrasies and how deep they go into the game.
Geez, you'd take it, wouldn't you, if you bat like those two? You'd model your game on it for sure.
As that's tucked around the corner, we'll wait for the umpire's call to see if it makes it to the boundary. Good bit of fielding down there, and I think he's landed onto the white picket fence. Who's down there, Damien McKenzie?
Is that Drino, I think?
That's
it might
Drino,
be.
yeah.
Little wickety having a run around in the field.
And again, off air, Paddy Dooley was talking about as well, usually behind the stumps, but obviously at the moment not so much.
Yeah, with the Queensland captain back, Jimmy Pearson, Dreno's going to have to slip into the field. He's at first slip at the moment, which is probably suited to him.
That's next best in the hierarchy of where you go. That's all right,
Be interesting when the field spreads a little bit to see where Dreno ends up.
Really good to see Malenko back as well. He's been down in Tassie, serious player, and to have someone like him back at the club, just in general, but can bowl good pace, bats in the middle order, brilliant player to have back at the club.
Again, very watchful, cautious start here for Northern Suburbs, making sure the ball's getting squarely in the middle of that bat. And is it interesting to you that, of course, Malenko being the captain with Marnus being in the squad, you've been a part of teams where you've had older guys and more experienced guys perhaps not be the captain as well, but Marnus has really only been around for the last couple of years. His kind of rise has been quite considerable when it comes to his Australian participation.
Yeah, I think having Millie available every game would be a big thing. I played first-class cricket, played Big Bash. He's got the pedigree for it. So I think it's probably more around that. Obviously, Pearsall's the Queensland captain, but won't play much through the season. So having Millie there week in, week out, I think that's probably the reason why.
Yep.
And Marnus wouldn't care. You can see him running around like a lunatic anyway. So
he is, and he's in good touch as well, is Labuschagne, coming off a match-defining 167 for Queensland in their opening Marsh Sheffield Shield win over Tasmania and Adelaide earlier this week. And he's going to complement a very, very powerful Tigers squad that includes, we've already talked about Jimmy Pearson, Sam Hazlitt, and we've talked about Simon Malenko, Queensland and Tasmanian all-rounder.
Yeah, they're going to need, 320 minimum, I think, with that lineup. Malenko, Baisley, Pearson, Hazlitt can all score at a run of ball plus, especially here.
Yeah.
So I would have thought 320 at a minimum. Paddy, you've been playing here a bit.
Yeah, for sure. We played up against Redlands yesterday as well, and it's exactly that. All their batsmen look to score and show intent, and it's very difficult to bowl when you're trying to sustain pressure for a long period of time. So yeah, definitely run a ball at least you'd have to think for North at this stage, especially given that you'd think North's strength is their batting, and then sort of Redlands probably with that all-round. Redlands have a great setup given the fact that two of their middle-order batsmen are also their opening bowlers, so it really helps with the balance of their side.
And what's Brown's go, Paddy? I've not seen him play much. Is he?
Gets on the front foot and sort of anything up will look to sort of take it on big time. I think they've bowled a really good length to him to start. I reckon great line and length. Haven't given him too much room to free his arms.
I noticed they got a guy back at deep square. I'd love to see Baisley give Burns one to see if he'll play it, but I think he's there more of a bluff, just to put the doubt in there. But geez, I'd love to see him whiz one past his nose at some stage.
I think the entire crowd would love that.
Well, a couple of times this morning, Damien McKenzie encouraging the short gear.
Yeah, that was my go. Most people would know. I couldn't stick to a plan for too long, and my go-to would be a short bumper. So,
And sometimes for the off spinner as well, it's difficult. You can't do the short bumper per se. So what do you do from a spin bowling perspective to try and regain that initiative?
It's mostly verbal at the batsman. Trying to coax him into a big shot. Yeah, and I did that to Baisley a few times yesterday to no avail. That disappeared over the boundary.
And letting that one go through as well. Yeah, a good bit of chirp and a good bit of chat is very important when it comes to grade cricket. We all know that. Particularly if you're the wicket keeper too, we tend to find. So you find the person with the biggest mouth and you give them the gloves. That's generally how it works, fellas. Is that how it operates?
yeah, a little mate I see on the run sheet here, Chris Hartley, coming in later on. He was always good on the chirp. I'm not sure about PSO, to be honest. When he came in, when I was playing, he was quite young, so he didn't really say much. But the era that I played in, there was plenty of guys there that would give some lip. So I don't know what PSO's like these days. Does he have a go, Paddy?
He sort of leads by example through his actions mostly. I reckon he sort of has that calming presence almost. Yeah, I haven't played a lot against him, to be honest. But yeah, so he's just really professional, goes about his business. Sort of, he's always the first guy in position, sets that energy for the entire team.
Yep. That's definitely a big thing the keepers do. You often see them running between wickets. They're first into position. As you say, lead by example by doing that sort of stuff with good energy. I know Marnus loves the chirp. When he first came into grade cricket at Souths, he lined up a couple of the older fellas at Souths when he was batting, and I was batting at the other end, asking him what he was doing. But he doesn't mind a chirp. Good length. Got two back again. There's one back again at deep square.
So you think that they're setting them up for something, or as you said before, it is a bit of a bluff,
yeah,
bit of a poker face?
I think it's a bit of a poker face. I mean, Millie does bowl good pace, so it's a bigger boundary out there by the looks of it. So again, if I could get a bit of ESP to Millie, I'd line one up outside him, nice and high.
And it's interesting they've got the man back deep as we watch this delivery come down.
Ooh.
And that's going to be cut away. There's a man down there. Third man will come and collect and do the janitorial work. So they've got someone out there at a deep square leg, but no mid-wicket, which is somewhat interesting.
Yeah, I think for the faster bowler to hit a reasonably quick bowler that far in front of square is a good shot.
Mm-hmm.
I think if they're going to bowl a bumper, it's going to be high and outside. So they're looking for a top edge, a mistimed pull shot, more so than sort of slapping one over mid-wicket.
I think the other thing you get out of having that deep square, you just have a bit more protection if you get a bit straight and they clip it through square leg. For it to go down to fine leg, it's got to be a pretty bad ball, missing your line by quite a bit. So I think they're hedging their bets a bit as well, and then also having that bluff sort of in the back of the batsman's mind for that bumper as well.
If you've just joined the broadcast, my name's Gary Lowe, but I'm joined with Paddy Dooley, Western Suburbs first grade captain, and Damien McKenzie, who's been playing cricket for an awfully long time. We're not going to say how old he is because he was a bit upset about that off air when we were having a discussion. Former Queensland Bulls player. And of course, being in the grade system for a long time, as that one's prodded out to mid-wicket. The score moves along none for 10, Northern Suburbs, halfway through the third over. And you've heard the word here, around 320. Both of my colleagues believe where it needs to be at. What's the lowest they can get and defend, do you think? I mean, if they don't get their 320, realistically, what's the worst thing they can get and still think that they're in with a shot?
As Paddy touched on, the strength of North is their batting. Prestwich can bowl with good pace. I don't know a great deal about their attack outside of Presto, but as I said, on this field, you're gonna need 250 at a minimum, and then you're gonna have to knock over 2 or 3 Redlands wickets really quick, because this place you can pile on 100, 150 in 8 overs, 10 overs.
Yep.
Like, it's just that sort of ground. So, 250 at a bare minimum, but you're going to need to start really, really well against that Redlands lineup.
Yeah, I think Connor Sully will be the big one for the North's bowlers. Very aggressive bowler, looks to take wickets. I think 250 is enough if they bowl well.
Sure.
Shot.
That is an outstanding shot indeed. One fence over the boundary. Gee, that's come right out of the screws there. Josh Brown.
You don't want to finish like that. That as a bowling group, you talk about balls 1 and 2 and balls 5 and 6 being dots. If you want to try something, try it on ball 3 and 4. You need to finish your over. Bays comes out here and the first ball goes for 4. All of a sudden there's 8 off 2. You really need to close overs out.
And you've worked really hard to build that dot ball pressure as well, like you've put in the hard yards there, and I guess that's the tricky thing, is making sure you can do it for all 6. I mean, that's the difference between a good bowler and a great bowler is, a bit like golf, I suppose. You can get on the fairway more often than not, but if you shank it off into the woods, it makes it hard to come back.
You greenside for 2 and make 6.
Yeah.
You just summed up my golf game.
And a lot of cricketers into their golf, I notice. Is that common? As I was going through doing my homework prior to today's match, I noticed that a lot of them are pretty handy golfers.
Yeah, I've been at Capera for 20 years, and myself and James Hopes and Brendan Nash and Jimmy Holiday, who played at uni. Nathan Horitz is on and off out there. There's plenty of us out there. Hopes he's an exceptional golfer, plays off 1 and 2. But we've all been sort of around Capera for quite a bit of time. Most of my Saturdays are taken up playing golf, to the disgust of my wife. But yeah, I think it's just that natural hand-eye coordination that most of us have, especially the batsmen.
And I think also the patience of being able to sit out in the sun for 6 hours or whatever it is at a time.
Well, you mentioned as well off air you were chasing around leather for most of yesterday out in the sun, so you know what it's like to be baked.
Yeah, and I enjoyed it very much.
Slight little inside edge there. And on strike at the moment is Josh Brown. His childhood hero growing up was Adam Gilchrist. Why wouldn't he be when that last shot as well? I'm not going to say I was Adam Gilchrist but I tell you what, it was not bad to see. And he's played over in England as well. Histon Cricket Club, which is out near Cambridge for those playing the home game. And pulled a few beers at the Railway View pub to assist him while he was out there. Something, you'd know a few boys who have gone over to the UK and done something similar, lads?
Yeah, it was something that a lot of the boys did when I was younger, especially up in the Lancashire leagues and county cricket. There was a bit of money. Unfortunately, I was always in the fat club, so Queensland cricket would never stamp me to go over to England because they couldn't trust how I'd come back, I think. So
you'd come back like a man who swallowed a sheep.
Pretty
is that
much.
What you're saying?
Yeah, it'd take me till Christmas to get back on the park. But I went over there with an Australian 19 side. We played England in youth tests and youth one days, and brilliant place to play cricket. The grounds are picturesque. They just love Australian cricket.
And that's another good shot. Is the man out there? Of course there isn't. And starting to find their groove now, this batting partnership, moving along. Some shots up in the air, but no risk associated with it. There's not a person out there, so if it's there to go for it, you may as well.
Well, you can see that too. I mean, he's mishit that and races away for 4.
Yeah.
You beat the infield here and it's 4. And that's what I'm saying. 4 or 5 bad overs and all of a sudden, you got 40 or 60 or 80.
Yeah.
Like it just, you can get away from you so quick at this place.
Yeah, Joe Burns, 3 off 17. He is aware that you can catch up very quickly on this field. Wickets in hand will be huge for Norths if they can sort of backload their innings.
Yeah, absolutely.
And from a batter's perspective, is that something that he's worried about, 3 off 17? Is there a certain point where you go, oh, these dot balls are starting to build up a bit too much? Or is it more that he's thinking, right, I'm actually getting myself settled for a good innings?
If it wasn't Joe Burns, probably. But Burns, knows his game so well. And as Paddy mentioned, that's a good shot. Paddy mentioned you can catch up so quick here. And it's going to get flatter. Whereas if we're over at the Gabba, there's a bit there all day. Whereas give us another hour and a half in the sun and Burnsy will cash in. But if it was a younger player, probably would start to worry. But, Brown looks like he's starting to strike him well, and he's a looks like a strong lad. So I'd say that'll be Burnsy's plan. He'll try and bat 50 overs and let him go at the other end.
And look, if your batting partner down the other end seeing him like beach balls,
Rotate the strike and
absolutely,
give it to him.
yeah. Why wouldn't you? If you've just joined us, you're watching the one-day final here at Allan Border Field, Northern Suburbs versus Redlands. The crowd's starting to trickle in, which is good, and admission's free here at Allan Border Field. The Matty Hayden stand starting to fill. We're on top of the Stuart Law stand here at Allan Border Field, so can't quite see underneath this, but a very healthy crowd. Free cricket on a Sunday arvo, or Sunday morning, on a beautiful Queensland day. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, you're not going to get to see, especially Marnus and Burns. He's so close through the summer with the Australian, back with the Australian team. So, yeah, and they're both so accessible. That's a good shot.
A very handy shot. It's not going to make it all the way. Talking about the golf, maybe he's just got out the old pitching wedge there, and he's just landed on the green a few inches from the pin.
But yeah, they're both super accessible. Good guys, So if you're thinking of getting down with the kids, I'm sure the boys would be happy to sign some signatures. Just don't mention that I encourage that, but I'm sure they would be fine.
Look, and it does speak volumes to the character of those folks that they are out here giving back to kind of where they originated from, or what built them up as players. So it's a glowing indictment on not only the culture is half an appeal go up. It mustn't have missed by much. But it really does speak volumes about the culture of the two clubs as well. That they're kind of like a moth to a flame, that they get these players back who want to play. It'd be very easy for Marnus to go, you know what, not interested. I've got a bit of other stuff going on, but he's keen to get involved.
Mate, as I said before, he loves the club. Like, I would be staggered. I don't know when he got back from Adelaide, but I'd be staggered if he didn't get down to training, if he was back Thursday. Like, he just absolutely loves the club. And it's something that I think, having Bennett King back around Queensland cricket, in the sort of running the grade program, working with the coaches, it's something that Kingy would really push to get these state players back playing cricket whenever they can. It was something that was instilled in us when we were playing, get back to your clubs. So I think having Bennett around, he's been around sport in general for so long. It's something that you'll hopefully see more, that whenever they can play, they'll either be pushed or they'll want to play.
Yeah. And Paddy, as Western Suburbs first grade captain, do you feel a sense of responsibility for the culture of what's happening out there within your crew?
Yeah, 100%. It's been a really good sort of ascension for us in the last 5 or 6 years. When I first started playing, we'll just watch this ball from Malenko. Just played to point by Brown. And sort of we were sort of at the bottom of the table, so when I first started playing, and then sort of being able to come up with guys like Steve Paulson, Sam Truloff, guys who've been at the club for a long period of time. It's been really good. And yeah, like I'm definitely a big energy guy in the field. I sort of like to make a lot of noise, try to sort of get that energy going amongst the team. But yeah, I think that's sort of just something we all buy into, just hard work and sort of making sure we put in 100% every game. I think Malenko's really got his length right for the most part. Apart from that one ball that Brown hit over mid-off, he's really been solid.
Yeah, well, they haven't really got much away from him. That one delivery, as you mentioned. But other than that, it's been in very awkward areas too, kind of in that Damien Fleming calls the corridor of confusion. I'm sure he didn't make that term up. It's been around for a million years, but he tends to throw it around a fair bit, so I steal it from him.
You wouldn't know with Flem. Some of the stuff he comes up with, I don't know where he gets it from. But they're bowling a good length, probably just back of a length.
Yeah.
Again, you miss your length here too full, and this end especially, that cover boundary can't be any more than 60 metres, I wouldn't have thought.
No. Yeah.
70 metres, like you miss hit it. Yeah, it's a good length.
Norths have Kendall Fleming coming in the middle order, left-hand batsman, their captain. That's sort of looking deep mid-wicket for him as well.
Biggest thing for Redlands, I think, is going to be after these two. I dare say, the obvious, Burnsy and Brown will be looking to see off the new ball, but I definitely think they'll attack the first change bowlers, which I kind of thought Millie might have followed Bays. There you go, that's 6.
That is absolutely 6, and that has been hit as flat as attack champagne cricket here at Allan Border Field. Wow.
And they've just taken that bloke from deep square to fine leg. So, tactically, I don't get that. If you're going to bowl short, you would want that guy at deep square more so than fine leg, or bring third man up and
that
put
was
two
the
back.
one, wasn't it?
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah, straight down his throat, but easy from up here.
And how good is the game awareness to be able to pick up on that? It was that wasn't Joe Burns who hit it. It was Josh Brown down there. To be able to pick up on that, to know exactly where the field is, and as soon as that opportunity presented itself, he took it.
Yeah,
he took it immediately. So that's really good game awareness.
And again, that couldn't be any more than 80 metres, that boundary. So you just cannot miss your lengths here. And if Bays wants to bowl short, get it up above his head, make him out of control above his head. Whereas that was, chest height and probably got what it deserved. Shot. Jeez, he hits him hard.
Yeah, I think Brownie's game awareness is that if it's in his zone, he's going to clear the fence anyway.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if there's fielders on the boundary.
That was my go, except I usually hit it straight to him.
And he is a pretty strong lad out there. What do you reckon he's benching? He'd be benching a few kegs, wouldn't he? Maybe
He's very thick up top, yeah.
I reckon he'd be lifting a small Suzuki Swift by the look of him.
The bats these days too, they're like tennis rackets. Some of them, they just ping off. Ugh. That's 4 as well.
And that is going to make it all the way. And this is very mirror-like of the role that Josh Brown played a couple of weeks ago as well. I saw him absolutely demolish. I forget who was against, but he scored a ton.
Toombul, I
I
think.
think it might have been.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And it wasn't that long ago. And he just took them down to Chinatown. Like, absolutely just smashed them all over the place. His highest score is 137 during this calendar year, or this season, I should say, not calendar year. Let me just see when that was. It was against Toombul. Yeah, 137 he hit.
Yeah, I think from memory he came in when they were under the pump a little bit.
They
four for 80 maybe, and
Yep.
then him and Nathan McSweeney put on a big partnership.
And that also impresses me as well that he's got the presence of mind to be able to block out a good delivery, like not getting carried away. Like he's just smoked a 6. It was probably no more than kind of, 6-7 foot above the ground. And then when there's a good delivery, respects it.
From a game awareness point of view, they've got 8 off the over. So unless he bowls a really bad ball, he's probably not looking to take too much more off the over.
Mm-hmm.
They've just dropped deep square back and brought fine leg up. So I wonder if he might give him a look here. Him down there. So that's good cricket. Didn't see that guy sneak down to mid-on, but that's just an easy single to go to 9 off the over. And as I said earlier, it can get away from you. Stringing 9 and 10 and over, it just all of a sudden they're 100, 120. So
What, they've gone from going at 3 and over after 4 overs to going at 5.14.
yeah, it's as I said. I think I need to see somebody about this place because every time I walk in, I get shudders and chills up my spine, and the amount of times I got taken down here. Played New Zealand here in a tour match, and Stephen Fleming got 200, and just easy. Nathan Astor was playing, and he got 80 odd.
Yeah.
It's just such a hard place to bowl.
We played Valleys in the T20 grand final last year, and we played on the furthest wicket to the practice nets. Andrew Goad got 80 off about 25 balls.
Yeah.
It was carnage.
Yes, this place, I'm sure, created some very happy memories for a few folks, and for others, like Damien
mainly
McKenzie,
batsmen.
nightmares.
I don't think too many bowlers talk well about this place.
Malenko continuing here. That's
it's a strange field, that one. I don't understand why they'd have mid-on back.
So looking at it, what would you change?
Well, it depends what they want to do. I mean, if you want to have a go, I'd bring mid on up and have deep square and deep fine leg if you want to have a look upstairs. But I would have thought Millie's plan was to bowl middle at another set, and if you want protection, I'd throw a deep cover out there. I'm not sure what that deep mid on is there for. It's an easy single, and he's not going to slog one down his throat, I wouldn't have thought. Now there's another single again. It doesn't make sense.
I don't mind the long on to Brownie. Get him off strike. Try and break his rhythm up. He's batting well, but I don't think Burns is going to be trying to take too many risks at this stage with Brownie going off at the other end.
But I just think then as a bowler, your mindset goes from bowling top of off or, middle on another set to bowling straight, which he's done those last two balls. He's basically bowled on his hip, and they've taken two really easy singles. Shot. Yeah, it's a good shot. It's too straight. It's on his hip, and he's starting to see him well now. I'd like to see Millie go, even middle or off stump on another set and get him hitting through cover. He's there to swing it, and to pitch it up and swing it. I'd like to see a deep cover and getting Brown hitting there. I think he's just getting a bit straight, and Brown's just going to pick him up over mid-wicket.
Well, some expert analysis here from our commentators, Paddy Dooley, Damien McKenzie. They're here because they know exactly what's going on in this sport most of the time. Sometimes you don't always get it right, though, I guess.
Yeah,
but,
and it's easy from up here.
It is,
haven't
isn't it?
obviously played the game. You can see it, but I'd like to think, you got Pearso as the Queensland captain. You got Marnus out there. You got Haz. There's enough guys there to. I just don't get the plan. You got fine leg, guy behind square, deep square, mid wicket, and a deep mid on, and no slip now. So to me, they've gone defence mode straight away.
Joe Burns, his 23rd delivery, just a 7 runs thus far, but he does have a very healthy average, 63.25, high score of 92 runs in this current season. He's played the 8 matches. You combine his batting average of 53.2, or 63.25, I should say, and Joshy Brown of 31.86. Between the two of them, looking down the barrel of 90.
I might be wrong as well, but I think Burns, he opened up the season with 2 ducks. So that sort of puts that average of 50 into perspective as well.
He got a 1 and a duck.
There you go.
And then he's gone bunter and got a bit of red ink as well. A 92 not out and an 82 not out. That always helps, doesn't it? The night watchman tends to come in when that happens. So that's obviously assisting quite strongly there. But off to a pretty good start here, you'd have to say, fellas. Northern Suburbs, you'd be happy.
Good platform, 5 and over. With the new ball, Redlands would have definitely been keen for 1 or 2 quick ones. Unsure who won the toss, but we assume it was Redlands. So if you're going to throw them in, you need 1 or 2 quick early, Paddy, don't you?
Yeah, 100%. Biggest thing in this format is wickets. If you can get constant wickets throughout an innings, it makes it very hard to establish anything. And Norths are really setting a platform here. So if they can continue on with these two for an extended period of time, it's going to be huge for them.
Oh, check drive.
And it beats the fielder too. It's going to run away. The boundaries are quite small here, but tidied up down the end, and it's Brown adding to his total. And, there's the old saying when you win the toss, 80% of the time you bat, and then 20% of the time you think about bowling and you bat anyway. Does that, and I ask the both of you this question, the playing conditions, is that what determines your decision, or is it whether you prefer to chase or post a total first as you watch his delivery? Oh, that's a beautiful shot too. That's going to go all the way. On top of the Matthew Hayden stand it goes. 6 runs, baby. I tell you what, if you paid $400 for your price of admission today, you haven't paid enough, because that is absolutely outstanding all the way on top of the Matthew Hayden stand, if you don't mind. Wow, Josh Brown.
Yeah, he's hitting his straps now, and he missed your length by a little bit, and the old fella's had to put his cappuccino down and go find the ball and throw it back. That was a miss hit. I don't reckon he got that. He just picked that up easily.
Yeah, wow, he's getting into his rhythm now, isn't he?
Yeah, well, 38 off 26, and the test batsman sitting down the other end was 7 off 24, which won't concern Burnsy a great deal, but I'd be, we said earlier, when you got a guy like this, you just rotate the strike and give it to him. But the boys have got to they got to bowl to their plans, not to the batsman. There. He hits that for 6 or hits that for 4, well, that's a good shot. But it's easy to get caught up sometimes bowling and not thinking. And sometimes you need a keeper especially. I used to work really closely with my keeper. They knew my game so well, get your bowling arm up or you're not following through. Just something little, a cue to get you back, hitting your length. And as I said, he hits that for 4 or 6 and then well played, but he just needs to bowl more of that length like he has done this morning. So that's just a dirty slog.
And he has a tendency to do that as well, and it's just strength, where he just pulls it across, something that's outside off, and he'll just bash it. Like, he really hates the Kookaburra ball. Like, something happened to him as a child that involved a Kookaburra cricket ball, and he hates it, and he just wants to punish it.
But again, it was a good length and wasn't far off getting caught at mid-wicket, so make him make some bad decisions.
And that's what we always talk about as well. If you're getting hit for boundaries, it's off your balls that you're bowling to your plan. You're not reacting to what the batsman's doing and then sort of giving him an easy boundary in his wheelhouse.
It's interesting that you say that. So don't go jumping at shadows. Is that what you're kind of suggesting?
Yep.
Take the batsman out of play, and doesn't matter if you're bowling to Josh Brown or Adam Gilchrist or some kid who's played his first game. Hit your length and make him hit a bad shot.
And there he goes. That's going to be in the commentary box, that one. That's all the way. Watch out, scorers. Jeez. And it lands right up on top of the Stewie Law stand this time. Josh Brown is on absolute fire. Watch this at home.
Yeah, that's impressive. That was, what's off that? 6-12, 16 off the over.
And here he goes. He just goes bang.
Oh.
Get out of here.
Wow.
And away it goes. Josh Brown, 46 from 30, as Joe Burns finally gets a little bit of strike as that's the end of the over, and I think the Redlands crew would be very happy for it.
Looks like a change-up. Marnus into the attack. Bit of spin, take the pace off the ball.
There'll probably be 4 for at the end of the over with old Golden Boy coming on.
Marnus Labuschagne brought into the attack.
This will be huge for the North's batsmen, how they play both Marnus and then Sinfield as well, the off-spinner.
And making the batters actually create the speed now as well, I think. Maybe something that will assist. At the moment, you've got the pace bowlers coming on and it's just pinging away off what Damien McKenzie called the tennis racket. Cricket bat just pinging away, so perhaps making the batters work a little bit more here will be interesting, because at the moment there's a great deal of concern for a lot of the motor vehicles that are adjacent to Allan Border Field.
I think if Brown gets on one straight here, the harness drivers over at Albion Park might be throwing him back. Yeah.
The favourite coming around the post, and then he gets a Kookaburra in his lap.
He's got some power. That's a good start. Be interesting to see what Brown does here with Marnus. I don't know obviously much about him, but can he play spin, Paddy? You've seen much of him?
He puts the front foot down and has a swing.
Has a go as well.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I'll be looking at those spectators over at deep mid-wicket, I reckon.
Yeah, there's no one there either, so he might look to slot one over deep mid-wicket with no fielders out there. I don't think Marnus will be throwing too many up, to be fair. I think it'll be nice and flat.
He also does like it if you give him a bit of width, whether it's short or full, he'll go over sort of cover and point region as well.
See the energy that Marnus brings back, can't you? The boys will be down a bit, but he's up and about.
And look at him just chasing that ball again. It is the
He loves it.
enthusiasm. It's very Paddy Dooley-like in the field. Lots of excitement.
Which is brilliant, from a guy who, as Paddy said before, number 3 batsman in the world. He's running around like he's a 18-year-old kid.
That's up-ish. The man's coming around to it, not going to get there. Was that a false shot, perhaps? Maybe, maybe not. There's a fair bit of land out there.
It might have done him in flight a little bit.
Yeah, I reckon.
Just a slight little miscue.
Excellent over so far. Still in the power play as well, so he's only got the 2 fielders out. Bowling very well. Generally, the spinners like to have those 4 out when they're coming on in this format.
The rise of Marnus Labuschagne, one-day international cap, 229 for Australia. Made his debut on the 14th of January 2020, which doesn't seem that long ago. Using the feet well, there's Burns, and that's going to go to the boundary. It's going to serve him well. He was on 8, he moves to 12.
Marnus give him a little bit of lip after that too, the two test buddies.
What were you saying about balls 1 and 6, Damien, as well?
Yeah, all of a sudden there's, 6 off that over with it relatively no risk. So it's such a big thing. Momentum of overs.
And as we saw the replay there, Labuschagne offering the advice to Joe Burns.
And Sam Hazlett's coming on by the looks.
I don't know what he'd be offering him. It's a fairly good shot. Yeah, Has might look to try and really take some pace off the ball here with some left arm spin. He tends to bowl a nude nut, so he might just maybe try throw a few up and see what happens. But I think I know the result if he throws it up too much. I might have to close my window, I think.
You may have to. We'll have to, again, be a bit concerned for those cars. Head along to Skyfleet and pick up a couple of new vehicles. Driving on in today because go through the city and saw the outstanding Lexus of Brisbane shopping now. Wouldn't mind popping my head in and picking up one of those vehicles. Is that one, the nude nut? I reckon that one's just gone straight along. Predicted precisely by Damien McKenzie. We've got a perfect view behind the bowler here. We'll just see what it does.
Yeah, nice and slow.
Bit of turn.
Take the pace off the ball and see if Brown will have a crack.
So yeah, Skyfleet Motors, big supporters of Queensland Premier Cricket. 14 locations and one of the largest family-owned automotive groups in Australia. But yeah, that Lexus one, fellas. You in the market for a new Lexus? Any of you fellas?
Unfortunately, it wouldn't tow my 28-foot 3-ton caravan, I don't think, too well.
Okay.
So I might have to stick to the Navara for that. But
They do Hinos as well.
do they?
Toyotas, Mazdas.
Oh, if the boys want to
Mate,
flick
they're
me
good.
Yeah, if the
They're
boys
real
wanna,
good. They're unreal.
If the boys want to flick me a BT50 or a SR5, I'm sure I can add some airbags and tow the caravan with that.
Mate, get down there and have a chat to Skyfleet. They're a good mob. Tell them Gary sent you, and they'll go, who? Never heard of him.
So that's four balls and 2 off the over. So, has really finished this over out well here and just turns a little bit of pressure back on. Oh,
Big appeal, very big appeal. The umpire has a look at it, and he's given him.
Beautiful.
He's out for 48. Is Brown after a stellar performance thus far? The umpire had a very good look at it, raises the finger and gives it out. I'll ask my colleagues Paddy Dooley and Damien McKenzie, what did you think?
I didn't see the front on, but it looked pretty adjacent from here at Deep Cow.
And from a one-eyed Redlands boy, it was dead plumb.
Yeah,
Hit in middle.
from a pretty heavily elevated position.
But you see the pressure there. There's only 2 off that over, and the pressure was on Brown to score the runs. It's probably in the back of his mind. They've only got 2 off the over, so it's a funny thing, pressure.
And it's Hazlitt who ends up getting the breakthrough. Now McSweeney's coming in and talking about players who are in form. This guy's in some serious form. Highest score of 172. Now, there's a lot of red ink in his wheelhouse as well. He's got a batting average of 135.5. If I was him, I'd retire and just leave it at that. 542 runs from his 8 matches.
Yeah, there was a bit of pressure on him now too. 2 or 3 quick wickets here, and it tide turns quite quick. So, but yeah, he was impressive. Brown, another 5 to 10 overs, he probably would have been 80 or 90. So it was a good wicket from Hazlitt. Good captaincy too. They've obviously got a frontline spinner and they've got backup quicks. I certainly didn't think they'd go to Marnus or Hazlitt.
No.
Awesome, good captaincy, bringing Northern Suburbs undone. The prized wicket of Brown back in the pavilion. McSweeney facing now. And he is a dangerous individual. He's
Oh,
played
that's-
first-class cricket for Queensland, and he made his debut for the Melbourne Renegades in the BBL earlier on this year, January 25.
He's generally very good at manipulating the field, very good at getting off strike early in his innings. You can't really bog him down too soon. And then once he gets going, can be a really prolific run scorer, as you've shown with his 540 runs in 8 bats.
Oh, he's a madman. He just loves scoring runs, this guy. Pretty handy in the field too. I don't know if you remember that game that he played in early Jan, but Steve Smith went to go hit a 6 in that BBL, and Nathan McSweeney did like this ridiculous contortion out towards, I think it was down at kind of deep mid-wicket, and somehow caught it, but it was going over the fence and then threw it back in and just robbed Steve Smith, who ended up getting 66 not out that game. But yeah.
One of the best drop catches I've ever seen.
It is one of the best never catch. Yeah, it was really, really good bit of fielding. So it'll be Labuschagne to continue. Taking the pace off the ball's worked for Redlands thus far. Full toss on leg stump's not going to assist too much. Easy pickings.
Really good chance for the Redlands boys to build some pressure now. You know, Burnsy's shown he's not going to go too hard. New batsman at the crease. If they could pinch, 3 or 4 overs at less than 15, it would put a bit of pressure back on the Norse boys.
And this is when we talk about bowling in partnerships. This is exactly what we're talking about. Is that not accurate?
Especially 2 spinners. Paddy will test. You get 2 spinners that all of a sudden you can pinch 4 overs, 6 overs quite quickly without the batsman sort of knowing. Whereas when you've got 2 big quicks bowling, we drag our backsides a little bit, where spinners can skip through some overs quite quickly, and all of a sudden, as I said, you've lost 6, 7, 8 overs for not many.
Yeah, it's a formula we've used at West for the last couple of seasons. We generally try to get 25 to 30 overs of spin in the innings, and like Damien's saying, you can get 2 spinners on and you're at the 25th over before you even know it, and that's when we're having drinks generally.
Something that Nathan Horrocks does really well. He puts so much pressure on you as a batsman because he's so quick through his overs. And I think it's a good spinner, and Horry's probably still one of the best getting around. You blink and the over's done.
And likewise has the opportunity to also slow the game down if required as well. They're really good keepers of tempo, I think, spin bowlers. Not taking anything away from our big, fast, tall blokes.
I try to give the spinners some love here and there, because generally I try to attack them and end up stumped or caught a deep mid-wicket. But I've always said that the spinners are there to give the fast bowlers a rest, as I've got a spinner sitting to the left of me. But I used to stir Horry a little bit when we'd bowl in tandem and tell him to slow down, because I was down at short, fine leg trying to suck in the big ones, and I was back up the bowl again.
Yeah, no, I have the exact same conversation with Blake Edwards.
Yeah.
It's like, Dools, that was 30 seconds. I need a bit more than that.
I've been reliably informed, Damien McKenzie, when you were down at Fond Lake, no birds flew anywhere near you in case you sucked them down from the sky, mate. That's how much you were huffing and puffing.
Yeah, I was a big sweaty fast bowler that was very high maintenance, the boys will tell you. I needed water, 3 or 4 shirts, socks, bike pants, push off 30 metres, and on a hot day I would get very grumpy, which my bank balance would attest to as well, after shelling some money in some suspensions and fines. And but yeah, definitely growing up over the years. Kids will do that to you in old age.
Sam Hazlitt to continue. Host of the very successful podcast, We Got the Chocolates. Boys, do you tune into that one?
Yeah, I've had a bit of a listen. I listened to Casper's one the other day, and they do well. They're quite funny boys, and starting to get some momentum by the looks. That's a good shot, Burnsy.
And of course, his co-host in there, Lee Drennan, a part of this outfit.
Paddy was worried where he might hide him, and he's hiding down deep mid-on, a little wickety.
Yeah, it's not the biggest field, which probably suits him in terms of getting it in over the top
Doesn't
of the
have to throw it
stumps.
so far. So you can see they're starting to build some pressure. You know, Haz's last over, I think only went for 2 or 3 with a wicket. Marnus is maybe for 4 or 5, and so far 1 off this over. And there you go, they pinched 3 or 4 overs with not many runs. So puts the pressure back on the Norse boys to play a big shot or take a risk or.
Nice bit of keeping there as well. That one could have easily skittled away. Smooth hands.
It's the first quicker ball he's bowled as well. He's been relatively slow. Well played.
So in the arm wrestle of this contest, perhaps Redlands fighting back a little bit, we think.
Yes, definitely. And I think what Haz does early in his over, he's looking to toss it up, seeing if those North boys want to take a risk. And now he's just trying to get it a bit flatter through the air, trying to get through that over with not too much damage.
Oh. But you see that, you know, they haven't really, like Brown took some risks, but they're pretty calculated. And they're still sitting at 6.5 and over. You know, there's 300. So I'm saying that 320, 350 is quite easy to get with a bit of momentum and a few things go your way. But as I said, the Redlands boys have pinched back 3, 4 overs there quite well with probably no more than 15.
Marnus Lavashane looking for his first wicket. And gee, he liked it too.
You got Hazlitt at one end taking a bit of pace off the ball, and Marnus at the other end hasn't thrown too many up.
Just that energy that Marnus brings as well. You automatically get that feeling that Redlands are just creeping back into the game. All the fielders are sort of starting to get a bit up and about as well.
Bringing up deep mid on here, so see whether the Norse bloke will have a dip. No, well done. Never seen a bloke that loves the game so much.
He's definitely enthused, there's no doubt. Not afraid to toss it up to as well, and yeah, a bit of chatter out there, which is great.
One off the over, and yeah, there you go. I was going to say he might send mid on back here with 2 balls to go.
And that dot ball pressure is beginning to build, and I understand that we're going to be saying goodbye to you very soon, Paddy Dooley. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so. I think we're getting a slightly more well-versed bloke in Chris Hartley coming along. So,
Oh, my little wickety mate is coming in, is he?
He is coming on through, and are you going to come back and join us later on, or?
I think that's me for the
You're
day.
kidding.
Yeah,
It
I
can't
think
be.
So, yeah, unfortunately.
Mate, it's just like a batting innings. You start off with your 2 best, mate. But although I suppose coming in at number 3, we've got Chris Hartley. He's pretty handy and got a fair bit of knowledge in between the 2 ears as well. So we look forward to his comments. But well, Paddy, thanks very much for joining us, mate. And
No worries. Thanks for having me.
no worries. All the best to you and the Western Suburbs outfit.
I'd like to think my innings was similar to Josh Brown.
Yeah.
Quite explosive.
Short and sweet,
short
mate.
and sweet,
Just
exactly.
unreal.
Yeah.
Just unreal to witness.
Too easy. Great to be here.
Thanks, mate. Have a good day.
See you later, fellas.
So as we say goodbye to Paddy Dooley, and thank him very much for his comments and wonderful insight provided from the Western Suburbs first grade player.
I'm looking forward to having me a little sparring partner sit next to me.
Little sparring
Be
partner.
one-eyed North supporter.
Well, here we go. We'll just watch this delivery come down. And that's Good bit of fielding there at short cover. If you've just joined the broadcast, my name is Gary Lowe. Sitting next to me is Damien McKenzie. However, joining us is Chris Hartley, apparently a sparring partner of Damien McKenzie.
Morning, boys.
How's things?
Hello, mate.
Very good. How good's this?
It doesn't get much better, does it?
Seriously, this is as good as it gets, really.
Did you have a
we've
sleep
been-
in this morning?
Nah,
Little
been
bit,
down
right?
walking laps of the oval, mate.
Oh, must have missed you. Bright red shirt you got on.
Yeah, trying not to stand out.
No.
But yeah, how good is this? Allen Waterfield, beautiful weather today, and two teams that are in form. And
On a misfield there. That ain't come back for the second. Not quite enough opportunity there. So Chris Hartley, list day matches 96, 2,077 runs with a highest score of 142. That's not bad.
not too bad. Seems a while ago now, but no, it's great to be out and see the club cricket, and so far the club season's been great. Obviously, a lot of one-day cricket, and it culminates here with the one-day final. But yeah, a lot of good cricket so far.
Now, I'm reliably informed that your nickname was Hannibal. Is that right?
On occasions.
You can't just leave it at that, Chris Hartley. What's the story there?
I think occasionally I was known to bite off more than I can chew. I think that was the line Stevie Gray gave me to use.
Hey, one thing I've noticed, the bowler is leaving their hat behind the umpire.
Yes.
I'm guessing it's some sort of COVID rule, or so what happens if it gets hit? Obviously 5 runs normally. Is there a COVID no 5 rule if it hits the hat, or?
Yeah, well...
No
No penalty.
Yeah, wow.
That's what we've just been informed. Gee, it's always a bit scary asking questions without notice on a broadcast, mate. You know what I mean? Like,
That's what
we've got people around. We've got the team, all the interns out the back are just typing away on the laptops trying to find the answer. But no penalty is what we've been informed, and that's coming from the Premier Cricket manager, Michael Wright, who's out the back there on the pots and pans, pressing the buttons, making sure everything works here.
He's probably got the dub button ready to go, knowing that
He
I've got a microphone next to me.
He does. It's very dangerous.
I'll follow that one up, Macca. What about the keeper then? Is it still 5 penalty runs? I saw yesterday over at Valleys and Toombul, there was 5 penalty runs given. It was one of the first times I've actually seen it happen. The keeper fumbled one, hit the helmet. It was 5 penalty runs. But
Yeah, right.
would that not be similar to this rule now? Has that changed? Anyone know that one? Follow up for Righty?
Yeah. Right, can you get under that one as well?
Keepers still get penalised.
Oh, stiff.
God.
Keepers still get penalised. There you go.
You need a degree in your pocket while you're out in the field to figure out what's what.
Unfortunately, Michael Wright is not a part of the Wicketkeepers Union, from what we've just found out. And it's a wonderful competition too, Premier Cricket here in Queensland, leading the way nationally, doing an outstanding job everyone at Queensland Cricket. So to all the connections who make this competition work, and of course all the sponsors, thank you very much. As things just starting to slow down quite considerably here for Northern Suburbs.
Yeah, that run rate's down to 5 and a bit, so I reckon they've pinched 6 or 7 overs. I said it earlier, that's a maiden as well. So Haz and Marnus have pinched probably 6, 7, 8 overs with, my stats man might tell me, but for less than 20 at least. So
Yeah.
as I said earlier, Burnsy hasn't looked to really go after anything. So they've clawed back a fair bit here. If they could pick a wicket or two up at 2 or 3 for 80, I dare say Redlands are probably in the box seat.
And that's when you can use your spinners to your advantage sometimes. It's unlikely there's a lot of turn this morning, but you can pinch a few overs quickly after a wicket when batsmen look to maybe consolidate and minimise the chances of losing back wickets. So, Marnus and Haz here are skirting through their overs, and as you say, Mac, they've managed to pinch a couple back and just trim that run rate back a little bit, which we know anything under 6s here at Allen Waterfield is pretty tight.
I said earlier, Hearts, it's a fast bowler's graveyard. Go and find me a fast bowler in Queensland that loves bowling here. And you saw earlier the pace off the bat from the quicks. It mishit it for 4 or 6. Whereas I dare say Redlands might try and pinch 25, 30, 35 overs through spin.
Yeah, definitely, and I think the later start also probably is more conducive to batting as well. I played in a few club one-day finals here where we had sort of 9:30 starts, 9 o'clock, 9:30 starts, and sometimes there can be a little bit more in that wicket. But over the years, it's probably flattened even further, and that later start, you know, we haven't had a lot of rain in the last few weeks either, so it's certainly going to be a shootout with the batsmen today.
And you look at that Redlands lineup. I know we said it earlier, but man, there's some firepower there in there. Like they, Redlands, if same position at 1 for 80, you know, they can just launch pretty much with that lineup.
And that's probably why these two batsmen, and Burns in particular, are making sure they give Norths a platform. This partnership's obviously huge for the North side. So while they've got to keep the scoreboard ticking over and they've got to find ways to put the pressure back on Redlands, this is a pretty crunch partnership. So I'm sure, you know, while Burns' run rate's probably slightly slower than you'd expect from him, you also know that the class he's got, he's going to make those runs up at the back end. If he bats the majority of 50 overs, he's going to be a very big total, and they're going to be 300 plus comfortably. So, you know, a lot rests probably on these two. McSweeney's in fantastic form at the moment, scoring plenty of runs in club cricket. So a lot does rely on these guys, but, you know, in the big games, you want your big players to step up.
I said earlier, you know, a younger player in Burns' position at the moment would probably panic and try and go after a bit, but you know, Burns' played so much cricket, knows his game so well. 22 off 39, he wouldn't be worried. You know, put a young bloke in his shoes and he probably goes a bit harder.
Continuing on here, and the dot balls coming thick and fast for Redlands, starting to really tie down this batting partnership, and I think you're quite right, and that's something that only experience comes. And unfortunately, with a young fella coming through, I mean, it's great they've got the skill set, but you can't say, mate, go get a certificate 3 in experience. You can't go get 10 years of experience in a couple of months. It's only something that time builds, and I think that's where perhaps, and you guys would know better than I, when you've got the experienced players in the team, the younger guys can feed off that. You know, to be able to go to a Nathan Horrocks, for example, who's been around for 100 years, still at the top of his game at this level. It must be very reassuring for a player just coming into a squad, as that's tucked around very nicely. It's going to roll. It's not going to slow down at all. Is it going to get to the rope? Of course it is. 4 runs. And a very warm round of applause around here at Allan Border Field for that stroke.
Still a risky shot. You know, he's taken that, what looks like from maybe middle or off stump. So Redlands boys wouldn't be too unhappy with it.
Is that a stroke out of the amount of dot balls that have been produced and that they needed to get the runs, or is that just I'm a bit of a Larry player and my name's McSweeney and I'll do what I like?
No, I think that's a clever shot from a guy who's thinking about his game and he's in form. You know, I said that while Redlands are wrestling back a bit of the momentum here, Norths need to keep looking for ways to score and looking at the field set. There's no one behind 45. Marnus typically bowls with a bit of pace behind it, so he's just used the pace and sort of ramped around the corner. So yes, there's an element of risk, and I don't think Marnus would be unhappy because it's going to bring LBWs into play if he plays that shot, but that's the risk and reward, and he got 4 for it.
Very lucky throughout the broadcast today to have some fantastic cricketing minds here. We've got Chris Hartley in the commentary box and Damien McKenzie. Brilliant insight, deeper understanding than most of us mere mortals ever get the opportunity to understand, and it's going to be Hazlitt again continuing, so sticking to the plan that's working so far. Why change it, I suppose?
100%, yeah. They got another offie that can come on, and as I said, I'd be pinching, 25 to 30 overs a spin.
Well, I think looking at their lineup, they're going to have to. They've got a few spinners in there, and it's just going to be about trying to cleverly get through those overs when they can. And we talked about, you know, if there is a wicket, to try and rush through 2 or 3 quick overs.
Yep.
You know, what you don't want is to suddenly have to bring your spinners on when a batsman's in full flight. Certainly not at this oval because, as you said, Macca, a mishit ends up over the fence anyway.
I dare say if they pinched a wicket here, they might... Well, that's a good shot.
It's a great shot.
That's a small hit out there, isn't it?
And I think that may have gone all the way for 6, and it has gone for 6 too. That is exquisite, and you'll see the timing, and he's got that nice little 9 shape with his bat up nice and tall there, and hopefully we can get that replay through.
That's that boundary I was saying early, Gary. You know, that's 65-metre hit.
Yeah.
To
Yeah,
the
it's a good
right-hander.
shot, though.
It's a great shot.
He hasn't tried to overhit that either.
And that was the key. There was really good control. It was still really punchy, but it was just beautifully controlled. And carrying on from the good form that he's shown so far in the first sort of 6 weeks of the club season.
Oh, dear.
And that's not going to beat the fielder, or will it all? Some sloppy fielding, unfortunately, this morning. He's had a Vaseline sandwich for Brecky, and it's gone straight through the mitts and onto the rope for 4 runs.
Probably got what it deserved to be fair. Halfway down, he probably
Maybe the field just let it go. Just go, you know what, that's garbage.
probably saved 2. It probably deserved 6.
And good batting, though, from McSweeney there, because he obviously recognised, Hazlitt's over-pitched. He's then overcorrected with the short ball, and he didn't miss out. That's sometimes the difference is when they do give you that opportunity to score, a boundary, is to make sure you take that chance, and he didn't miss then. Helped by the fielding, obviously. That's a great shot as well. Again, not trying to overhit it. Hazlitt fuller and wider outside off stump.
You see how quickly McSweeney's gone to 28. He hasn't. Till I looked then, I wouldn't have thought he was that many, but...
No, going back, that's 12 runs this over, and more than that even, isn't it?
14, Chris. 6 plus 4 plus 4 is 14, but yeah.
If you've just joined
Just
us,
testing
they
it
are the sparring partners in here, these two. Watch
There's that
out.
BBC education. Mr. and Mrs. Hartley spent all that money on.
And, Matthew Hayden used to talk about it a lot, balance. And you see a very balanced batter out there, particularly with not so much the kind of sloggy pull shot across, but the 6 and then that 4 along the carpet. Really nice balance, real steady head as well, just right over top. And as Chris Hartley's talked about, not trying to overhit it, and he can do that when he's balanced like that, and that timing really comes through.
The other important thing about batting at Allan Borderfield is that you still keep hitting your sweepers for those singles. Because it's a small field, you can sometimes get in the trap of looking for a boundary and sort of going ... big shot.
Mm-hmm.
The key is to keep hitting hard to the sweepers, so you're getting those 1s and 2s, because ultimately, you're gonna find a gap either side of the infield, and you're going to pick off those boundaries. And so it's really important to still look to hit the ball hard out to the sweepers, because you'll get your boundaries. But if you get into boundary hitting mode, you can actually get yourself bogged down, and that's when you might play a loose shot or as you said before, go over hitting the ball.
That last boundary he hit through cover, there was a guy in front of point and a wideish deep mid off, and he still hit it for 4 through cover. It's this player. I keep saying this place you can just rack up 10, 14, 16 and over quite quickly.
And that's the thing that Joe Burns would know. I'm sure he's, if Nathan isn't aware of that already, they'd be the conversations they'd be having, is that, if there's a good over here, that's fine. Respect it. You're allowed to bowl some good balls and just be patient, move into the next set of 6, because you can always catch up the runs here.
And I'll ask both of you this question. Days like today, does it get you itchy to get out there and roll the arm over again? You both look pretty keen.
No.
I mean, we've got Mako, who's a good part of 40 now, and Hearts is 38.
Man, I played an old boys day yesterday at Iona. I got 2 blisters on my heels. My shoulders are sore. My back's sore.
I was wondering whose Zimmer frame that was.
Yeah.
Now it's yours, right?
That wicket looks so flat. Maybe if it was over at the Gabba, but...
Geez, you must be stiff this morning, mate.
Took me 20 minutes to get out of bed.
I get a crane to get you up here.
I was puffing at the top. I had to catch my breath. No, mate, I don't. I enjoy watching the game. I probably miss being around the boys, the dressing room, touring. I really enjoyed that side of the game, which probably 90% of the guys did. But, I finished at 28. I had my second elbow operation at 28. And the surgeon said, if I see you again, I'll take it out and put a plastic one in. So for me, it was, I was done at 28. Obviously, Hearts has only recently retired, and he would still love the game.
Oh, absolutely. The love and passion, I don't think that ever dies for any cricketer. But I have to admit, my first season out of, when I did retire a couple of years ago, when the summer started, I didn't know what a weekend in the summer was actually like. All of a sudden, you go to the beach, you can do all these sort of
things. Do the things you want to do, mate.
Should have retired 10 years ago.
But ultimately, you never lose the love for the game. And one of the great things about taking on the selectors role this season is being able to watch the game and have that engagement and that intent when you're watching it. You're not passive. And the quality of cricket so far in the club season, I think the value, while it's disappointing that certain, the pathways, we're not going to see as much under 19s and second 11 things like that this year because it was cancelled. What we are going to see is a lot of good club cricket. Players aren't going to be, managed through workloads up and down, different sides in and out. If you're not in the Shield team, you're here playing club cricket, and that's why I said the first 6 weeks has been excellent. There's been some great performances.
I mentioned it early, Hearts having Bennett King back around Queensland cricket, purely from working on grade cricket, it'd be huge. And then having yourself and Chuck as selectors, and I think that's something that the three of you probably would want to see. State players and older players around the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, there's so much knowledge and experience in the cricket world, and it doesn't always just reside at the top. And I think that's club cricket is a huge part in the pathway system, and I think probably a little bit in the last few years it probably hasn't got the love it should get. And that's why I say, as disappointing it is that we don't have those opportunities for young players in the 17s and 19s and second 11 and things like that. What it does do. Great shot there from
That's going all the way straight down the ground into the sight screen for 4 runs.
Yeah, one of the upsides to having those pathways systems on hold this season is the importance that club cricket's got, as it should. And there's some great cricket knowledge out there. Every club side's got it. So it's worth tapping into.
Tucking it around the corner. It's very fine too. Very, very fine indeed. Is it going to go all the way? It's going to be close. Yes, it does. 4 runs. They're coming in real patches here, the northern suburbs. A few dot balls and then 1 or 2 shots to go for 4 runs. And then just like that, the score in this over, a couple of dot balls, a couple of ones, 2 fours, 10 off the over. Just like that. And that's how quickly things can change. If you've just joined the broadcast here, you're watching the Bulls Masters first grade one-day final here at Allan Border Field. My name is Gary Lowe, joining the commentary box with Damien McKenzie and his old sparring partner, Chris Hartley, from what I've been told. And as drinks come off, which is a pretty warm day, it's 27 degrees outside with a 13-kilometre-an-hour wind coming through to make everybody nice and cool. I want to talk about a bit of a competition we've got going on now. Our official streaming partners have got a really nice, juicy competition going on. So Queensland's Premier Cricket's official streaming partner is Interact Sport, and they're providing the viewers today a chance for a local Queensland club to win a free Frog Box streaming kit. You love the Frog Box streaming kit, don't you, Hearts? Don't you, brother?
Go on.
Yeah. We all love the Frog Box streaming kit. It's out of this world. So it's designed for club cricket, right? And it's a solution where it's innovative, it's lightweight, it's a low-cost product, and it's designed for volunteer-operated clubs. So it's integrated with My Cricket and Live Scores. And all clubs need to do on match day, right? You set up a little portable little video capture kit and the live score match on the app. That's all it is. That's all you need to set up, and then all of a sudden, bingo, bango, bongo, live streaming's happening. I've been told that even your old Arnie Murgatroyd, who's 80, 90 years old, can do it. So to enter, tell us in 50 words or less how your club would benefit from a live streaming kit. Submit your entries at frogbox.live/QC giveaways. That's frogbox.live/QC giveaway. 50 words or less. And I'm telling you right now, it is as simple as pie. It's like shelling peanuts. And tell us why it would benefit your club. Frogbox gear. It's great stuff.
Could you imagine if I had Frogbox when me and you played against each other? Us?
Right.
They'd
Live streaming?
have to turn the microphone down when you were bowling. But I think, you even just have to look at the coverage we've got of this. As I said when I first came on, how good is it? If you don't actually get down to the club grounds, which are always, really good in Allan Borderfield, we know how great it is to sit and watch cricket here. But if you are at home, this is as good as, it's as good as watching, domestic cricket or international cricket, really.
Absolutely. And the team at Interact Sport, don't worry about just being state class or pretty good nationally. They are world class at what they do, and that's the reason why they are Queensland Premier Cricket's official streaming partner. And Hearts has hit the nail on the head. The coverage today is outstanding, and all the punters out in the background there under the... I've been reliably informed that's a poinsettia tree back there. People keep telling me that. I'm not an arborist or a horticulturist. I'm not too sure, but the big tree over there, some folks enjoying the shade, and we've got some young boys and girls out there rolling the arm over, getting involved in their cricket, and that's what today is all about. Not only watching these fantastic athletes, but also the social interaction, because as we know, hasn't been a lot of the live sport available for folks of late.
As I said earlier, you can't get this close to watch Marnus bat, Joe Burns bat, Nathan Horrocks bowl. It's such a good place to watch cricket and be close to the action. It's just a horrible, horrible, horrible place to bowl.
We are going to see a change in the bowling, and Labuschagne and Hazlitt, well, they've done an outstanding job. Labuschagne, no wicket, but only the 22 runs coming from his 6 overs. So his economy rate's pretty darn impressive. What's that off the top of my bonds? 3 and a little bit Nova. And Hazlitt 1 for 38 from 6.
This is going to be crucial now. Both batsmen are well set. Going to have to hit his lengths early here.
You're a bit harsh on the pitch there, Macca. I distinctly remember an early season practice match that a Queensland 11 side played against an Australian 11, and from memory I took a nick off Damien McKenzie from the great Ricky Ponting, so it can't be that bad, surely. You might not remember that one.
It must have just been that one ball. I did knock Nathan Astle over 3 times in a week.
Did you let him know about that at the end of the week as well?
No.
Probably let us know about it.
Yeah, let the boys know. No, there was more bad than good, I think.
To be
Didn't
fair,
mind batting here, but
to be fair, you're probably right. It probably does favour the batsman a little bit more.
yeah, I didn't mind batting here. 6 or 7 down for 400 or 500, and stroll in and try and slot some over deep cow corner, which is my go-to. It's a good shot.
And it may just split
Look
the
at that.
field as
Oh.
gets there very quickly.
Hasn't it?
And hats off to the curators here at Allan Border Field as well. This venue's been used for the women's one-day international matches that recently took place, and also the T20 series. It's been put through its paces, and it looks in pristine condition. So well done to all the connections looking after this ground.
Yeah, there's places that you play and you spend 100 overs or 150 overs in the field, and it takes forever. Whereas there's places where it just goes quick. Here's one of them, Adelaide Oval. Bell Reeve. You just don't even feel like you're out there.
Yeah.
Because it's just such a beautiful place to play cricket, and you get places like the MCG and what's that other flat track in Melbourne, Junction Oval, and you just feel like you've been out there for 5 days.
We were sometimes.
That actually did happen, mate.
Watching Brad Hodge or David Hussey or
Horrible place.
I think sometimes the hard part with the MCG was, it's quite intimidating being in a stadium that can hold 95,000 plus.
Yeah.
And no one's there.
It's empty. And it's a big, big ground. Here some of the boundaries are 65, 70 metres. Some of the boundaries at the G are 110. It's a big, big place to field, and you can get lost quite quickly. Ooh.
Just seen a couple of examples of some really sharp fielding from Hazlitt and Marnus so far this over, and it's one thing that potentially by the end of the day could be a difference between the two sides. Redlands have been outstanding in the field in the one-day competition. Last week in the semi-final against Gold Coast, they were phenomenal. There was a few balls that on any other day probably went for 4, and they cut them off, and it really strangled the Gold Coast batsmen. And you just saw in that over Hazlitt making a good save and firing it in, and Marnus putting the pressure, coming in and firing in an underarm shot there onto the stumps. It's one of those things that can be a difference in one-day cricket. And Redlands, that's something I've noticed in the last few weeks. Their fielding has been really, really good, which is great to see because it's sometimes an area of the game that isn't worked on as hard at club level. But it looks like these guys have done plenty and they're throwing themselves around. And it may be the difference by the end of the day.
And as you'd know more than most, it is no longer acceptable to be a specialist bowler and a specialist batter. You also need to be a specialist fielder now. That is another kind of weapon to the arsenal that you need to be able to have for the exact reasons that you've just spoken about.
Yeah, well, as the game's evolved with T20, batsmen have got new shots, bowlers are trying new things with the ball, and you get found out in the field if you there's very. Sweeney looking to turn that one, and obviously not a lot of spin there, and you get this leading edge. Luckily, it falls into no man's land there at sort of short point. But yeah, there's nowhere really to hide now if you're not a good fielder.
Remember the old one day? Oh, give it, Faz. The old one day comp originally, and you picked 12 and you fielded 11, and Joey Dawes were bowling over, and then I'd come on and field, and then Joey would come back on and bowl, and he'd done his 10 overs, and that was it. He took no part in the game for the rest of it. And I think Scotty Muller was the same. And I don't think it lasted a year or so. Okay. But yeah, I mean, it's your big scary quicks have got to be able to field. The days of a McGrath type batsman, bowler, they've got to be able to bat. Having guys that can walk in at 10 and 11 and get 30 or 40 like Stark and Hazelwood, and it's just such a big asset.
4 balls into this over from Jack Sinfield, and he's an interesting one to watch. He's only a young fella, but he's very talented from what I've seen so far with the difficult art of off spin, and this will be an interesting phase because obviously the two Norse batsmen, they work through the bowling of Hazlitt and Marnus, but now you've got an actual frontline spinner, so it'll be interesting to see how they keep the momentum going, and that's one way to do it.
Answer, Chris.
And that's going to go up and over, and that is on top of the Matty Hayden stand again. Gee, it's getting a peppering. I hope Queensland Cricket have got their insurance coverage at the moment because the windows are getting peppered at the moment here.
It's a great shot. I think he takes this from outside off stump and goes with the spin.
Ooh.
And it'll be interesting to see if this is Burns' tactic, whether it's just the fact that it's a small field and he can take the spin on, or whether he's trying to not allow the young spinner to settle. But without too much risk, they've just taken 8 off that over, and that does put a spinner under pressure.
He's clawing it back, Burns, and he's 41 or 53 now, so as we said earlier, if he bats 50 overs, I dare say he'll be a run of ball 100.
Sinfield, only being a young player, but has a bit of an experience in big games, has made the under-18 Australian side in previous years. So although perhaps the birth certificate wasn't printed that long ago, still mature heads on a lot of young shoulders out there. Right up in the block hole, 1 run. And a ping at the stumps. Perhaps in by quite a way, but nevertheless.
Big Jimmy Baisley at mid-wicket. Big fast bowler throwing himself around. Oh, throw it. I would have thrown that.
Done your elbow.
Yeah, I would have.
Yeah, that's right.
And my knee, my hamstring.
Would have had a bit of pace on like that.
Yeah, it would have. Straight between the shoulders. See you in 2 to 3 weeks.
Lockie Honan getting that one up into the hips there. Tucked around, and it's Healy running away from behind the stumps to do the cleaning up.
And this, we talked about Redlands trying to sneak through some overs of spin. This is where they have to just be a little bit careful because Norths are starting to just tick away at sort of 5, 6, 7 and over. And you can almost sort of forget that that's happening from the fielding perspective. So they just need to keep sharp here, and because what you don't want also is to suddenly look at the scoreboard and both these batsmen are very well set. I mean, they're both looking pretty good now, but, all of a sudden they're both on 60 or 70, and they've been ticking along at 6, 7, 8 and over. and all of a sudden the run rate is back at sixes without too many risks. So that part of that will come from setting your fields, getting guys in close on the ones, and trying to make the batsman look for that boundary shot more often than not. And that's why I sort of mentioned earlier about trying to hit the sweepers. You know, you have a look at cover and you look at Marnus at backward point. They're in off the ring. They're trying to make sure that they can stop the singles and force the batsman to look for the big shot.
But as you say, Hearts, this partnership goes for another 10 overs. You know, you're 35 overs, one down for probably 180, 190, maybe 200. It gives them a good launch, doesn't it? With some firepower.
Absolutely.
Takes them to 350, 320.
You sort of said if one of these two, bats the full 50, they're going to be a big total. The other one's probably chipping in. You've still got Tom Healy to come. He's been in some pretty good form in club cricket. Kendall Fleming, he scored 100 the other week. So
Anyone come out and just bomb them?
Connor Sully,
Yeah, okay.
he whacks them.
Do you reckon would they look at a pinch hitter to come in? If these two bat for another 5, 6, 7, 8 overs, would they send someone out and have a dip, or you think they'll stick to?
I don't think you need to. I think if you've got batsmen who are in form, the conditions are good for batting. It's a bit like the 2020 game these days in the sense that you want your best batsman facing as many balls as possible. Maybe if you're into the last few overs and you're looking to clear the fence, you might have someone who might be able to muscle a ball a bit better than someone else. But if you sort of got 10, 15 overs to go, I think you want to get your best batsman in there as early as possible.
Is that a discussion that is raised by the captain, or is that something the coach would implement if that's going to go into place?
Whoever, really.
Yeah.
I think they should all be discussing that. I mean, you're sitting there as a group, you're talking about the conditions, you're talking about...
Yeah.
Well, he's not moving, he doesn't want to go anywhere, and he's saying that he's dropped it.
Right.
Should have claimed it.
Well, a bit of sportsmanship out there, and I'll tell you right now that there was no way that McSweeney was leaving Alan Borderfield. We watched the replay.
Did it carry? I'm not sure it necessarily carried. There's a puff of sort of dust there before him.
I would have claimed it. Thrown it up in the air. See you later.
And a wonderful job by our broadcast partners as well to be able to just freeze it down for us. To have a look. Yeah, McSweeney, he was like a statue at the striker's end.
It's
Just in front of him, I think.
Yeah, it does just bounce short. The puff of dust actually from his boot, but a close call there for McSweeney.
How good's that? Well done to the broadcast team. Is that John Devine back there on the pots and pans pressing the buttons? He's done a good job.
Oh, that is dropped that one.
And some chances here for Redlands.
And they're going to push for 2 as well, so a really big missed opportunity there. That one definitely carried.
Yeah, definitely carried.
And they're the types of dismissals or opportunities that you probably expect in one-day cricket. The batsman looking to hit the spinner back down and mid-on, mid-off. Those short covers and short mid-wickets are really key positions, and particularly with the off-spinner spinning it into the right-hander at mid-wicket, you've really got to be sharp. And unfortunately on that occasion, it wasn't an easy catch, but in finals, those are the ones you do want to try and hold, particularly when it's, the Australian Test opener at the crease.
I think it's Drennan as well, and Dools mentioned earlier that he's normally the keeper. And Dools mentioned, where can they have him in the field? So, yeah, it's a tough one to shell that.
Certainly wasn't an easy chance.
No, he hit it hard.
You can see how many balls he's sort of getting. With the off-spinner spinning it into the right-handers, if the batsmen typically play with the spin, they're going to hit a lot of balls into that sort of, for anywhere from mid-on round to square legs. So you're going to be busy there.
Yeah. Shot.
Beautiful shot.
What's I don't know much about this spinner, Hearts. Young fella.
Yeah, young fella. He's still only 17, I think.
Oh wow.
Yeah, young guy. So plenty of talent, and certainly early days in his cricketing journey. But he's had a good one-day tournament so far for Redlands.
I think I'm getting a tap on the shoulder, boys. Time for a quick schooner and.
I was about to say the keeper's bar must be open.
Yeah, I'll let you know, Chris. I'll send you a message.
Well, will you be coming back to have a chat to us a little bit later on, Damien McKenzie?
I'll have a chat to Righty. I do have a friend's birthday this afternoon, but I don't know. I'm tempted
Surely that's going to be put on the back burner,
I'm
mate.
tempted to brush it to watch the boys bat, I think.
And who's going to be replacing you in the commentary box?
Mickey, right?
Young Jack Clayton, I think.
It is. Well, thank you very much, Damien McKenzie, for your words today. As we welcome in another commentator, said, other than myself, the mouthpiece, don't worry about me, worry about the actual talent that's coming along today. And at the moment, we've got it coming out of every which direction. Jack Clayton, welcome to the broadcast.
Thanks for having me, Gary.
No worries at all. University of Queensland top order batter and on the Bulls contract list, I'm led to believe.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to pick up a rookie contract at the start of this season, so very exciting. Enjoying it.
Very exciting indeed. Chris Hartley sitting next to Jack Clayton here. My name's Gary Lowe, and you're watching the final here between Northern Suburbs and Redlands. Jack Clayton, what do you make? I often ask this question in jest, kind of, but who's winning? Not that anyone can be kind of winning, but who's got their nose in front?
I definitely say at this point, Norse being 1 for 140 off 25. They've set the innings up beautifully. 2 set batters at the crease, so if one of these guys can bat into the 40 over mark, they'll be well set for a 300, 350 plus score, I think. Especially Nathan or Mick Sweeney with the form he's in at the moment, and saw Burnsy got a couple yesterday too, so both batters are in good form at the moment. Although Redlands do have a very good batting lineup.
Yeah, I think anything with a 3 at the front of it's gonna be difficult. I think realistically 320 to 350 is what you'd like to have, but in a final, runs on the board, that always creates a bit of pressure. So 300 plus, it's going to be a good total to have. But you're right, Jack, there's plenty of batting. But North have got a very good bowling lineup too, so
They do.
it really is going to be a good day of cricket. It's certainly got the makings of a good shootout here at 1 for 140.
Looks like a flat wicket too, so
Yeah,
it's going to be hard to defend at AB. If someone gets going, you can clear the boundary often.
Yeah, certainly runs to be scored, and Jack Clayton, no stranger to winning premierships, winning the last two-day premierships, of course. So you know more than most that anything can happen in a final, Jack.
Yeah, that's correct. We've had obviously last year was a bit different with the COVID situation, but
Yes.
the year before playing, we played Valleys out here,
Mm-hmm.
500 in the first inning, so pretty flat wicket, and did get a little bit nerve-wracking. I think Dashcombe 100 odd, and who was the other one that got? Wildermuth got 80 odd, and it started to get a bit close, but it's a good shot from Burns.
And that's gone all the way into the crowd. There was a young spectator out there. I'm going to say he's probably the age of 7. He thought about going for the grab, and then he thought better of it. And that is the 50 for Joe Burns. 54 runs. He brings it up in fine style as well with the 6. And you'd have to say, gentlemen, that he is in for the long haul today.
Yeah, I hope so. If he does bat, it's going to be great to watch. The crowd already enjoying it so far. We talked about not trying to overhit it, but also not taking silly risks. And right there again, you're just showing smart batting. There's an element of risk because he's going over the top, but hitting the off spinner with the spin, taking him from outside off stump, so the LBW is not in play. His only real risk is if he goes too hard and gets a top edge, but he's spent a bit of time in the middle now, and he's getting some rhythm, and that was another great shot and getting the maximum.
I think what they're doing well here too is they're rotating the strike off the spin. If they're not getting a boundary, they're making sure they're hitting the sweepers here, which I heard Hart's talking about earlier is a really important thing at AB, making sure that you don't get into a boundary hitting mode and rotating the strike as much as possible just to keep the score ticking along.
And in any innings, there's always going to be an element of risk that you're playing. I mean, it's cricket.
Yeah.
There's always going to be an opportunity to get out as we watch this delivery. Just hit straight back down the ground. There's always going to be risk associated with it. That's the nature of the sport. But it's about mitigating that risk and taking calculated shots, as Hartz has expertly raised.
Yeah, it's
everyone's awareness.
It's putting the percentages in your favour, and as I said, that's just a smart shot from Burns. He's done it a few times, and
there he goes again, but it's come off the edge. It's gone up. It's high. Is he going to get there? I don't think he will. Of course he will. And it is out caught, and it is a sensational catch. You could see him moving around as it was floating through the sky. The breeze was catching it. And he has taken a wonderful catch there. And the dismissal comes for Redlands.
It's a good catch. You know, we said the only real risk with that shot is if you do possibly go a bit hard, get the top edge. That's what's happened. It's gone very high, and he's made up for the drop an over or two before with a really good catch here, going back over his shoulder. That's a really good catch, that.
That is difficult, and you can see how close he actually caught it to his body there, so it actually drifted back into him as he's gone to go catch it, so he's moved really well. And how good's this camera work too, by the way? Now, the last shot that we had there where it slowed it right down, broadcast partners just kicking goals here today.
Massive wicket.
And that is very big in the context of this match, and you could almost see Jimmy Pearson making the run for it to go and collect it here. He skates on with the gloves, but a little bit too far away, putting his faith in the fielder, and that makes things very interesting. They were really on a roll there, the Northern Suburbs.
And I don't think it was a bad choice of shot. I think, you know, he showed a few times that the shot's on. It might have been a little bit straighter. The other ones he took from outside stump, but
wasn't a bad option, was it?
No, and credit to the bowler. He's kept the ball up there. Maybe a little bit more flight on that one as well. So that's the game of cricket. You know, you take the game on sometimes, and if you don't quite execute and the mistake, you can pay for it. So sadly for Norse and Burns, his innings comes to an end. Now, a lot of responsibility on Nathan, who is set at one end, and he's got to keep the score moving as Healy gets himself set.
He's an impressive young bowler, Jack Sinfield. I faced him a couple of times and also seen him bowl last year for Redlands, and he for a young offie, he hits his spot a lot and gets great shape on the ball. I know John Davison, who's the spin coach at Queensland Cricket's a big fan of him too, so he's got a good future, Jack.
Yeah, that one worked a square leg in the air. Not really a chance, but Redlands are up and about now. But yeah, I think you're right there. I've watched a little bit of him this season in the one-day games, and his control and, as you say, his shape. And maybe that's what undid Burns there. Maybe it did drop on him a little bit as he went through the shot, which is what possibly got the top edge. Have to have another look at a replay if there was one, but possibly that's the reason that he, you know, did end up top edging it rather than finding the middle of the bat like he'd done a couple of previous occasions.
So we've changed bowlers here, and we've gone back to Marnus Labuschagne, it looks.
And this is where I think, from a captaincy perspective, they can, you know, we talked about when you lose a wicket, new batsman at the crease, probably unlikely to take as many risks. You can get through a few overs with your spinners, or certainly don't want to call Marnus a part-timer, but not your frontline bowlers. You can get through a couple of quick overs. So it'll be interesting to watch the tempo of Redlands here if they try and sort of speed the game up and get through 2, 3, 4 quick overs.
The other thing about Marnus is he does take wickets, and another wicket here for Redlands would be big, particularly if it was McSweeney. 2 new batters at the crease, and suddenly he can really dry them up as well.
McSweeney tucks that one around the backward square. Looks like they're going for 2. They've run the first one very hard, and that's fantastic running in between the wickets. That's what you want to see when you're looking for bulk runs in a final.
It's also the way to keep the momentum in your favour. Like normally what would happen here is the bowling team, they've taken a wicket and naturally the scoring would slow. So you've got to be busy here. Look for ones, try and turn ones into 2s. Hopefully there's a boundary somewhere in there as the new batsman gets set.
McSweeney moves to 44. Healy on strike. Hasn't faced the delivery yet. He's having a great season, is Healy. The average of 24.17 doesn't really reflect the input that he can have, as you can hear the breeze starting to pick up here at Allan Border Field just slightly. And gentlemen, I'll ask the question, the 2 different cricket balls that we're using, so each umpire's got the ball in their pocket. We're using 2 balls each innings. Is that having any kind of bearing on the game?
I don't think it has a huge bearing. The only thing is I think it probably keeps it in the batter's favour for a bit longer because the ball stays hard. The white balls obviously don't swing around too much or nip off the wicket. But especially in that last 10 overs, it's still got some hardness to it, so you can clear the boundary a bit more easily than if you're using a 30 or 40 or 50 over old ball.
Certainly, that's definitely correct. And I think, certainly if the conditions favour the batting, if it was overcast, if there was a bit of grass on the wicket, then maybe that does, help the opening bowlers a little bit more. But that's not what we've got here today. We've got blue skies and a nice brown even wicket. So as you say, Jack, if batsmen can be in, then they can hit a harder ball later in the innings, and typically get more value for their shots.
And Chris Hartley, tell us a little bit about your role in the selection side of things. How is it putting on that hat, and what do you look for in a player? Is it just the skill set, or are there some certain attributes to a person's character that also stand out to you?
I think it's a multifaceted thing. Obviously, the players obviously got to have talent, but realistically, anyone who's playing, at this level or above, anyone who's in those state squads, they've got talent. Everyone can play. So, and as I've said, the first 6 weeks of club cricket, the standard I think has been really, really good. So there is a lot of skill out there, a lot of good players. So often it is those other facets of the game. So a player's awareness of tactics, how to play the game, how to win situations. All those things come into it. Ultimately, the guys are out there to win games of cricket for their club or win games of cricket for their state. So, how they can fit into a role, how do they fit into the balance of a team, and ultimately it all comes down to that performance. So, if players are scoring runs and taking wickets, it's funny. It's the old, selectors saying, but it certainly is a case of that. That's got to be the first thing, and then after that, you sort of look at those other elements. But so far in the first 6 weeks, there's a lot of players putting their hands up with good performances as McSweeney laps around the corner. It's a shot he plays with quite good control. We talked about it earlier off Marnus, whether it was risky, but I think it's a shot that comes quite naturally to him. Lets the ball come onto the bat and uses the pace, which I think is the key in that type of shot.
Yeah, definitely, and it's something he's probably added to his game over the last year or so in short form cricket. Played for the Renegades last year, and has been scoring a fair few runs in the one-day comp too. So definitely a handy shot to have against spinners if they're quick through the air. Just gets them thinking a bit more. They can't just bowl length deliveries and set a straight field. You've got to manipulate the field and change it up for the bowler. So it's a very handy shot to have.
Nice, solid defensive shot there. And it's interesting the words that you used there, Jack Clayton. You mentioned it when you first came into the broadcast about manipulating the field. So cricket's also very much a mental game as well, and making your opponents think and keeping them busy in between. I'm getting emotional, fellas. I just love me cricket so much. I love it. I just get choked up. But keeping them busy and keeping them thinking, right, what's next? And how am I going to get these guys out? And what do we need to do?
Yeah, that's right. I think if you can be ahead of the game with what you're thinking about, then it definitely puts the pressure back on the bowler. And in one-day cricket, you need to be busy because, as we saw probably in that 13 to 20 over period, Redlands kind of got on the top and Norse didn't rotate the strike, and suddenly they pinched 6 or 7 overs quickly. So being busy, proactive all the time's really important in one-day cricket, T20, and even more so in two-day cricket.
And I think that's an important thing. You talked about what selectors may look for, and that is an area because when you do get up into the elite levels, a lot of very few players can't play the game there. Guys can bat, guys can bowl. The talent is there. It's how you use that in different situations and how you adapt to what the opposition's doing and find ways to get the game moving forward for your team towards a win. So what Jack's talking about there, manipulating the field, it's key. It's finding ways to put the pressure back on the opposition, and they'll make mistakes if you can do that. Sweeney pushing down a deep mid-on. And that's it. Traditionally, there'll be, a shot like that's very low risk and it's an easy one to pick off. But, the shot we talked about earlier, going around the corner, if there's no one there, then all of a sudden you put a few shots there, the field has to change, and you make the bowler have to think about what he's doing.
So Healy goes up and over the top, talking about no risk associated with the shot. That was calculated. It was precise. And it was extremely well-timed. 4 runs to Healy. Not a bad way to move to 5.
Very smart shot from Healy there. They brought up mid-on, mid-off, just trying to squeeze a new batter in, and again, taking a calculated risk. Pretty short boundaries, obviously, and if he gets any of that, he's getting a few runs at least. So, smart batting.
I mean, it's a pretty gutsy shot. He's taken it, from a pretty straight. But as you say, if you have a look at it, mid-wicket's really tight now on the one. They're trying to squeeze Healy at the start of his innings here. So he didn't need to get a lot of it, but it still needed to be executed well, and he did. And again, that puts the pressure back on the bowler, makes him think as they drop mid-on, mid-off back.
Healy getting that one out. It could almost go for 4 as well. The fielder should clean it up and does so. 2 runs added to the total, and it also shows a young man with a lot of confidence in his own game, understanding that he's only on 1 run at the moment, but he's prepared to do that. It shows that he's got belief in himself, that his skill set is ample to combat whatever Marnus Labuschagne's throwing down.
And what most batsmen will do is that they'll have a few shots or a few zones that are comfortable for them to go to. So whether it's whether it is a sweep shot or whether it's a cover drive, whatever it might be, there's usually a couple of zones that you feel comfortable with. And that's where early on in your innings, it is that calculated risk because it's a shot that comes easy to you. It's when you try and do something that's, not necessarily a strength of yours and you try and do that too early or whatever, that you might get yourself in trouble.
So we reached the 30th over. The score is 2 for 166. Does that mean we're looking at a total of around about that 320 odd, 330 odd?
Yeah, I definitely think 320's on the cards here. Normally, you try and double your score from 30 onwards. So, 2 wickets down. They're set up beautifully here. Again, as I said, they definitely want one of these two to be batting in the 40th to 45th over, and then really launch from there. But I think they've set their innings up beautifully here.
I think that's the key. Is one of these guys has got to be there at the 40 over mark. Particularly if McSweeney was to get out now, that's going to make that bigger plus 300 total hard to get. If he's there from 40 overs onwards, then that becomes a lot more easy. And I certainly don't want to put the mocker on him, but a lot rests on him. But in saying that, you look at the way he's gone about his cricket so far this season, he has happily taken that role on for Norths. So I think it sits quite comfortably with him. To be the guy that has to shoulder a lot of that responsibility. You look at their scorecards, in the first few rounds of the one-day club season as well as the 2-day stuff, and he's happily been the guy that they've batted around. And so I think he's in that position again today. It's up to him though to have the ability to do it again.
Well, he's currently on 49. Looking for that little sniff of the single to get that half century, and then he can just crack on with his business again. And there is his single that he was looking for, and McSweeney brings up his half century off 72 deliveries. It is his 4th 50 this season. And you would think, ladies and gentlemen, that he's going to go on for a big total today.
Yeah, really good innings. It's been very calm and composed. I think that's what I've noticed in his batting so far this summer is there's a real nice tempo to his innings.
And he doesn't really seem to like running that much as well. Coming into this game, he's hit 78 fours, which is more than double anyone else in the team. Next best comes in with Joe Burns at 35. So he's not really a fan of the 1s and 2s, mate. He just wants to be sit back on his cricket bat and hit the boundary.
I'm surprised about that stat, to be honest, because I think that he's quite good at rotating the strike, and
definitely
that's something that he's built his game off. Probably just because he scored so many more runs than everybody else in his team is why he's hit that many 4s.
That's probably as well, because I mean he's the only man to be above 500. In fact, no one's in 300s. Joe Burns 253, Josh Brown 223, and then it's quite a voyage to Nathan McSweeney, 542 runs with a high score of 172 not out.
So Marnus continues with his leg spin.
He's also spent more time out in the middle by a long shot as well. Coming into this game, almost 1,000 minutes. No one in the team's hit 500 yet, so he's got a lot of match practice in a season where there's been a little bit of cricket missing in the early stages of the year. And Jack, was there any kind of rust on the players when they came back after a little bit of a break the first couple of weeks back? Did you feel that it was a little bit hard to get back into the groove of things?
Not really, to be honest. I think a lot of the boys were actually pretty pumped to get back because they're all stuck at home doing not much. So
yeah,
I know from our club university perspective, we were, going down for a couple of games of touch and tennis and whatnot, what we could do during the COVID period because we're all sick of being stuck at home. So I think, both for the Queensland squad and for our university squad, we were absolutely pumped to get back into training and playing games and just getting out of the house.
Would have been an interesting game of touch footy in COVID rules.
No, that was when we when it got when it got relaxed a little bit hard.
The scores were crazy, mate. Yeah.
High scoring, yeah.
110 beat 109. It's just how quickly you can run down the other end.
Oztag.
And that's
Great
been
shot.
bullied and bashed to 4 runs. You can see him in position so early there, Nathan McSweeney, as we watch the replay. Watch how early he's in position there and just waits for the ball to come to him and then belts it. Picked it up very quickly. Marnus Labuschagne is bringing that one a bit short. Well timed. And tell me a little bit about these games. I was keeping my eye on the players earlier on this morning. There was some hockey with some sticks that was being played. There was a... big appeal, perhaps too high, and there was a mutated as the umpire just gesturing that was a bit too high. He was quite back on the stumps and hit him well above the pads. We'll just watch this replay. And yeah, a mutated form of tennis with the tennis ball that was going on. So I didn't see the Sharon out there this morning, which is always a bit of a go-to as well. So what's the go with that? Just get your mind off cricket a bit, or?
Yeah, just a little warm-up game. I think most teams play it these days.
They do,
I'm pretty sure, I don't know what the Redlands game is called, but it's some, as you said, some mutated form of hockey. But I know that the Norse boys play a bit of Ted ball, which is a bit of a Queensland Premier grade favourite. Bit like volleyball with a tennis ball, pretty much, so.
And we can see that replay there. What do you reckon, Hart's going over?
Yeah, definitely high. I think don't read too much into a Marnus Labuschagne appeal. It's always going to be exuberant. I don't reckon in all my time I ever faced a bowler in the nets. You could hit the ball in the middle of the bat and it was still half a chance.
So it's young Sinfield.
I think the only one potentially worse than him in the nets is Matt Renshaw. You don't want to get out to him.
A lot of carry on, you reckon?
A lot. You should see those two together in the nets. It's been good, though, this partnership. They've kept it busy, kept rotating the strike. You can see it up to nearly 180 now. Tommy Healy's been nice and busy, and Nathan McSweeney's just pretty much de-risked his game for the last couple of overs, which is pretty smart.
Faster and full there from Sinfield. Yeah, that's the thing. You're always you're going to probably lose a wicket at some stage, but it's how you put the pressure back on the bowling team when that happens. It's when you lose those wickets in clumps that really derails your run rate. So you can see it has dropped a little bit since Burns got out, but you'd expect that. He was the dominant scorer at the time in that partnership with McSweeney. So once he went out, you'd expect it to drop a fraction, but it hasn't gone down too much. So restabilising their innings here and still ticking it along.
And it is a pretty solid scorecard when you look at it. Brown out for 48, Burns out for 55. You've got McSweeney currently on a 56, not out. We've heard some of our expert commentators in here today talk about the necessity for someone to go on with it, and we tend to think, Chris Hartley, that it might be McSweeney would be that man.
Yeah, he holds the key for a big Norths total. I was just going to say, credit to Sinfield, who's, you know, Burns took him on early and it would have been easy to possibly even get hit out of the attack, but his last few overs haven't gone for many runs. He's actually, you know, going at under fives now. Early on he was, you know, he was going for well over 6 and over, so he's dragged it back and done really well to stay in that contest and obviously pick up that key wicket of Burns. Marnus about to complete his 10 overs here. Hasn't picked up any wickets yet, but has contained the runs well.
And has really managed the tempo of the game as well. When they needed to get through a couple of quick overs, he's been the man to go to.
You see Redlands looking to try and put some pressure here on his last over. They've got the slip in place. I think that's probably more to try and get in the batsman's mind than any indication of a lot of spin off the wicket, and possibly trying to get Healy to play a big shot. Easy to play a big shot when you drag it down halfway, as Marnus did then. Beautiful pull shot for 4.
And let's face it, you could land a jumbo jet out there with the amount of paddock that he's got to play with there. Heaps of space.
Yeah, just dragging down, and Healy well up to the task on that one.
And again, a full toss. That is a gift. Marnus Labuschagne will be very upset with himself there. Healy given an absolute peach of a delivery to put away, and he made no mistake.
And certainly you see that type of ball, you expect it to go for 4, but it's really important as a batsman not to miss out on those opportunities. You know, Jack, you'd agree, as a batsman, if you do get given that, you know, that gift of a ball, it's key to make sure that the bowler is under pressure because you've put it away. It's easy sometimes to get that one, and you're not necessarily expecting that type of ball.
Yeah, 100%. I think sometimes the low full toss can actually be the hardest ball to hit because you're not expecting it, as you said, Hearts, and then actually putting it away. Sometimes your eyes can light up a bit too much, and it can be a wicket-taking ball every now and then. Sweeney rotating the strike very well at the moment.
Yeah, I'd like to see them try and put a bit more pressure back on Sinfield the way Burns did. I know that ultimately it led to a wicket, but there's a big difference between Sinfield's last 3 or 4 overs and those first couple.
Correct,
and at the moment, you know, he's dragged it back. It's a good shot. Picks out the cover fieldsman though.
I think even because obviously he's going to be trying to bowl at the stumps with this field that he's got set. Nobody back on the offside. Just even using your feet to get outside leg and look to hit over cover potentially. I know it's taking a risk, but he goes straight. Could go for 4 that. Drennan getting around. All fielded. But using your feet to get outside leg and look to hit over cover because not a lot of spin. And it is a little bit of a risky shot, but good reward too for it.
Yeah, you're right. There definitely is reward if you can get it through that offside. It'll be the trick is trying to give yourself the room to do it. And you mentioned the shape that Sinfield gets. That can be the hard thing to hit against that drop of the ball. And yeah, it's not spinning a big amount, but trying to get inside out. But as you say, you know, covers in quite close. Mid-off drops back now, but there is reward out there if you're prepared to try and play that shot. But right now, I think if they could pick off a boundary or 2 off his bowling, just put a bit more pressure back on him.
So I think Norths just aren't cashing in as much as they probably should.
It's not that they're not cashing in because he hasn't bowled too many bad balls, but it's just you just don't want to allow him to get through his 10 overs. And, you know, there you go. They should get 1 or 2 there.
I think it comes back to being nice and proactive here.
And that's what Burns was trying to do.
Yeah.
He's not letting the bowler settle. And there's those first 2 overs, he didn't let him settle, whereas the last few, he's gotten into a really nice rhythm. And I think for North, if they could find a way to get a boundary from that end, because they're picking up the odd boundary from the race course end. If they get some from the other end, they just start moving that scoreboard again.
And I think you're about to say goodbye to us, are you, Chris Hartley?
Yep, we've got Gun West batsman Sammy Truloff coming in for his stint, so I'll see if I can go and find Damien McKenzie perhaps.
Yeah, we'll see how he's travelling.
Tell a few more war stories.
Well, he reckons that he reckons he was going down there to have a couple of David Hasselfroths, so we'll just have to make sure that he's good to come back in. But will you be joining us again later on today, Chris Hartley? I really hope that you do.
I'll see where I'm about. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be watching this game because you know, as we've said, both sides have got talent to burn, certainly in the batting lineup, but the bowlers as well. You know, Norths have got some great bowlers as well. So this is going to be a good 100 overs of cricket, and I'm pretty keen to watch it. So thanks for my stint this morning, and welcome Sammy Truloff.
No worries, and it's great to have someone like Chris Hartley in the commentary box who can provide us with that deep insight into the game and a very sharp cricketing mind, but as is the next bloke. So we're just going to take stock of where we are at the moment. Norths 2 for 194, McSweeney 62, Healy on 20. If you've just joined the broadcast, my name is Gary Lowe. Sitting next to me, Jack Clayton, and now in the commentary box, Sam Truloff, who we'll have a chat to in about 2 nanoseconds time. We didn't want to miss that very important 1 run down to deep mid-off. Sam Truloff, welcome to the broadcast.
Thanks for having me, guys.
And you know all about one-day finals because you were a player of the final in last year's one.
Yeah, much to Jack's disgust, probably. Yeah, managed to fly back from Tasmania. I was playing cricket down there last summer, so managed to fly back. Played some games early in the year. No cricket down in Tassie at the start of sort of September leading into October, so managed to sneak some games here and then managed to jump on a quick flight back and play the one-day final last year.
And of course, first class, the only way for you. Champagne, hot towels, that kind of stuff at the front of the plane, not like the rest of us who are back in steerage.
I think I actually had to adjust my flight. It had a match washed out in Tasmania, shocked me. But no, I managed to sneak on a bit of an earlier flight. So the plan was actually to stay overnight in Sydney and then fly the morning of the game. But managed to sneak on an earlier flight, which got me on up to Brisbane on the Saturday evening, and then drove out to Redlands on the Sunday morning.
And did not miss hit a ball on Sunday either.
Yeah, it's pretty wicked out at Redlands, that game, as it normally is. But no, it was good to hadn't won a one-day flag with West, won a 2-day flag. So it was good to come back and contribute and get another flag for the boys at Graceville.
Well, you know what it's like to win one. You know what it's like to perform well in one. What do you make of these two teams here today?
Oh, what a match! International experience, number of state players as well. It's a very good matchup, and hopefully we see some explosive batting at the back end of this innings, because I think with Redlands' batting lineup, Norths are going to need a bit of a hefty score.
We've been discussing a figure around about that 320, 330 mark. Do you think that's achievable?
Oh, definitely if they can keep wickets in hand, and I think McSweeney's a real key. I think he needs to bat the 50 overs, and then they got a bit of power to burn coming down the innings. Was that a nick?
Well, he's not moving anywhere. He's not going any old place.
Oh.
Healy has not moved a muscle, and he's got no intention of walking either.
See, catch anything on the replay. Well, hard to tell.
I think that ball there's past that bat.
It did seem a bit off the wicket, actually.
So I think that's a very good decision. But mind you, everyone at Redlands thought that was out. As in, usually you might have one or two that kind of might go, oh, maybe. But Stimson, the bowler, didn't even look back at the umpire and just thought that it was gone. So,
What are your thoughts, Jack?
It's hard to tell. We need Snicko maybe. By the look of the appeal, you'd have to think that he might have got a little faint outside edge, but
and also the other usual giveaway is the batter will look straight back at the wicketkeeper and follow the ball. Healy didn't do anything.
Well, I think there's a quick little glance
Do you
back.
reckon
but
there
I
was?
think he might have thought it was a bit of a faint one, but oh well, you take them when you can get them because sometimes you don't get the rub of the green. So
Well, will that be a telling aspect in today's match? You'd think it would be, because quite right, as Sam Truloff's already made aware to all of us, as a reverse sweep comes out for no run. If there's wickets in the sheds, there's going to be some fireworks here in the middle of the day at Allan Border Field. Things are going to go off, and there's going to be some nervous people in the Matty Hayden and Stewie Law stand because that Kookaburra ball's probably coming their way.
yeah, everyone better keep an out, keep a lookout for some balls flying over the fence later in the innings. But really good innings so far from McSweeney. Really timing his innings well. Been scoring plenty of runs this season as well, so he's certainly not out of nick.
I'll be interested to see if a wicket falls in the next couple of overs who they send out, because they've got some batters in their lineup that are probably similar to these two, rotate the strike, but they've also got a few guys.
That's big, that.
That is dreading getting round.
Oh, just over the fence.
We'll have to knock down that load-bearing post there that's holding up the Stewie Law stand, because it's obstructed our view of what was almost a dismissal and turned out to be a wonderful 6.
Yeah, just got over by about a metre. Picked out the smallest fielder on the field in Lee Drennan down there. Yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did send someone like Sully up the order, particularly in that last 10, as he can really whack him.
Bit stiff on Kendall. Kendall gets a 100 last start and might get shafted down the order.
We'll have to wait and see.
So, Sam, you'd have some pretty good memories of the 2015-2016 season.
Yes, yeah, some very good memories, yeah.
Can you share with some of our viewers what was bestowed upon you that particular season?
What was that?
Peter Burge medal, mate.
Oh, yeah, that was a Peter Burge medal. There you go. It's a little while ago now. Yeah, I think it's probably one of my first, I guess, sort of breakout years in first grade, and I think we might have made quarterfinals or semi-finals for West that year as well, when we sort of struggled for the probably 3 or 4 seasons leading up to that. So, yeah, that year was pretty special. Unfortunately, we didn't play in a grand final or anything that season, but I guess individual awards are always good. I guess a bit of recognition for hard work, but I think always winning flags and wanting to do well as a club, and a club that I'm very passionate and very proud to be a player at. So, yeah, it was a pretty good year, and it sort of kick-started a bit of a good period for me as well. So, yeah, it was a good year.
The Peter Burge medal, of course, is awarded each season to the best and fairest grade cricketer in Premier grade competition, as adjudged by the first grade umpires. So it's a wonderful accolade, and I'm reliably informed that you're not allowed to touch the ground with concrete, that rose petals need to be thrown at your feet everywhere you walk if you win that award. Is that correct?
I wouldn't go that far, but I think it certainly does. It does recognise, I guess, the standout player of that season, and if you look at the honours board, I think that's at the Gabba, you can sort of see that there's been some serious players that have won the award as well. So, yeah, it's just good recognition for a good year, and generally if you have a good year and you get that medal, your team's not too far off playing finals cricket as well. So, yeah, it all sort of contributes to each other. Really late little cut there from Heels.
And fielders were coming left, right and centre to try and stop the ball getting to the boundary, and they've been able to do so. Healy moves along into the 30s now, 30 off 35. Very impressive strike rate from the young man. McSweeney, 65 off 90. The score 2 for 209.
Healy's ticked along nicely. He's actually taken a bit of pressure off McSweeney. Been really busy since coming to the crease, but once, as we said before, McSweeney's probably the key man leading into the back end of the innings.
He really has just snuck along there, hasn't he? Quite an achiever, Healy.
He has, yep. Bit of a different role for Heels today. He's normally opening the batting, so obviously big Josh Brown teed off early doors, but obviously getting your test opener back in Joe Burns sort of Heels. I had to slide down the order a little bit, but he's doing a great job here through the middle overs.
Not bowling too badly here, Stimson. He's keeping nice and tight. Bowling pretty well to his field as well. Slower pace, back of a length. Obviously got fine leg and third man up, so you're not going to bowl too many on-pace balls with that field. But he's doing a nice little job. What is he bowling? 2 overs, none for 9. Fairly handy little bowler in the middle period.
You just feel they'd love an extra wicket or two, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's right. Here? And as I said earlier in the broadcast, AB, if you've got wickets in hand, you can go at almost 15 and over for the last 5 or so. It's so hard to contain teams. Obviously, with these short boundaries and a flat wicket, you only need one batter to come off and get a 50 off 20 or 30 rocks. And
there's danger here. This could be out. And diving on the hard cricket wicket, you'll wake up sore in the morning, particularly when you have a shower. That'll sting.
It certainly will. Hard, flat track, as we've seen already today out there. But I think McSweeney's definitely the key wicket here for Redlands. If they can remove him, then it puts a bit of pressure on the incoming batters.
As we watch that replay and that forearm running along the gravel of the pitch. Hopefully it's a bit forgiving, the one out there today. Sometimes it can be a bit like a cheese grater. And McSweeney really playing that reverse sweep very well. He's played 2 of them. Did hit the boundary. Watch his delivery.
I think with the field that they've got, having nobody back on that offside apart from long off, it's a scoring option and a shot that he plays well. So he'd definitely be backing himself in to pierce that offside field and get a couple of boundaries away. Obviously, Sinfield's fairly accurate and predictable where he's going to bowl as well, which makes it probably easier to play that shot because you know that he's going to be bowling in and around off stump.
Yeah, sometimes when you see a player do the reverse sweep, you think maybe that's the first time they've ever tried it anywhere at any time. But when you see McSweeney play it, it's timed to perfection. Really good use of the wrists with it too.
Yeah,
obviously works hard on it.
Definitely. I think it's something that a lot of batters work on now is adding those shots to their game. We've obviously seen him play the paddle and now the reverse sweep as well. So, again, being proactive and being able to manipulate that field, having those different kind of shots keeps the bowler guessing.
I think as well, McSweeney's not no disrespect to Nathan, but he's not the biggest bloke walking around. He's not like a Josh Brown, so he obviously doesn't have that power to burn to be able to actually hit sixes at will. So he has to find another way to either get off strike or find a boundary. So for him, his little laps and his reverse sweeps are super effective, especially against spin. And also as well, from a bowling perspective, the spinner then sort of has to second guess his own plans as well if Nathan's continuing to reverse sweep and paddle sweep. So it's a good way for him to just keep rotating the strike and then keep applying pressure to the bowlers.
Yeah, good pickup, and we're really quite blessed with the standard of commentary that we have here today. Not myself, but the actual talent that are coming through. Sam Truloff in here at the moment, Jack Clayton. Paddy Dooley was in a little bit earlier on. Damien McKenzie's possibly coming back. I'm pretty sure he is. We had Chris Hartley in. So some outstanding talent that have got a really deep understanding of the game, and to be able to get that insight, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're enjoying it at home.
Who do you reckon's taller out of me or Hearts?
Oh. I mean, someone said that you both look like the size of garden gnomes earlier on. I thought that was a bit harsh.
Oh, it's probably fair, to be honest.
I reckon you've got him. But he's as strong as an ox, though. His body fat percentage wouldn't be much.
Oh, maybe when he was...
He's all right.
He's probably... I don't know. He's always a very fit man playing, that's for sure, and not a whole lot's changed, to be honest.
And we all know that you guys monitor the rigs of the other blokes in the team. Now, don't say that it's not true, because we all know that the rig and the forearms, they're important, aren't they?
Yeah, guns get the runs, apparently.
Look good, feel good.
That's right. That's right. And also up in Queensland and up in Brisbane, yeah, it's a pretty good opportunity to get your rig out. If you can get a bit of a tan, I'm not one to be able to tan very well, so I try and keep my shirt on as much as possible, and I'm pretty skinny, so. But
Likewise.
yeah, I think Clayton and I sort of battle a bit there, but there's a few of the boys floating around that have got a pretty good rig, so, and they love getting their kits off.
Getting a hand or a glove to that one there's Pearson saving some valuable runs, I'm sure, that would have gone all the way to the boundary. And of course you can see the visual on your screens at home that the three commentators up here at the moment, I can tell you, between all of us, we bench press our knife and forks. There's not much to us.
No, definitely not.
It's, hopefully we can get Chris Hartley back in here. The man Brown's like a chicken at 180 when he's outside with his rig. Using his feet coming down, and Stimson just trying to catch him there and perhaps making him or forcing him to get that one down leg side, do you think?
Oh, I think so. I reckon Nathan's just trying to upset Stimson's line and length here a little bit. Stimson's sort of bashed away at a length, top of the stumps, pretty straight so far. So I think Nathan's trying to upset him. With all the men up on the offside, apart from long off, I think Nathan might try and give himself some room and go through the offside.
He's having an outstanding season, is McSweeney. As we've already talked about, 542 runs from his 8 matches. Highest score of 172 not out. No slouch with the ball in hand. 3 for 9 as well, best bowling.
A very handy off-spin bowler. Keeps it tight and actually spins it a bit too, so fairly handy cricketer to have in your side.
Pretty similar to your spinners, aren't they, Clayton?
Maybe a little bit more flight than mine, I reckon. Probably more of the Sam Hazlitt kind of bowler, I reckon. Dart him to middle and leg stump.
No flight to get underneath.
No. Unless it's a fully.
They bring about wickets pretty often, don't they? The old full toss.
They do. They do. Handy wicket-taking delivery.
Moving into the last 10 overs now, aren't we? Yes. Interesting time this, I think. Potentially the North boys could start accelerating a little bit now. Both batters are pretty well set. Plenty of batting to come, so I think as well, I think they're going to need close to 350 if they're going to contain Redlands' powerhouse batting lineup. So,
and it has been a talking point of today that the Redlands Arsenal, they know there's a lot of runs coming, so they need to put on a very, very hefty score here, don't they, Norse?
Yeah, 100%. And the Redlands lineup's in great form at the moment. I mean, I know Hazlitt didn't get any runs yesterday, but he got 100 last game. Obviously, Marnus coming off the back of that 160 in the Shield season, and Jimmy Pearson, he's just scoring a truckload this year too. So they're all in good form. So it's going to be an absolute belter of a game, and as expected so far, it's been an absolute run fest as well. So
yeah, and not only that, amazing skill set with amazing playing conditions as
yeah,
well.
That's right.
Yeah, Jimmy smashed us around yesterday too. So he's been in good nick, and obviously Marnus, you're getting back a absolute world-class player in Marnus, which I think from a Premier Cricket point of view is a massive privilege for Queensland and Queensland Premier Cricket to have a current test player, and him and as well as Joe Burns come back and play a one-day final at Allan Border Field. It's probably not going to happen too often, so there's that reverse sweep again.
And it's timed so beautifully. I love watching it. He deserves a boundary for the way that he's playing it. But just speaking further to your point there, Sam, that quite right, and I'm sure that as I cast my eyes over to the Matty Hayden stand over there, that there's plenty of folks in there that are here to witness the players of that kind of calibre. I mean, the standards are already high, but it just turns into a new stratosphere when Labuschagne and Burns come into the fold.
Yeah, it makes for good viewing, that's for sure. When I got asked to come along and do a bit of this today, I thought, well, it's a good opportunity to come and watch some world-class players play, and at a fantastic venue in Allan Border Field, knowing that it's going to be a flat wicket, so as a batter, you like to see plenty of runs.
Batter's game, isn't it, Sammy? Especially one-day cricket.
Oh, absolutely. Ball doesn't swing. Wickets are pretty generally flat. And now, a lot of grounds these guys are quite small, which suits me just fine. Or as we speak, speak about that, Heels has deposited one over deep mid wicket.
Deposited indeed. It was hit beautifully. It sounded good. Coming right out of the middle too. The churchy old boy, Tom Healy, going large. As we watch the replay here, and you can just see him
Beautiful shot.
just enjoy it as it went off into the distance. They're the good ones. And you can just sit there and admire it. They're looking at the ball. It's been beat up, possibly landed on a bit of concrete out there.
I'm glad I parked my car up the other end of the car park, that's for sure.
Yeah, it could be dangerous. Very dangerous. But look, if you did get into any issues, you know you can go to the team at Skyfleet. You know how good they are with their cars, mate. They're unbelievable. Have you ever been to Skyfleet Motors?
No, I might have to go check it out,
Mate,
though.
do it. We'll do it directly after this.
All right, sounds good. I'll join you there.
Jump in my rig, mate. They've got the whole works, those guys. Toyotas, Hinos, Lexus, Mazda. You can get your tyres and your wheels done at Skyfleet. So, mate, if anything happens to any of the cars out there, get around them. Since 1979, mate. They're unreal. I know you love them.
Absolutely.
Well, as we have a bit of a break here, and we'll take stock of how everything's travelling. 2 for 225. McSweeney, after facing 100 deliveries, is 70 runs, and Healy, 41 from 45. And if you like what you see here at the moment, and why wouldn't you, you can have some fun while watching it, but you can also have some fun by winning some stuff. Now, you'll notice on your screen there, there's a little icon down there, Frog Box. So, Queensland Premier Cricket's official streaming partner is Interact Sport, okay? And they're providing our viewers today with a chance to win an amazing prize. It's ridiculous. It's valued at over $3,000, or bang on $3,000. So it's designed for club cricket, and the Frogbox Club solution is an innovative, lightweight, low-cost product designed for volunteer-operated clubs. So it integrates with the My Cricket live scores, and all your club needs to do on match day is set up the portable video kit, just a little camcorder thing, set it up, and then with your live score app that you get, you're good to go. That's all you need to do. And then you've got live streaming happening at your club. So you can see there, frogbox.live/QC giveaway. So to enter, tell us in 50 words or less how your club would benefit from a live streaming kit. And they're unreal. They're seriously good. There's a few terms and conditions when you go to the page there. You've got to be affiliated with Queensland Cricket, which I'm sure you all are. And you can see it there. Total value, $3,000. How good are the team? Honestly, fair income. I mean, I don't know if they've been given permission to give away such a good prize, but I'm getting told they have.
Tell you what, though, it's been good last 2 seasons having all the games streamed live, all the Premier games streamed live. Just been fantastic, and I know for plenty of people out there, they tune in on a Saturday, put it on their TV or whatnot, and chug away with their chores and watch a bit of the cricket at the same time. So it's been a fantastic initiative led by obviously Michael Wright, getting that set up, and yeah, it's really been awesome.
I know being down in Tassie last year, I think Tassie actually came to Queensland Cricket and sort of asked what streaming platform we were using up here, and I think they're all over Frogbox down there as well this season. So fantastic to see it, to see live cricket as well. I think with everything going on at the moment with COVID and things like that, people take some enjoyment out of their weekends by being able to flick it on and watch a bit of live streaming, and perfect example today, quality cricket, quality players. So what a way to spend your Sunday.
Yeah, I think they're also doing it in South Australia and Western Australia as well. I mean, let's face it, if you're not on the Frogbox gear, we need to send the men in the white coats and the butterfly nets to come collect you. You've lost your mind, because they're the best of what they do. So our streaming partner, Interact Sport, doing wonderful things indeed. All over the country they are. And we're very grateful for your company at home, wherever you are. And hit the share button, hit like. Get the word out there, because these players, I mean, they're world class. We've already talked about it before. Sam Trulife's brought it to our attention. Some of the talent out there today, throwing their hands at that one down the ground for 1 run. And the punters, they've come into Allan Border Field today. It's a pretty juicy price point admission as well, $0.
Yeah, happy days. Love to.
That's not bad.
Yeah, absolutely. Good way to come in, watch a couple hours of cricket, have a couple beers, and see some quality cricket. I think that shot there for McSweeney might just be a bit of an idea of what the approach is going to be now for Norse. Went quite hard at that one down the ground as we see Healy come down the wicket. Yeah, it looks as though the Norse boys are going to try and up the ante in these last 10 overs.
Got a good platform to launch from too, so got every right to get 300 plus here, 320 plus, which is the number we've been talking about.
Also could bring about a wicket here. Boys trying to take it to Stimson here. Stimson's bowled quite well through the middle period, so...
As he's just taken all the pace off the ball, which has made it quite hard to hit to that boundary. 3 out on the leg side, long off and a deep extra cover. He's bowled really well, to be honest.
Yeah, it's been interesting from Redlands that the players that, and not taking anything away from them, but it's their second string players and even their third string bowlers that have really come to the fore today to put in for their team. So a good all-round performance from the entire squad.
Yeah, big team effort from Redlands. They've been pretty good in the field as well today. Saw Drennan took a good catch before to remove Burns. So especially coming in these last 10 overs, that any chance that goes out in the outfield, they need to hang on to stop the flow of runs.
Oh.
What did you think of that one there, Jack? Was that your little noise?
Yeah, well, it was well bowled. Again, Stimson hardly missed. He didn't miss once that over, so he's been bowling superbly. Like keeping under, what is he? None for 18. He's going at 4.5 and over, bowling in the last 10 here. So superb bowling, really. To go for anything under 8s, I think in the last 10 at AB, you're doing a good job. So to keep it under 5 has been excellent.
And we have talked about it as well with the wickets in the shed. You know that things are going to start heating up around here as we see change of bowler. And it's the captain bringing himself on.
Yeah, big job to do here from Simon Malenko. Wants to lead from the front as skipper. Very experienced cricketer across a professional setup and a club cricket setup. He played a number of years for Tasmania and the Hobart Hurricanes in the Big Bash. So, and he's bowled some pretty key overs in the last couple of years for the Hurricanes as well. So, hopefully can close down this innings from his end. Some Yorkers and some slower balls would be ideal. Oh, a ramp.
And he's not afraid to play some expansive cricket. There's McSweeney, a ramp from a Malenko. Very, very fast deliveries. Healy comes down to have a chat. Not sure what he'd be saying. Sam Truloff, what would you be saying?
I'd be saying right idea. Just make sure you try and hit the ball next time. Pretty
wise words.
Yeah, I think pretty wise, I guess, interesting shot from McSweeney. He's gone again. I think with Simon, I guess that was pace off that time. Obviously with that field, you can sort of predict, again, as a batter, where the bowler's trying to bowl. So you can sort of premeditate a little bit into some options that can potentially get you a boundary. So obviously with short, fine leg and third man up, Simon's not going to be able to, we're not going to be wanting bowling anything length. So McSweeney knows it's going to be full. Now it's just up to himself as a batter to execute his skill.
Is he going to try a third ramp, you reckon?
Surely not.
Wouldn't put it past him here. Nope.
Oh, that was the one too. A little bit full of that one. He could have ramped that.
And had a bit more pace on it too to work with.
Yep.
Tell you what, fairly handy pickup for Redlands this year, Simon Malenko. I think he's got 100 and a couple of 50s already, a couple of 3-fers and 4-fers. He's a very, very handy cricketer for them.
He smacked us late in the innings yesterday to get his team over the line against us. Clean strike of the ball. I think he hit his second ball for 6, which I think he's done on regular occasions this year. So if he gets in this afternoon, there will be some fireworks from his blade.
And not going for the run-out option there as the bowler not back to the non-striker's end, so just letting it go. And yeah, Simon Malenko, he's had a pretty good season thus far. 296 runs with a highest score of 105, averaging 59.2.
and strike rate would be well over 100. I can guarantee that.
You absolutely got it, 128.14. In fact,
There you go.
it's the second highest strike rate of anybody in the team.
Who's got the highest?
James Baisley, maybe.
One bounce into the fielder. He used two hands, so of course that's not out. Probably the person you'd least expect. The man right down the bottom, so I'm not going to count this as a strike rate because he's only scored 5 runs. Lachlan Honan.
Well, he's a big bloke, so you think he'd be able to clear the fence pretty easily. But 5 runs probably doesn't count, does it?
No. And he's spread those 5 runs across a couple of innings too.
Bowl.
And not only is he a pretty handy cricketer as Simon Malenko, but he's also a pretty smart cookie as well. He does have a formal qualification in accounting. So around tax time, get him involved. And I think we're about to say goodbye to our good friend Jack Clayton.
That'd be correct, Gary. Thanks for having me. I think Michael Wright's going to move into the seat, so I'll hand it over to Michael and he'll run you through the next couple of overs.
Yeah, no worries. Look, that sounds really good as we say hello to Michael Wright. He's only a couple of moments away. Looks after all things Premier Cricket here at Queensland Cricket, doing a wonderful job. Michael Wright, welcome to the broadcast.
Thanks, Gary. Thanks for having me.
No,
Squeeze?
quite the
Hi,
opposite.
mate.
Quite the opposite. Thanks for having us, mate, because this is your house.
It's a great game so far.
If you've just joined the broadcast, my name is Gary Lowe. Sitting next to me with the cans on the bonce and the mic in the mouth is Sam Truloff, Western Suburbs first grade player, previous Peter Burge medal winner. And sitting next to him is the Premier Cricket Manager here at Queensland Cricket, Michael Wright, who's also a pretty handy cricketer yourself.
Oh, just a lower grade player.
Well, watch this delivery come down. And that's been punished.
Well struck.
And he has hit that perfectly into the gap. You couldn't have dissected the two fielders out there better if you tried.
It's some serious touch, McSweeney.
He is looking very, very good indeed.
I think I saw a little fist pump there from Righty too, being a Norseman. A little sneaky fist pump under the table.
All neutral. All neutral.
That's what they all say.
In work mode today. But it's a great spectacle between two very strong sides.
And this one's going to be fine. Now, that would have been an amazing catch there at a short fine leg. He's inside that fielding restriction circle too, so it would have been a sharp chance for 4 runs.
He might have got a little finger on that. It didn't look like it slowed up a tiny bit. But Liam Smith, I think they're a short fine leg with the horizontal effort.
Probably not the ideal ball with those two men behind square up in fine leg and third man. As we spoke about before with Simon Malenko's field, he had exactly the same field pretty much, but kept trying to bowl Yorkers, whereas length balls, you're probably a bit more of a chance to either top edge or get it fully over those two guys.
And the slower ball there just going a little bit awry, coming out of the hand, not quite right. Speaking about right, Michael Wright, tell us a little bit about what's been happening here at Queensland Cricket. It's obviously been a particularly challenging year, but doing amazing things here, and obviously today's a fantastic spectacle.
Yeah, it's been a great start to the 2020-21 season. Obviously a strange year as Stimson comes into McSweeney. And he's picked that up. That could be a chance. Oh, great effort by Drennan on the boundary there, but I think he's palmed that over for 6. You know, this is a sort of a spectacle of the cricket we've had at the start of the year. You know, about 5 weeks of our rep players available before the Sheffield Shield bubble, which is great for our Premier Cricket competition. We've seen some excellent games and some really good cricket, and you know, to have a final in the sort of first third of the season is a great little start to the year. So hoping for a great finish, and the crowd's definitely been rolling in today. He's got a piece of that. It's a longer boundary, but that's gone for 6.
Wow. Michael Wright, you are the ball magnet when it comes to sixes. I think they need to get you on the books a little bit here, Northern Suburbs, because you've helped them for 2 sixes as soon as you've come in. And look at him too. He's got a smile like a cracked watermelon, isn't he? He's pretty happy.
Oh, he's trying to hide it.
I have to admit, I am a North member, but
Hey, fair income. If you were wearing lipstick, mate, you'd have red earlobes. That's how big that smile is. It's huge.
I think we need a good total with a very strong Redlands batting lineup. But they're undefeated so far this season and been chasing things down pretty easily. So I think we need a fair few on the board from a North's point of view to make it a good game.
Well, one more 6 from McSweeney here would be huge.
Oh, he's got to be a bat on that.
4 though. Around its boundary, not chasing that down at Allen Border Field.
And this has been an extraordinarily costly over. 1, 4, 4, wide, 6, 6, 4. I'll have to take off my shoes and socks to work out how many runs that is.
He'd done a really good job, Stimson, sort of bowling the slow balls into the wicket. It'd been quite hard to get away, but that one just quite a large over and puts a lot of pressure on skipper Simon Malenko to right the ship here.
Certainly, McSweeney looked to target Stimson that over, as we saw. But I think he sort of, I started off with that charge down the wicket first ball. I think it sort of threw Stimson off his length a little bit, and McSweeney took full toll, that's for sure.
See,
98. Is he bringing up with a boundary, fellas? Big 6 over mid-wicket.
Sure, the crowd's getting excited. So Malenko comes into Healy. A ramp. Oh, he's got good connection on that.
A good connection. It's a beautiful connection and a fantastic way to bring up Healy's half century. He raises the bat to the adoring fans here at Allen Border Field. It's not the first time that a Healy scored 50 runs here, and it won't be the last either. Valuable runs for Northern Suburbs and a wonderful strike rate too. Sam Truloff, 52 runs from just the 53 deliveries.
Yeah, fantastic innings from Heels, playing a different role today, batting, I guess, down the order a little bit, as he's normally opening the batting, but really supported McSweeney well. He could mobby out here.
No, just bounced in front.
Supported McSweeney really well, and now both of them are both going pretty well leading into these last couple of overs, so gee, you could see some fireworks now.
Well, we have McSweeney on strike. We're not going to mention the score he's currently on. We wouldn't do that to him. Here he goes.
There it is. That's 100.
It is the 100. It's a good way to bring it up to McSweeney with the fist pump. He's played for Queensland. He's played for the Melbourne Renegades, and now today he's leading the charge for the Northern Suburbs to win this grand final. What a fantastic individual performance from Nathan McSweeney. A dream run this season, in fact. He's gone over to now more than 600 runs this season.
It's a bit short there from Malenko, but fantastic innings from Nathan. His strike rate's gone through the roof these last couple of overs as well. So, gee, bad luck. Got all of that as well. So they could be racking up a big total here, these two.
And I tell you what, even just a metre and a half either side of the fielder there, and you'd think that that's going over into the admin building there at Queensland Cricket.
Into Righty's office over there.
And it is, yeah. He's got the corner office too, I'm reliably informed, the most important man in the building.
I think Buddha might have been upset with himself there. He would like to get a bit finer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another ramp.
Oh, and another one again.
Well, things are starting to get a little bit out of hand now.
This can happen at Allen Border Field, as we spoke about in our broadcast so far, is that once you get going and once you get on a bit of a roll, you can really put the other team to the sword and really dominate the back end of the innings. What are they now? 276 with, jeez. Wow. Like
there's a bit of strike power left, I'm pretty sure, as well. There's Kendall Fleming, captain, coming off 100, who's yet to bat, and a few other hitters down there. So Malenko comes in once again. Well bowled.
That's a good shot.
Well, how on earth has he squeezed that to the boundary for 4 runs? He's not a cricket player, he's a magician. How has he managed that? A Yorker right up in the block hole as we watch this replay. Sit at home and enjoy.
Well placed on the
how on earth has he done that?
Billiard table outfield.
Mate, that's 8-ball corner pocket.
Jeez, Malenko hasn't missed his mark by too much there. Great shot from Hills. 2
massive overs there from Northern Suburbs. 20 plus off both of them, and definitely jumps North into the finish here, and it's a very big score. Looks like a change of bowler. They've bring on Baisley after Stimson.
Yeah, Stimson was a little bit costly in his last one, and he's been given a rest. And Baisley, of course, opening bowler. 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 37 from his first spell.
probably one of the issues with having bowled so much spin through the middle and sort of exhausted the three spinners here. That there's really only one or two options left with the ball, and it's going to be pace on. So Norths probably know what to expect for these last 5 or 6 overs.
Now, Righty, help me out here, because I've been here for the last couple of weeks with the women's one-day international and T20 series, and there was a couple of plovers out there with a little baby plover. Is everything still okay? Because I can hear the plovers making some noise. I just want to make sure that the family's been taken care of.
It looks to be some gathering at Deep Cover Point.
A plover party.
It's rushed him a bit there.
Yeah, it's come up high on the bat. So, yeah, there was a little baby plover that was getting plenty of airtime on the Channel 7 and Foxtel broadcast. And I just want to make sure the little critters survived what's been a pretty big onslaught, because there's lots of runs been happening here at Allan Border Field.
I think they're doing okay. But the spectacle's definitely with the cricketers.
I saw Righty outside feeding them the other day, so that's why they're hanging around.
Oh, it's hung up in the air a bit. It might find turf. It's sliced over mid-off. Good.
Gee, there's been so many of them today, haven't there? Where it's all just been kind of a metre short or a metre wide, and plenty of airtime, just not finding hands. They've been unlucky.
That was a good approach to the green, that shot. Sort of checked back.
Right next to the pin.
Heels has probably missed out a little bit there with mid-off being up. Would have liked a bit more of a better strike on that, but nonetheless, 2 for it, and hopefully he can load up this ball.
Bit more pace on the ball from Baisley and trying to cramp him a little bit.
Looking like it's trying to be 6 every ball here from these two.
Yeah, well, why not with 4.5 overs to go, 8 wickets in the shed. Now's the time to throw the kitchen sink at it, you'd think.
I could see McSweeney maybe looking to go with that mid-off, as it might back away or give him some depth in the crease to see if he can hit over mid-off here. Oh. He's cued that one.
Well, bowl Baisley, slow ball. Good running from the boys though.
Yeah, they were fast, like greyhounds out of the box. They got down the other end as quickly as they could. As we watch the replay, you can see he's threw his shot well and truly early before that ball's arrived. There he is. He's already at his backswing by the time the ball meets him.
Good over so far from Baisley.
Oh, bad luck. Just need to beat that infield between cover and mid-off, and you got a boundary.
After back-to-back 20-odd overs to get 6 or 7 off this, definitely helped Redlands stem the flow a bit. A third over of a few boundaries might have really broke the back there.
Yeah, good catch indeed, that one. Good call. This has been a nice little stopping of the hemorrhage.
He's picked it.
On cue.
And
boundary.
We've ripped the Band-Aid off, and it's flowed again, and it's McSweeney doing the damage. 190 moves to, being complemented beautifully with Healy, I should say.
Bit of baseball there from Nathan. Bit of a line drive.
Doing a good job, and they breed them pretty intelligent up here in Queensland, do they, Michael? Right, we're talking about folks with degrees and things of that nature. Tom Healy out there, he's got a Bachelor of Agricultural Business from the University of Queensland.
Yeah, Tom, I think he just recently finished up a few years stint working at Brisbane Markets and with the Joseph family out there, and he knows his fruit and veg and farming pretty well. Him and a couple of other Norths boys have been doing early shifts out there at the markets, and they get up at the crack of dawn and get out there. So not quite sure what the latest job is for him, but he's moved on to somewhere after a good shift at Brisbane Markets. So I
think it's to do with pineapples. I was talking to him the other day about
pineapples.
Pineapples. He said now's the perfect time to buy a pineapple. So if anyone out there is looking for some fruit during this week at work, pineapple is the option. Yeah. And
get around it.
I reckon Heelzo's recommended it. So, but if they're no good, I didn't tell you.
No.
I didn't tell you that.
No. Absolutely not.
Well, we get spoiled a bit for fruit and veg in Queensland, and actually my university job was working at a fruit market, so it's summertime. There's some great fruits coming around, so the joys of living in Queensland.
It is good, and that's flicked off the heels or the toes quite nicely. And I'll ask you, Sam Truloff, as well, because cricketers are funny creatures. I wouldn't call it a superstition for Tom Healy, but he puts his right contact lens in first and then his left. He always does it that way. Is there anything funny that you've got that you do? You put your right foot on the field first, you put your left leg in your pants first. Anything cricket with you?
Probably left pad first, but I reckon I'm not one big for superstitions. I'm a pretty simple bloke, so as you see, you watch Marnus bat today, and there's plenty of stuff going on with him.
Oh, he'd have a list as long as your arm, mate.
You wouldn't be able to keep up. I don't reckon he can keep up. But no, not for me. I don't really have too many superstitions. I just sort of try and get as relaxed as I can, and then see what happens on the day.
Michael Wright, yourself?
Oh, if something works 1 week, I might stick with it for a while. There's some drills I do, which if I need to get back into something, you go back to the basics or the favourites.
Well, you hear about your test players and Steve Smith only uses a certain number of gloves and all this sort of thing. Or some guys, I've heard that some guys aren't allowed to have their spare gloves out of the change room.
Okay.
So the poor 12th man has to actually run in. And as you see on TV a lot, the guys call for their gloves on the 5th ball of the over a lot of the time.
There's a shout here. I think I've got going down leg. Went across.
Sliding down.
Good start to the over from Malenko.
Well, that's just the ultimate alpha move in a cricket team, isn't it? Making your 12th man have to go into the sheds to get your gloves.
Yeah, I've done it a couple times, and I tell you what, I reckon I've been more exhausted after doing a day of 12th man than I have been actually playing. Especially if you get some people that are scoring some runs and are pretty pedantic about their gloves.
Well bowled Yorker there from Malenko. He definitely hit his spots. Shown his class and experience at the next level, especially in the T20 format for the Hurricanes. He's done pretty well, cramming up in the block hole.
He has. It's all been won so far from this over. You can get away with an over going for just 6 at this point of the game.
Want to close it out.
Definite win.
That's a lovely shot.
They brought the field up on the offside, and McSweeney managed to flick the wrists inside out over cover and pick up a 4. He seems to be putting the ball wherever he wants it at the moment.
Classy shot over cover from Buddha.
Just missed the length a bit. He just gave him enough to get under there.
Just shows how little margin of error you have as a bowler here at Allan Waterfield. That's pretty much spot on Yorker, and he's managed inside out at over cover for a boundary.
I'm not sorry for stomping on you there, Michael, right? But we're on the home stretch here. 3 overs to go. Tell me, they're 2 for 299. How many runs do you want to see posted in the last 3?
I reckon they're getting 45.
45? What do you reckon, Michael Wright?
I think there might be a tight over in there somewhere, so probably around that, 30, 35.
Or a wicket.
Top edge. Pearson safely under that.
Yeah, he was camped under that for a long time, and that is shelling peanuts for any wicketkeeper worth their salt. But that is a fantastic performance from Tom Healy, the churchy old boy. Dismissed for 68 of 62 deliveries. But most important of all, that man McSweeney remains out there on 114 unbeaten thus far.
Fantastic innings by Heels, though. Really supported Nathan well there. Ended up overrun a ball. Looking for that big leg side boundary there, but a bit more bounce from Baisley, a bit more pace and bounce from Baisley. So top edge and well caught by Jimmy Pearson.
Looks like the skipper, Kendall Fleming's come in. Coming off a big captain's knock in the semi-final, 100 odd not out. Norths have been enjoying the neutrality of Western Suburbs Graceful #1 for a few weeks, and Kendall... big 100 in that semi, and based on the celebration when he brought it up, he was pretty pumped to get the side over the line after he came in at 2 for about 15, chasing a reasonable score. So he's also in good nick.
Just quietly, what a place Graceful is, righty.
I thought to give a bit of West plug there. They've been very good to accommodate Norths on some Sundays. I think I walked past John Dooley on the weekend. He joked that Norths have played more games there this year than West, so but good to see the clubs helping each other out.
I was certainly happy to have Premier Cricket, and especially quality Premier Cricket at West. What's all looking fantastic at the moment. Obviously a little bit dry, but we've got the big picket fence up now, and as McSweeney smacks one out to deep mid-wicket for 1.
Sometimes it can be a challenge coming in, and this stage of the innings and just trying to go from ball 1. Kendall Fleming's a very natural stroke maker. I think you'll see if he's in good nick from his first ball. But sometimes trying to come in and swing at 10s can be a bit challenging.
So if you put your North hat on here,
which it seems firmly on.
Yeah, very much so. Would you have sent, if it was your call, would you have sent Kendall in, or would you have sent in someone like a Connor Sully? Obviously, left hand, right hand makes a difference back end of the innings.
I think the left hand, right hand was probably why Kendall's gone in there. Just to mix it up, challenge the bowlers. If they can get a single, just constantly, testing the bowler to bowl someone different and a different style of batting. But both can hit, whether it be Kendall or Connor Sully. So I think either option would have been fine.
We'll see if it pays off, eh?
Yeah.
Well, Fleming's thrown everything at it.
Well, good. Wow. Well, good call, righty.
Yeah, it's on the roof.
That is big. What a way to get off the mark too with a 6.
Might just have to pay attention in case that ball's lost.
That is his first delivery that he's faced, and he's hit it for 6. Strike rate of 600. You'd almost, not that you can do it really in a one-day game, but you declare with a strike rate of 600, you could just walk off and say that you're a champion of the world. But he is definitely on fire. There's no doubt about it. Coming off that 109 not out, as already discussed, and he is seeing them beautifully.
Oh, they got the ball back.
Oh, that's a massive hit. That
is huge.
First ball as well. That takes some doing. First ball.
I think I said he was a clean striker or natural striker.
Beautiful swing.
That is just dispatched.
One of his favourites, and I wouldn't be surprised if he follows it up, is the sort of little shimmy down the wicket to the quicks. He might follow that one up. Having gone short, he might sort of advance here.
Oh, and that's struck him on the helmet there, and he's lost a little bit of his protection, so I'm sure that helmet will come out and make sure he's okay. He does seem to be okay, but...
well bowled there from Paisley. Pace off that time.
No, it seems to be.
He seems to be good. He may replace that helmet possibly, or keep his helmet.
I think it got the
Was it just a little bit at the back? Was it
the flaps? The honeycomb on the back came off.
Nah, that's okay.
Can't really see much from that angle, but
that's a good knock to head. That seemed pretty flush. Couldn't really see. Big Faz. Big Faz in the way at square leg. Get out of the way, Faz.
I think they might be sending someone out just to check on him.
Might be running another helmet out, potentially. You see again. Oh, just threw his shot early there. Grill. Looks like all grill.
Yeah, that's pretty flush. Now come the medical staff here. They'll ask him the recipe for Anzac biscuits and make sure he knows what day it is. But he does seem to be up and about. He seems okay, but of course, the medical protocols will be adhered to. There's a big emphasis on safety.
Yeah, probably ask them some questions. Where are you? What's the score? What's roughly the score?
He doesn't seem to have any interest to want to speak to the medical professional, but he's going to. And yeah, wow, that's...
it looks bad in real time, doesn't it?
It does. It does look bad in real time. While we're just going through the process here, of course, you're having a great time watching the cricket, but why not cash in at the same time and win some prizes? That's my advice. Get involved. So you can go to frogbox.live/QC giveaway. Queensland Premier Cricket's official streaming partner, Interact Sport, are providing the viewers today a chance to win a local Queensland club to get a free Frogbox streaming kit and pass. Valued at $3,000, and I'm telling you, it'll take your club to the next level. It's awesome stuff.
We've got to realise, I think Redlands want to bowl the ball, and we've got the paramedic
hold on a second.
at backward point.
And the paramedic, he's just walking off. No running for him today.
Redlands probably wouldn't mind having that extra fielder, to be honest, at this point in time.
He really is taking his time, the medical man.
The overrate's so quick, it's not a huge issue.
No.
They bowled 30 overs of spin, we get a bit of bonus time.
So I'll finish off about that frog box. after
he's
this
got
shot.
this could be a catch here. Hazlitt.
Yes,
slide.
good catch, and that's why we waited and we halted, because we knew there was some action coming.
Geez, Hazlitt made that look very, very easy. Running in, never easy having to run in at full pace and take a catch.
Went for the slide as well.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah,
Interesting.
a lot of movement late. Sort of slid in.
Big hands, Has. Look at that. Gee, that's interesting, that.
Yeah. Going like down to his knees, but fingers up, when probably could have stood up and had it, fingers down. A great knock from McSweeney, that.
And listen to the round of applause here at Allen Border Field. Everybody extraordinarily appreciative, not just here at the Matthew Hayden and Stuart Law stands, but all around the ground, over on the other side on the hill. People on their feet clapping what has been an outstanding knock. Getting his team well in position to win this match. Still a lot to take place, of course, but it goes a long way.
He keeps punching the runs out, doesn't he, Nathan? What does that take his total to?
Getting close to 700, so.
Yeah, he's well over the 700.
You've got your wish. Connor Sully's come in.
Beautiful. I do like watching Sal bat. Something always happens when Sal bats, whether it be a wild dismissal or a big six. So, see if Kendall can load up here. Load up, he has.
That's a
and 6 over wide, long on.
This will be well fielded by someone in the crowd there. One bounce. Speaking of that, lovely crowd rolling in. They've got people speck all over the ground, in the grandstands, on the hills. There's a good gathering underneath the tree on the far side of the field, on the Ray Limwell oval side. Great spectacle today, Premier Cricket.
It's the most sought after place underneath that tree, isn't it, over there?
2 overs to go. What was the predictions?
Gee, I could be way out here. I said 345. So, although...
No, I think he said 45 off the last 3 overs.
Yeah, okay.
And Righty was around that 30, 35 mark.
Yeah. I feel like something around 330.
Big over this from Malenko.
And I did the wise thing and sat on the fence, didn't chirp up at all. You get splinters in your bum when you do that, sit on the fence for too long.
Now, I think Sam was commenting on Connor Sully's batting. Very pendulum Sully, sort of goes back and swings hard. Yep.
Like that.
It's a loud single from Connor Sully.
Great running out in the boundary there from Sam Hazlitt. Seen patrolling the fence at the Gabba in Big Bash games. Very fast across the grass.
He's doing deep mid on to deep mid on. I think he's been doing that for a while, so he's making it count. But yes, Sully sort of has the one swing plane for every shot. And they can go very far. As Malenko comes into Fleming. That's a well bowled. Cramped him up there.
And Sully, mode of dismissal seems quite similar. The only way he's being dismissed out this season is out court.
That's probably a fair recognition of the way Sol bats, I would have thought.
Yeah, that gives you a bit of a glimpse about his mindset and what he's attempting to do.
But this year he actually had a pretty big knock in the first round of the year, Sully. Wait, maybe at the next ball to talk it through as Malenko comes in. Well bowled.
Beautiful bowling from Simon.
Yeah, it was round 1 against South. Norths are in all sorts in a chase, and him and Nathan Horrocks put on 40 for the 9th wicket, and won with about 6 or 7 balls to spare. And in a 3 fixture comp, that was a big win for Northern Suburbs, and could have gone the other way and perhaps not be involved in the finals. So things can change pretty quickly. Malenko comes into Sully, another Yorker. It's been pretty good there, Malenko. They won't run 2 on Hazlitt.
Yeah, it was a good performance, and quite right, when it's only a handful of games, if you lose one, it can put you in a pretty bad spot. But Sully got 24 not out, Horrocks got 21 not out that day. It was the top order that really fell in a bit of a heap. Burns got out for 1, McSweeney got out for 0, Fleming got out for 3, Brown got out for 10. So they were right on the ropes, and It was a really good innings in a very, very pressure situation.
Bowled again, Simon.
They might try and pinch 2 here. Yeah, he's coming
Run
back. This
out.
could be a run out. Oh. Probably had to hit there. Just takes a bit of speed off with the bounce throw. Probably forgive Hazard. He's been running some serious Ks today, so great speed of the ball. This throw probably had to be either on the full or a direct hit. See here. Ooh, could be
Hang
close
on a minute.
this. We got the replay.
Oh,
that's line ball, that.
Oh, well
Oh,
bowled.
got him out bowled as well.
Another Yorker from Malenko.
While we were enjoying that run out. And look, I reckon that run out's possibly out, gentlemen. What do you think?
Looks out from there. A bit too tight to call to the naked eye, I would think. If we had righty, that's another project, right? You can try and get a review,
video replay.
yeah, or a review system.
Review.
They don't ask so much around
Yeah,
here, do they?
yeah.
Mate, you're all over this stuff at the moment.
I think a review system in Premier Cricket might be a big jump at the moment. I don't think we have in the Shield, some of the higher levels. So excellent bowling from Malenko. The Yorkers have been exceptional from him, and he's pulled it back a bit here.
Just on that review situation, how many blokes in club cricket do you reckon would waste a review?
Oh.
I reckon they'd be gone in the first 4
Mate,
overs.
100%. 100%.
I think there's been a few people who've had got the nickname NO, like not out. I'm never out in clubland.
Yep.
It's always something going down.
We one of our club greats in Steve Paulson, his brother Jeff. When I first moved to West, Steve would always refer to Jeff as Nog. And I was like, what are you talking about? What's Nog mean? He goes, never out Jeff. So Jeff could nick one to second slip, and I didn't hit it, fellas.
It's always the way. There's always a couple in its side that are like that. Always. And we'll also just mention that the wonderful work done by Queensland Premier Cricket's official streaming partner, Interact Sport, for the images there. That run out, I mean, that's just champagne television. So thank you very much to everyone who's on the pots and pans, pressing the buttons. Doing a great job today.
Good start there over from Baisley. To Noah McFadden as the new batter.
Surely they go two here, surely.
Nah, they might want to keep Sully on strike if he can clear the fence. Not that Noah McFadden's not a clean strike of the ball himself, but probably back Sull at this point in time.
He's more likely.
Had some good overs here to finish Redlands. I think they would have got a bit concerned of getting to that 340, 350 territory, but they've had a few good overs to pull it back here.
Pace off again from Baisley. Well bowled out to Marnus Labuschagne at deep mid wicket.
Oh, it's 5 for 321 with 3 deliveries remaining. Michael Wright, he's got his toes and his fingers crossed for at least 9 more runs.
Paisley into McFadden.
Oh, that's got him in possibly a bit of a delicate area there.
Bit of flesh there, I reckon.
Those little midriff areas can be quite painful, as you could probably attest to, Sam Truloff. I'm sure within your career you've got a couple there.
Yeah, it's never good. It's always funny for the bloke at the other end. Everyone always laughs at you, but at the time, it's not very enjoyable at all. Gives that really sick feeling, which is not ideal when you're trying to run between wickets or trying to bat. So, as we see, Baisley's bowled really well in his second spell.
Been a good last over, hasn't it?
Second spell especially. Got a bit of tap early from Josh Brown, but he's come back really well and has played an important role in these last couple overs for Redlands, and keeping that score, as we were saying, under what was looking like 350 at one point. He's closed out really well his last ball innings. And out into the deep, should be caught, is caught.
And that does bring a close to the innings here Northern Suburbs, 5 for 323. Sam Truloff, tell me, is it enough? Is it too much? Is it plenty? Is it right in the middle? Is it par? Where are we sitting?
I reckon it's probably par from where they were, I think. Redlands fought back well late in the innings there. Obviously, fantastic innings from obviously Josh Brown to start with 48, and then test class player in Joe Burns with 55, and then McSweeney's a standout innings. Fantastic 115 from 121 balls. Well supported by Tom Healy, who played a really important role through that middle period for Norse and cleared the rope on a number of occasions as well. But fantastic innings from Nathan McSweeney. Continues on his very dominant start to the season.
And from a bowling perspective, James Bazley, 3 for 65 from his 8 overs. Sam Hazlett, a really nice little contribution there, of 1 for 38 as well. And Jack Sinfield, he started off quite well, but perhaps began to lose his way towards the end of his spell there, going for 1 for 55, but still quite a good performance. That will bring an end to the first innings here. We're going to have a break here at Allan Border Field. We'll be back at 1:34. Exactly, I'm getting the nod. 1:34. So, I mean, we know, Sam Truloff, that there is going to be some massive hitting that's going to be coming along for this second innings, right? Things are going to get pretty wild around here at Allan Border Field.
I reckon so. If you're not doing anything this afternoon, this second innings will be some good viewing, I think. Some good power hitting, plenty of batting. Obviously, fantastic afternoon to get down out in the sunshine of Brisbane. So if you're not up to anything this afternoon, come down, have a few beers and watch some high-quality cricket.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen. We'll let you go get fed and watered, and we'll see you back here at around about 1:34. Two teams out here at the moment. It is, of course, Norths taking on Redlands, and it is a mouth-watering affair. My name is Gary Lowe, joined in the commentary box here by Sam Truloff. Talk to me, Sammy. What do we think the game at the moment? It's quite evenly poised.
Yeah, it certainly is. Good total from the Norths boys. But as we've spoken about earlier in our broadcast, the powerhouse batting unit of Redlands. This is a really key partnership to break early doors with Hazlitt and Pearson, both very established professional players and really get on with it, especially in white ball cricket. So this should be a mouth-watering contest to start the 50 overs.
Yeah, it certainly will be. We've got Pearson out there on strike. Hazlitt down the non-strikers end. We're going to talk about those two in a minute and the influence that they can have on a game. And it is our absolute pleasure to be able to bring this to your homes or wherever you're watching it. Here we go, the first delivery of the second innings. And there is some serious gas, and it's tucked around the corner for 4 runs. An outstanding start by Redlands.
Lovely shot, lovely start from Jimmy Pearson. Just straying on the pads straight away there, Connor Sully.
So the target, 324. There's been a bit of conjecture up here in the commentary box about how many runs might be needed. And it's caught, it's gone a first slip. What an action-packed first couple of deliveries. There's the 4 runs and then Pearson, the danger man.
Huge wicket that, early doors for Norths. Well bowled, Sull. Corrected his line, was a little bit straight first ball, but then on a length, a little bit wider outside off stump that time. Jimmy Pearson going quite hard outside off stump, and Nick caught by, I'm assuming, Joe Burns at first slip.
We'll have to watch the replay. But it was a fine bit of bowling too. Perfect line, a little bit of shape away and
Horrocks.
right into the breadbasket.
Nathan Horrocks there at first slip. The old timer. Nice hands.
Yeah, well, I reckon he's earned the right to plonk himself down there at first slip. And he would be bitterly disappointed with himself. It's Jimmy Pearson, the wicket-keeper, makes his way back to the pavilion.
Bit of a fast haircut from Sull. Interesting haircut.
He means business.
How about this coming to the crease?
He means business too.
Oh.
His name is Marnus Labuschagne, is it?
Probably the best man to come walking in at 1 for 4, I reckon, in a one-day final. He's number 2 test batter in the world at the moment, I think, Marnus.
Yeah, he is right up there. Can be slightly tricky with the Redlands outfit because there's no numbers on the back. So we'll try and keep you updated with the players as we go. As you can see, Northern Suburbs very accommodating. Big white numbers on a blue background.
Sully begins into Marnus Labuschagne for his first ball. Oh, what's happened there?
And something's happening is that... Surely that is, yeah it is, yeah, we're just doing a bit of housekeeping here up here in the comm box. And what's happened here? Sam Truloff, something's happened. First delivery, oh geez.
Oh, that bird was quite wide a shot, but I'm not sure whether
it might have been the bird.
I'm not sure. It's a long way away from the wicket. But as we spoke about earlier in the broadcast, Marnus does do some funny things, so interesting start from him.
And very Steve Smith-esque in his mannerisms now, the way he points the bat at the end, and very animated out in the crease. He's always been that way, but I guess now when you've got 2 world-class players in the Australian squad that are so similar, it stands out a bit more. He is the man of the hour at the moment today, is he not, Sam?
Certainly is. Coming back and playing for his home club, Redlands, which obviously at the moment with his such a busy international schedule and state schedule, he doesn't get a whole lot of an opportunity to play back for Redlands. So, and I know the avid cricket lover Marnus is, or cricket obsessed Marnus is, any chance to come back and play club cricket, he relishes.
A very flamboyant leave. He's an excitement and an entertainment machine, is Marnus Labuschagne. One-day international cap, 229 for his country, made his debut on the 14th of January against India. He's played 10 one-day internationals with an average of 43.77. In terms of list A matches, he's played 43, scoring 1,567 runs. Tucking that one down to third man, and I remember when he was at the Gabba and he scored his first list day, did it with a 6, in fact. And the boundaries here at Allan Border Field aren't nearly as big as the Gabba.
No, he's had a pretty incredible last 18 to 24 months,
He really, really has. It feels like he's been around for a million years.
Yeah,
Marnus.
certainly does. He's made an impact immediately on Test cricket, and as we saw last summer, he was unbelievable.
He made his debut for Redlands as a 15-year-old, did Marnus Labuschagne, scoring just 56 runs at an average of 8.
How times have changed.
That's how he started. And that's going to be 4 runs. You can forget the running for that one. That's going to run right away into the white picket fence. Sean Hazlitt off the mark. So yes, for all those young cricketers, or even those cricketers of us who might have had their birth certificate printed quite some time ago, he had an average of 8 in 5th grade during the 2009-10 season as a 15-year-old. Fast forward now, and he's one of the greatest batters in the world.
Yeah, but it goes to show what some hard work does and a love of the game does as well. I played a lot of junior cricket against Marnus through youth cricket and underage stuff, and he wasn't always the biggest guy, but he was always nearly impossible to get out. So that work ethic's always been there from a young age for him, and I reckon as soon as he come into first class cricket, you just see that the class of player he was, that he was destined to play Test cricket, and now he's one of the best players in the world.
And if you can believe it, he was dropped down to 6th grade at one stage, and then fought and tussled his way, after just a couple of short years, made his way into the ones. So he works hard at his craft. An appeal for wide. Healy trying to con the official, but not accepted, rejected in fact quite strongly.
The little medium paces of Sam Healy. He's taken quite a few wickets to start the season. Pretty economical as well in the white ball format. Generally bowls is a lot of overs straight up in the innings, so it'd be interesting to see if the Redlands batters can take to him a little bit here, what that does to their plans.
Sam Healy's taking 10 wickets in this current season with a bowling average of 28.6. His best bowling, 3 for 23. Gee, you'd love a performance like that today, particularly from 10 overs too.
Certainly, and he'd love those 3 wickets early doors, I reckon. If that does happen, it'd most likely be one of these two or both of these pair out. So North's be looking to him to get a little nick early to those waiting cordon fielders.
Gee, that's been hit so very hard. That's good fielding out there. I think it's the captain, Kendall Fleming, putting his hands in the way.
It's short and bit leg side. Hazlitt very, very strong off the back foot, or very strong off both front and back foot, but does nail a good pull shot. So they best stay clear of that, North's bowlers.
Yeah, I think he likes it there, and a good bit of camera work out there to the man on the ground or woman in the ground. Using the feet, and that's gone up very, very high.
Oh, this is a huge wicket.
And it's been given out indeed. And the celebrations at Allan Border Field. They're going off here, Norths. Deary me.
Well, that's come out of nowhere, that. Interesting choice of shot.
And it's a very good catch too there. It's Michael Dawson who's had to camp himself underneath it.
Labuschagne advance down the wicket, try to take Sam Hill over wide mid-on, top edge. Bit out of character that from Marnus, I would have thought. Oh well, nonetheless, Norths will take it.
Yeah, they certainly will. As we look at the scorecard here, and things not looking so great for Redlands. It's not the start that they would have wanted. As the captain comes on now, Simon Malenko. Under all sorts of pressure.
Big job to do this pair now after 2 early wickets. Oh, beats the outside edge now. Plenty happening now.
And you just feel that the Northern Suburbs have got their tails up deluxe here. They're in for the fight, and they're off to a flyer. So we just watched the replay, and that has only missed by the barest of margins. Another wicket here would be diabolical for Redlands.
It's amazing what a couple early wickets does to a team's morale. When they're after their batting innings, essentially. I think Hazlitt now has to sort of go back into his shell a bit. He wants to dominate the new ball, dominate those first 10 overs, but with the loss of 2 wickets, it's a big risk for him to try and take on the bowling.
Hit out to deep point for just a 1, and there is a significant amount of pressure on these 2 batters to perform now. Sam Hazlitt out there. He also has played one-day internationals for Australia, cap number 220.
Yeah, the one-day international.
That's
for Haz.
right.
Yep.
That's exactly right. Back in 2017 against New Zealand, he made the leap. He got the call up after just 6 list day appearances. Got put into that side.
I believe he played in that side before playing a List A game for Queensland, actually. So he played for the CA 11. Which was then the Matador Cup, and they were those 6 List A games that he had played. So he played for Australia before his state in List A cricket.
It's pretty wild stuff.
Cut down to 3rd man from Hazlitt. Connor Sally, tail up now. Early doors wicket, and when he gets going, Sally can bowl quite fast. So. Should be a good match up here with Malenko. Malenko doesn't die wondering. Likes to take on the bowling, so it'll be interesting to see what kind of hand Malenko plays here with 2 early wickets down for Redlands. Oh. Takes it on.
Yeah, he's done really well, clearing the 2 plovers with the baby chick down there at deep backward square leg for 4 runs. There they are. There's the plovers.
I think it was a flat 6, that, actually. Signalled by the umpire.
Has it gone for the 6, has it?
Yep, just crept over the line. Yep.
You bet yourself it has. I've robbed him of 2 runs.
That's probably about the 4th time this season that Simon's got off the mark with a 6, I reckon. So it just goes to show the kind of intent that he shows with bat in hand. Oh, another short ball from Sully. Well played there from Malenko.
Yeah, well placed shorter delivery too. We'll watch this replay. Pretty well handled in the end. Throwing his head back wildly to make sure the bat gets in front of that one. The pressure on, don't forget. This is the grand final. This is for all the marbles in the one-day competition.
Oh, wow. Did you hit that hard?
And that ball is flying. Got flames coming off it, in fact.
Yeah, every club cricketer's dream is to obviously play state or international cricket, but to win flags is a massive one for every club cricketer. So opportunity to play in a final doesn't come around very often, but then to also take it out is something very special.
As we come into the last delivery of the Sully over, and of course, Sam Truloff, let's not forget that at the end of today, not only is there a bit of silverware up for grabs, but there will be a player who will be awarded the player of the final, and this is called the Jimmy Marr Award. So we'll have to try and keep our wits about us as we project who that might be. We don't select it here in the commentary box.
No. I think for me, Nathan McSweeney's probably the front runner at the minute.
He'd have to be up there, wouldn't he?
Certainly will. He will have ball in hand a little bit later on with his off spin as well. So hopefully some big performances from him along with the batting.
And that's Kookaburra. White ball padded back, right back down into the pitch. Of course, Kookaburra, very good supporters of Queensland Premier Cricket, as are the Bulls Masters. This is the Bulls Masters first grade one-day final. And the competition as an overall, the Kookaburra first grade one-day competition. So both wonderful supporters of cricket here in Queensland. We thank them for their ongoing support. Doing a wonderful job. As play continues, and they're in a really tricky period here, Redlands, aren't they? They need to continue scoring runs, of course, because they've got to chase down 324 odd runs, but they also need to be mindful that they need to build a strong foundation here and not give away a cheap wicket.
Certainly do. They need to keep consolidating here for a little period. If they obviously get a bad ball, still show the intent to put that bad ball away. As we know, at Allan Borderfield, the ball runs away really quickly, so you only have to beat the infield. You generally get 4. But another wicket here could spell disaster. Lovely shot there from Hazlitt. Bit of width, crunched through the offside.
Yeah, it was a beautiful stroke. He's hit right through that. As we watch this replay that'll be coming up, I have no doubt. Talked about it during the first innings as well, the balance. Just to make sure you're well positioned, nice still head. Drive through the ball with the hands, beautiful shot.
Cracked that as well.
Bloody good shot for one, isn't it?
Certainly is. As we spoke about earlier, he's very strong off both front and back foot. Probably particularly the back foot there, as you just saw with the sound of the ball coming off the bat. Then
it's a pretty serious noise. Sound like a shotgun.
Yeah, he hits him very clean. Got a lovely swing of the bat, Sammy Hazlitt. So the Redlands boys are looking for him to bat deep into this innings. If he gets going, he could potentially run this total down in less than 45 overs, I assume. So.
Well, we know the batting lineup's quite deep for Redlands.
Well, as Malenko tugs that over mid on there for 4 runs. An expansive shot early from Simon.
It was. Were you convinced by it?
He definitely got enough of it. But I think from a North's perspective, they wouldn't mind seeing that. Every chance that can go to hand. So as long as ball's getting hit head height, the North's boys will be pretty happy, I think, especially with 2 early wickets.
Well, that's a man looking at the glass half full, that's for sure. Forever the optimist, Sam Truloff. Ready for the wicket.
Oh, as it
And
goes over.
that's a much more convincing stroke, and that is going to go all the way for 6 runs. There's been plenty of them today. This is action aplenty here at Allan Border Field, and said it as well during the first innings. If you paid $400 for your ticket today, you haven't paid enough. Ticket should be $2,000.
Fantastic shot from Simon. Held his shape nicely, nice and balanced. Beautiful swing through the line of the
And
ball.
that's a very different shot to the one he played previous to that. And the reason why I thought it was slightly unconvincing is he seemed to force his other shot a bit too much. It looked like he really had to use his strength and his energy to get it. Whereas that one there, it's all just pure timing right out of the screws. He hasn't tried to overhit it.
Yep,
Bang. Look at that.
Exactly right.
And that perfect little 9 shape that you make there. You can see the bat and the blade there being the long part or the stick part of the 9.
Yeah,
and his arms making the circle. Bang.
Beautiful, beautiful wicket here at Allan Border Field as always. Fantastic batting wicket. So give a good swing of the bat on the ball and make decent contact. The ball generally sails here at AB Field.
Well, that's just top shelf cricket. That is. There's no two ways about it. This is an outstanding star-studded lineup of players that you're witnessing right now, ladies and gentlemen. Wherever you are right around the world, thank you so much for your company. Do make sure you hit share and like, because it'd be a travesty if today's game didn't get as many eyeballs on it as possible as play continues here.
Oh.
And that one's perilously close, just short. Connor Sully waiting desperately there at point.
Tell you what, the 2 early wickets hasn't really hindered the Redlands' intent with the bat. Going at close to 10 and over here, so the boys are continuing to go hard in that first 10. You've got to try and make the most of that first power play to set yourself up through the middle overs.
Hazlitt 12, Malenko 16. The total 2 for 35 from 4 overs. So the run rate really not too much of a concern.
No issues there at the moment, just the wickets. So if these two keep batting, they're going to put their side in a very good position.
Well, we saw some strong partnerships, didn't we, in the first innings, and that's something that Redlands will need to build here. They need these two to really dig in, stick it out.
Oh, fantastic shot from Sammy Hazlitt again, backward a point. Really important that the Redlands senior batters here in Malenko and Hazlitt stand up for their team. Quite a young side, Redlands as well. With these two at the crease and batting for an extended period of time, they're a massive chance to chase down this total, but a lot relies on these two right here and now.
One scored, they look for 2, and will they get there? No, sent back. Possibly would have been okay, but erring on the side of caution, and that's pretty fair enough too. Hazlitt exceeding his strike rate in terms of his standards. 104.4 is his strike rate throughout the season so far. He's well ahead of that at the moment, 17 runs from the 11 deliveries, averaging 55.33.
It's a pretty handy start of the year for Sammy as well. Bit of change of field now. One of the slips taken out. Go to a backward point on the circle. Oh, lovely shot again from Simon Malenko. Lovely straight drive. Textbook batting.
It's just a pure cricket shot, that one, all the way along the carpet. No risk associated with that shot whatsoever. 4 runs as soon as it left the bat. Malenko looking in good nick here. He's moved along to 20 off 9.
Oh, he's gone hard at that
He
again.
really, it's almost as if it feels like a T20 match, almost. Not quite a crazy T20 mode at the moment, but he's certainly throwing everything at it.
Well, if you spoke to Simon about his batting, he probably wouldn't say it's aesthetically pleasing to the eye. Gets the job done. Very big bottom hand underneath the bat, which makes him very strong leg side. Allows him to hit over the infield quite easily as well. So he's certainly got his own style, but He's 20 off 10, so it's been pretty effective so far.
Doing a great job. Just needs to hang around here for Redlands. He goes up and over the top, making full use of the fielding restrictions in at the moment, and all Northern Suburbs can do is put their hands on their hips and go, geez, that's not a bad shot. Can't do too much about that one. Sometimes you bowl a good delivery and the batter just plays a good shot, and that's okay.
It's maybe a fraction wider as we look at the replay here. Simon is very good going over the offside, so just a touch of width there from Sully.
Yeah, it needs to be kind of towards the top of off just a little bit more. The margin for error is so small.
And another boundary.
Well, Sam Truloff, what do you make of this? I must ask, because I'm torn. Yes, they've lost a couple of wickets, and cheaply as well. And two quality players. Labuschagne out for 2, Pearson out for 4, but Hazlitt and Malenko, no one's bothered to tell them that they're the underdogs.
Very aggressive start from the Redlands boys. Both these players naturally aggressive batters in their own right, so I think they're looking to try and potentially make the most of this first 10 overs and then see where the game goes from there, but these two certainly won't die wondering.
Both of these players with an average over 50 this season. So you'd expect good runs from them as that goes to mid-on, no runs scored. As we get our expert Sam Truloff to dissect this field for us. So what have we got out here? We've got a deep point, a slip, a gully, and a regulation kind of cover mid-off. So what's the bowling plan here?
Well, he's just trying to hit the top of the stumps, to be honest. He's got some catches in there for that nick. No third man's interesting for me, but I guess as you see, another fantastic shot from Sammy Hazlitt. Off drive, beautiful shot.
Maybe they need to implement someone down a straight hit, mate. You don't often see them ones.
Yeah, potentially. Straight over the bowler's head would be an ideal spot. Plenty of balls going down at the minute, but I think with Sam Hill's pace, obviously not as fast as Sully at the other end, they can sort of set your square fielders out, and the ball's less likely to go finer with the less pace on it. So but they still need those catches in there to keep taking wickets when they can.
Neatly cradled down there to deep mid-wicket, thrown into wicket-keeper Tom Healy. Many a Queensland cricketer branding the same surname. Pop the gloves on. Alyssa Healy, of course, taking the most wicket-keeper dismissals in T20 international cricket not long ago, surpassing MS Dhoni.
Oh, wow.
And that's another 4 runs. This is just unbelievable batting here from Redlands. They haven't allowed any kind of negativity to enter into their mind after a bit of a shaky start, and they are powering along, heading in the right direction.
Well, I think chasing 324, you need to keep positive, keep scoring runs, keep hitting boundaries when you can. So, and these two are doing exactly that. Oh, long on running in, just short. That's a better line, I think, from Sam Hill. A little bit straighter to Simon. Simon likes the freeze arms, as we've seen so far, hit over the offside or through the offside. So a little bit straighter line to him. Hopefully, that almost brought about a wicket then. So the straighter line's going to be a bit more effective to Simon.
Shouts of catch. I'm not sure how the bowler's meant to be able to catch that one. It was hit pretty low. I'm pretty sceptical if that was even a possibility. We watched the replay. What chance did Healy really have? Let's see.
Oh, it was actually closer than first thought.
It was close, but still, I reckon you take them maybe 2-3% of the time, particularly hard when you're coming through with your follow-through. And hit directly back quite low.
they're generally the ones that get deflected back onto the stumps to run the
Yes.
non-striker out, which is one of the worst ways to go.
Yeah, and that has happened this year. I think it happened to Joshy Brown, in fact. He was dismissed by Sandgate Redcliffe. He got out for 43 from something exactly like that.
That's against us, actually. West, I think.
As the breeze picks up here at Allan Border Field, one of the greatest fields in the country. This one, it's a wonderful place to watch your cricket. It's a beautiful area. The weather's always perfect. No such thing as a bad day here in Queensland.
That's the line of length, that last ball from there from Sully. Nice and straight, hitting the top of the stumps, trying to get into Simon's knee roll. It's not allowing him to free his arms. Oh my goodness.
Sam Truloff, you like that one?
Yeah, that's one of Millie's favourite shots, that. Inside out over cover. Once again, just a bit too much room, bit too much width there from Connor Sully, and plays full price. Beautiful bat swing again there from Simon.
And let's just do a bit of a stock take of where we're sitting at the moment. 37 runs of 16 deliveries for Malenko, 24 from 15 for Hazlitt.
Do you reckon they're scared of getting out?
I don't reckon they're scared of anything. I think even Chuck Norris would be scared of Malenko and Hazlitt. That's a good cricket shot, a measured cricket shot, a very mature cricket shot.
Once again, he's thrown the willow a bit, but he's been very selective with which ones he's attacking, which one he's offending. That straight line again from Sally. He needs to keep bowling there to keep containing Simon. As soon as he gets a little bit wide, Simon's very happy to go over the offside.
The breeze has picked up considerably since the first innings. Talk about that after this delivery. And that's gone. It's gone all the way. Don't worry about running. But someone's going to have to run and collect that ball because it is on the top of the administration building here at Queensland Cricket. And it isn't coming down either. I've got my eyes fixed upon it. It is on top of the roof. Huge six. Malenko. Too big, too strong. Goodbye, go fetch.
Wasn't that short, that delivery. Little pick up there from Simon, or big pick up, and ended up being. That's gone miles back over Queensland Cricket Headquarters.
So I can see the ball. It's still up there on top of the air conditioning unit. And it's not coming down, so we're going to have to go fetch another one. If you're just joining the broadcast, welcome, welcome a million times, welcome. Since 1894, competitive cricket has been played here in Queensland, and it's 126 years since that time. And we're still rolling on with the competition. The Bulls Masters first grade one-day final currently being played here between Redlands and Northern Suburbs. My name is Gary Lowe. I'm no one of any great consequence, but the man to my right certainly is. Western Suburbs first grade player, previous Peter Burge medal winner, previously a Queensland Bulls contracted player of the final in last year's one-day final. Mate, what's going on with your sheet here? Did you write your own resume or what's going on?
Oh,
you read it, didn't you?
No, definitely wasn't me. No, look, it's fantastic to be here and commentating on such a fantastic match so far. Been plenty of runs scored, which as a batter I love to see. Plenty of sixes and fours, which has been nice as well. But interesting situation here. The Redlands boys lost two early ones, but both Hazlitt and Malenko are still teeing off here. So fantastic viewing.
Certainly is. Play continues with the fresh ball. What difference will that make? And none, apparently, as it goes for four, and he was a bit worried about the plovers down there.
Those plovers that Michael Wright's been feeding the last couple of weeks.
Because, look, there's the two plovers, but where's the baby? They're concerned about the baby.
Gee, Mike.
And Michael Dawson.
He's in all sorts down there against those plovers.
Look at them, there they go. Get that stuck in here. That's going to make the YouTube highlights package. That'll be on the bloopers. Look at him, he didn't want to go anywhere. The plovers. Mate, that's got to make all the sports news network, surely. Player attacked by plovers. Michael Dawson battling it out, not only against Redlands, but Mother Nature.
Oh, another one to the leg side.
And that's going to go all the way. And Michael Dawson's absolutely getting peppered by that plover down there. Fair income. So that also
50
brings up the
20
50
balls.
of 20.
That's a serious innings, that. That's happened so quickly. I looked down before and he was on 20, and now he's moved to 51 off 20, just 20 deliveries. Fantastic.
There's the ball going for 4, and there's the plover beating up Michael Dawson in the background. There he goes. In the background. Public enemy number 1. Great work. Wow. There's baby plover there it was. Interact Sport. They're doing a good job today.
Who was the seagull at the MCG?
Oh, some of our more senior colleagues behind us may remember. It wasn't Wendy. Wendy? Was it Pigeon?
Wasn't Sid the seagull,
Sid,
was it?
was
Sid?
Well, those plovers down there mean business, but aside from the plovers, we've got game on. Sammy Seagull, I'm getting in the earpiece.
Nah, I don't like that one.
No, you don't like Sammy Seagull?
No, not a fan of that. As we see a change of bowling, young Noel McFadden. Big pressure on the youngster here. Both these batters are going a very good clip early doors.
Oh, well, they're going absolutely bunter, aren't they?
They are, certainly are. Oh.
So something needs to change here if you're a Northern Suburbs supporter. So it's either you start building a bit of pressure with some dot balls. Ultimately, you take a wicket. I mean, that's the number one idea in town. But at least stop the hemorrhage of runs that currently is flowing at will. And there's at least 2 dot balls strung together. That's good.
Potentially, I thought Norths could have used one of their spinners. Obviously got Nathan Horrocks, former Test cricketer, which isn't someone bad to have in your ranks. And then you got obviously the centurion in Nathan McSweeney as the other off-spin option too. So potentially some pace off the ball here could work in North's favour, but still plenty of pressure on all bowlers.
Good over.
Is that the first leave of the innings?
I think that is. It's taken us to halfway through the 7th over for someone to decide to leave a pill. And this is a very good over so far. I don't want to put the Mickey on him because we know that a good over needs all 6. Yeah.
Commentator's curse.
Oh! Gee, it almost worked to his favour. Sam here in the commentary box almost leapt out of his shirt with excitement.
Yeah, almost a little catch there to Joe Burns at short mid-wicket. Gee, that would have been handy, that.
Oh, that would have been unreal.
Oh, no.
And all they do is just look and wonder and go, gosh golly, what is happening out here? Again, let's just do a quick timeout and have a check in what's going on. These 2 psychopaths have hit 81 runs off 40 deliveries between the 2 of them.
Phenomenal batting at the moment, isn't it?
Well, it's a strike rate of over 200. I mean, it's just out of this world crazy. And again, talking about the over with McFadden here, great over other than that 1-6. I mean, still not bad. I mean, 6 from the over is better than what has been. I mean,
yeah, for sure.
I mean, you take it, but gee, I tell you what, if that 5th delivery could have at least been maybe a 2 or a 1, it looks a bit better.
I think it takes the way things have been going. You take 6 off the over at this point in time, but as we see now, former Test spinner Nathan Horrocks is coming into the attack.
Well, and can we say happy birthday to Nathan Horrocks? The big man turns 39 today. Many happy returns to you. Perhaps he can give himself his own gift of a wicket here today. 18th of October is his birthday.
Do you reckon he's rethinking at the age of 39? Do I want to be bowling to 2 blokes at this point in time on a Sunday?
Well, he's been playing for Northern Suburbs for over 15 years. He made his debut on the 17th of September 2005, so it's been a long time and a deep commitment to his club. And right now, I bet you he wishes there was someone else he was bowling to.
Low full toss to start. Not the most ideal start from Horrocks there.
No, it's probably not where he wanted it to go. I'm sure when he's at the top of his mark, he didn't think, oh, let me give you a low full toss outside off. I was even better than that. It was on middle and leg. And all Malenko had to do was help it on its way. There he is, the birthday boy. And the demolition continues. The onslaught, the destruction. Look away at the moment if you're a Northern Suburbs supporter, but as we know, it only takes one wicket, one delivery. Momentum is a crazy thing in this sport, and it can turn on a dime.
Once again, Simon Malenko very strong to the offside. All men are up on the offside as well. That's another boundary. Wow. This is incredible striking.
Obviously, no one's told Hazlitt or Malenko that it is Nathan Horrotz's birthday today because they couldn't care less. And they are taking quite a liking to the man who played 58 one-day internationals for Australia. I mean, we're not talking about a slouch here. We're talking about Nathan Horrotz.
No, fantastic to see Horry still running around in club cricket. Former international player himself. I think it's great to have these older guys, especially for North, who've got quite a young side, to have Horry floating around in their ranks at the moment. Plenty to learn off there.
100%. I mean, he's bowled almost 8,300 deliveries in list A cricket. 8,299 to be precise, taken 196 wickets. The man has a wealth of knowledge between the years. And that's gone huge. That's gone all the way up. And that's gone between the Stuart Law stand and the Matthew Hayden stand, and it is bouncing down the road to the Albion Hotel, and it's probably just knocked over some old codger's schooner glass. That has gone all the way down. Nathan Horrotz has been absolutely carted for 18 runs from his first over.
Bit of a spinner's graveyard, Alan Waterfield. As we've seen so far from that first over. Not the ideal start for Horry. But once again, Simon Malenko, he is going absolutely bananas at the moment.
Well, this is just madness.
106 off 9 overs.
This is madness. And what a yo-yo of emotions for some of these players out here today. I mean, if you stop at the end of the 2 wickets and you ask Northern Suburbs how they're travelling, they're on top of the world.
Oh.
They're absolute world beaters. They're loving life. If you asked Redlands, they probably wanted to dig a hole and have a sleep in it for a little while. But now, the tide has turned. The tide's turned in a big way.
Young McFadden doing a decent job here. Only went for 6 off his first over and started with a dot ball in his second. Seems like Hazlitt sort of reined it in a little bit right now. As Malenko's continuing to be super aggressive, going 69 from his 26 deliveries. Nearly laughable.
Even just saying it's ridiculous.
Steal a single to mid-off there. Good running, Hazlitt.
Good running in between the wickets. And, I mean, let's face it, Hazlitt, I mean, what a hack. He needs to do better. Only 31 from 23. I mean, come on, mate. He needs to be 69 from 26 like his mate Malenko down the other end.
Yeah, he's playing second fiddle at the moment,
playing second fiddle when you're 31 off 23 and you're the one who's slowing at a score rate.
Yeah, I know. Get on with it, Haz.
Unbelievable. Malenko, he is a man possessed right now. If there's ever been a captain's knock or a time to do one, this is it. And he's doing it.
Oh, missed out there.
And that one, he's tried to find out what is in the middle of a Kookaburra cricket ball. He's tried to belt the absolute cover off it. And it hasn't made it off the pitch.
Yeah, chop want to be handy now.
Oh, gee, that'd be loving it.
Wicket of Malenko.
Getting back in his crease nicely there is Hazlitt. Wasn't touched by the bowler, but still, it always sends the heart palpitations just up a beat when you see that happen.
We were saying before, it's one of the worst ways to go, that. Either that or run out without facing a ball, I reckon is the other one.
The old diamond.
Yep. Had one of those in my career.
Oh, have you?
Yeah,
You poor bugger.
Yeah.
And was it your fault, or did your mate put you on the barbecue?
Definitely my fault.
Ah, well, there you go.
actually.
That's
So,
all right, then.
He copped it a little bit there, but I think it was the back end of an innings trying to chase some runs, and I was stupidly just took off for a run, and there was definitely no run there.
Well, look, at least you're putting the team first, so it's hard to begrudge you for that. And that's gone up. It's kind of come off the end of the bat there, or off the edge there, but as we know with some of these bats in the modern day, the edges are bigger than the face. And although miscued, finds the tarmac, rolls across the rope for an additional 4 runs here. 1, 2 bounces, and the lucky punter in the crowd gets to put his hands on the kookaburra.
Once again, not a bad over that from young McFadgen. Five from it in the end. Which at this point in time, you're definitely taking 5 off and over.
He's bowling particularly well in what is some very difficult waters to navigate through, as Nathan Horrocks refuses to yield to his first over. One hot day doesn't make a summer in his opinion, and he's back for more. This will show a bit of character, a bit of ticker, as they say in England, a bit of bottle.
I think Horry here will much prefer bowling to the left-handed Hazlitt, spinning away from the bat. And obviously the way Malenko's hitting him at the moment, it's probably good to be bowling at the other guy.
You're not wrong.
Ooh.
Someone's out there. Unfortunately, he only gets the one delivery to Hazlitt, and then it's all Malenko again. There's a bit of breeze out there. When we started to play today, it was about 14 degrees. 14 kilometres an hour. 14 degrees in Queensland doesn't exist, mate. About 14 kilometres an hour for the wind. It's now up around 20. You might be able to see just above the scoreboard, the hard scoreboard there at the other end from the Hayden and Law stand, that the trees are moving around a bit. There's a bit of breeze, and that could assist Horrocks a little bit here. If he can get a bit of drift.
Oh, that's well bowled.
That's gone through everything. The hands go to the head for Horrocks.
Run away for 4. No, good fielding down there by Sammy Hill.
And buys is what it's called. Wicket keepers never like to buys. Nathan Horrocks must wonder what he did wrong this morning. Nothing seems to be going right.
Hold there from Horrocks to left-handed Hazlitt. Tidy over so far from Horry. Couple dots. Hopefully close out these last 2 balls with either a single or a dot ball. Get himself out of the over. Oh, nailed that straight to the fielder.
Yeah, good bit of cricket all around. Good shot, good fielding. You'd expect nothing less from this standard of cricket. Queensland Premier Cricket is extraordinarily healthy and strong. Very high standard of play.
Another dot ball. Fantastic over there from Horrocks, showing all of his experience coming back from a first couple of overs of getting hit out the ground from Malenko. Come back nicely there.
And that takes a lot of courage to do that as well. You know, after being spanked for almost 20, you could have forgiven him for going, you know what, maybe this isn't for me. But he stuck with it, came back with a vengeance, did quite well. So this little bowling partnership here, they're beginning to build something, at least. It feels. At least the floodgates aren't as open as what they were as much earlier on.
McFadden hasn't bowled much to Malenko in the last couple of overs, so really spread the field now with Simon continuing to look for the boundary as McFadden comes into Malenko. Oh, bad luck.
And look, when you go for it, that's the one that you really do want to go for, because if you do get a piece, it's going to fly away. So if you're going to go, you go.
Once again, it's a risk with that short fine leg and short third man being up. As soon as you bowl any length, all the bat has to get on is a little nick, little outside edge, and you get 4 for it, especially running away here at AB Field. He's a little bit fuller with the way his field's set here, McFadden.
Nice little single there, rotating the strike. You've heard some of our expert commentators today, Paddy Dooley, Sam Truloff, Jack Clayton, talk about being busy. All three of them have used that term throughout the call, being busy, rotating the strike. There's a reason why the three of them have mentioned it. Highly important. As that one barely gets off the centre square. So for those young cricketers who might be listening in, why is that important? Why did all three of you say those exact words, to be busy?
I think from a batting perspective, it unsettles the bowler, so you're not getting consistent amount of balls at the one batter. Plus also as well, if you're busy and rotating the strike, the boundary becomes less of a pressure for you to actually execute and hit. So if you're picking up 1, 2, 3 and over, and then you get a bad ball and you hit it for 4, then it really escalates that over to become a big over. And it's even more important after you hit a boundary to then still be busy and get off strike. And that way it unsettles the bowling team, unsettles the fielding team, especially when there's a left-hand, right-hand combination. It takes a long time then for the bowler to reset on his line and length. So you can actually that can generate some big overs from being busy. As we've seen so far, is that these two have still had no issue finding the boundary, but they've got off strike when the bowler's bowled some good balls. So, and the run rate hasn't really wavered too much since these two got together out in the middle. So, super important to keep busy and even hitting the sweepers out in the deep. If you can hit the sweeper hard, if you beat him 2 or 3 metres either side, you generally get 4. So then you can once again turn little overs into big overs. As we see there, another single to Has tucked off the hip.
Eight coming from it, and things on a knife's edge here at Allan Border Field. There's still plenty of time to come down here, enjoy the sun. Of course, slip, slop, slap and all that kind of good gear. Look after yourself and hydrate. Or enjoy the shade of the Matty Hayden stand and the Stewie Law stand.
Fantastic venue to view cricket from. Plenty of hill space, plenty of grass space to lay a blanket down and watch some high quality cricket this afternoon.
So Horace continues, tucked around the corner. And of course, in the first ever List A game that was ever played here at Allan Border Field, it's no surprise Matthew Hayden and Stuart Law both made centuries. That was in 1999, a little while ago now.
Certainly was. Gee, you look back at some of the teams that Queensland have put out in the past, and some world-class players, but all playing in the same era. Pretty incredible. Obviously, Haydos wasn't quite at the peak of his powers then, but moved into the Test arena and really dominated. Stewie Law should have played more Test cricket for Australia. And you throw in then guys like your Martin Loves, once again, should have played more Test cricket. He's in another era, he would have played 100 Tests. So
yeah,
we've had some pretty incredible players don the baggy maroon over the period of time.
And I just think about the amount of players that didn't make that Australian squad. Exactly what you said. In other years, now the eras, they're there.
100%.
And the amount of runs that they've put on in first-class cricket List A is just out of this world crazy. Stewie Law for me is the biggest one. He's just out of this world good, amazingly good. Just happened to run into 3 or 4 of the greatest batsmen of all time. Don't worry about just in that era, but of all time.
It just goes to show as well the strength of the Australian team at that point. Whether your team was two for nothing or 2 for 400, you had batters and players coming in that could really turn the game on its head. And unfortunately for a few of the Queensland batters at that time, they didn't probably get the opportunities that they deserved. But it was just purely on the strength of who the Australians had in their lineup at that time. Lovely shot there from Haz down to long off. Pretty tidy over this from Horry again. Only 3 off it. He's recovered well from that first over.
Well, I mean, let's have a look at... I mean, this is the strength of cricket at that time. Just speaking further to your point, Sam. So this is the Australia A side. So this isn't even the best side that we've got at the time. This is the Australia A side, 94-95. So around that time of the players we were talking about, Australia A. Ricky Ponting. Ricky Ponting. Damien Martin, Michael Bevan, Merv Hughes, Justin Langer, Darren Lehman. That's in your second string Aussie side. Here's your first grade side. You got Mark Taylor, Michael Bevan, Ian Healy, Stuart Law, Michael Slater, Shane Warne, Mark Waugh, Steve Waugh. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Like, and that Australia A side, it's the second best.
Yep.
And they're just as good as anything else.
Oh, there's some quality names there, isn't there? I mean, you probably could have picked the third Australian team and they still would have beaten most international sides.
Oh, 100%.
With players that aren't even on that list at that time, so...
Australia A, including Ricky Ponting and Matthew Hayden. Get out of here. Justin Langer, Darren Lehman. Crazy stuff.
That's incredible. So you've seen another spin change now with century Nath McSweeney in the attack. Link off his pads out to deep mid-wicket there.
And look, if this young man is going to be picking up the Player of the Match award today, or the Jimmy Marr award, he may have to conjure a bit of magic with the ball in hand.
Yep, he's done a fantastic job with the bat, McSweeney. Now they certainly need him to get a breakthrough here with the ball.
Good bit of bowling there.
Started nicely.
Yeah, getting Hazlitt right back deep in his crease. Not so much so that he's going to tread on his stumps, but definitely getting him right back there. Opening opportunity for LBW. Frees the hands down at deep mid off.
This is the advantage of that electric start from Malenko and Haz, is that they can afford now to soak up some dot balls just to sort of get through this middle period and not do anything silly. Run rate's still through the roof, so coasting along nicely here, Redlands. Four off that McSweeney first over there. Good start.
It's a wonderful game of cricket here today, and again, thank you so much for your company. It's great to have you here. Certainly enjoying it here at Allan Border Field. Horrocks to continue. So I can cast my eyes down at the car park here at Allan Border Field, and there's some cars in there that we've talked about that are in danger of getting hit with this cricket ball. Because these guys are going big, they're going large. Big appeal, very big appeal, and he's given him. Horrocks gets the breakthrough.
Huge wicket, huge wicket.
Malenko can't believe it. He's there, he stands there for a while. He looks at the umpire, but he's got no choice. He must go. It is Horrocks, finally, with the breakthrough. Malenko, the dangerous, dangerous Malenko, out for 82. Put that down in the black book of events that could change the outcome of this game.
Have a look at the replay here. Very confident shout from the North boys. Oh.
Is it doing too much?
I reckon that's...
Gee, it looks... I mean, it's hitting in... It's pitched in line. It's hit in line. Is it doing too much? I don't know. I'm more than happy with the decision of out, of course. But you judge at home, ladies and gentlemen.
I think when the ball goes off the pad towards the offside, it sort of does give the decision a bit of a bad look, I guess. Makes it look probably more out than potentially maybe what it is, but it's probably a pretty line ball that. You'd like a referral system if you could have one. Michael Wright.
Yeah, where is he? He's been pumped for the old referral system. Let's just have a little bit of a look again. I mean, in live.
Oh, it looks in
like
real
that looks out in real time.
Real time looks out, yeah.
That looks out in real time.
Huge wicket that for North. That could change the match, that dismissal.
And it's interesting, it was when he was actually being more reserved in his play that he actually got out as opposed to throwing a little bit of caution to the wind. But he's definitely set up the platform here for his team, and it's Horrocks who gets the breakthrough. Much needed. Yeah. Looks pretty good to me.
Probably clipping leg stump.
Yeah.
I reckon.
If you had that little, probably umpire's call with the tiniest little piece hitting leg stump for sure. Yeah,
Yep.
it's a good decision. They're very, very good, these officials.
Oh, past the outside edge. It's just changed the dynamic of the game, that wicket now. Yes, Redlands are flying along nicely with the run rate, but new batter in can always squeeze a new batter and grind out some dots. So, Horrocks bowling well.
And look, the thing is, yes, Redlands were heading in the right direction, but so was the Titanic, you know what I'm saying? And that story ended with an iceberg and the ship at the bottom of the Atlantic.
Yep. Yeah, well, that's it. A couple of wickets changes it massively here. If they get another one, so sort of work on pairs of wickets.
So is it possible that the old HMS Redlands have run into the iceberg named Nathan Horrocks?
Well, I think if Hazlitt stays there, they're still looking the goods to get over the line, but need some good support.
Now, is that a catch?
Is that a catch?
They're all appealing for it.
Was that a bump ball?
Now, what I've learned about modern day cricket is no one is walking ever. Now, again, the official gets to look at this once. We get the luxury of looking at it a number of times. So the first question is, did he hit it on the fall? I don't think the catch is the problem.
No, definitely carried. Catch definitely carried.
Because that's gone up. And yeah, he's caught it clean enough. It's an unbelievable grab.
Question is it a bump ball or not?
That is the question.
Pretty happy with himself too with his effort.
He was over the moon. And this is the thing, same with the LBW decision, the official gets one shot at it. We're actually sitting up here looking at multiple shots, multiple angles.
It's a bump ball for mine.
So it's bounced.
Yeah, bump ball for sure.
Yeah, I think so. Gee, they're good, these officials.
Yeah, it's a good decision.
Gee, they're good. And speaking about good, mate, Queensland Premier Cricket's official streaming partner, Interact Sport. Next level.
Oh, unbelievable.
I mean, look, here we go. Let's have a look at this one. Yeah, you can't give that.
No. Fantastic pictures going out to all the viewers.
Oh, it's unreal. Interact Sport, mate. They're the #1 guns. They're best. Give them the Jimmy Marr Award. Doing very well. A little bit later on, I'm going to talk about this thing called a Frogbox streaming kit too. That'll get you pretty excited. Hot and heavy under the collar. Yep. Meanwhile, we've got
McSweeney into Drennan. A little lap sweep for one.
Don't worry about it.
Just put the brakes on a little bit here, Norths, on the run rate. Lovely use of the feet there from Haz. Down the ground, down to long off for a single. Three for 133 after 15.4 overs. Two guys behind Scrum on the onside for that little sweep shot that we saw from Drennan early doors with a deep mid wicket. Once again, similar to the first innings, there's no man out on the offside for the spinners, for the right-handed off spinners. It's looking to bowl that straight line, looking to get hit out to the leg side boundary. Sweep shot again. And also those plovers have made their way out to the opposite's ground, and they're giving Horrocks an absolute nightmare out there.
They've relocated.
Another tidy over there from McSweeney.
Yeah, it is. Very tidy over. Now, this frog box thing. Have I talked to you about it yet?
Yeah, but I'd love to hear more.
Mate, it's good. It's really, really good. So what it does, it's all the live streaming stuff, right? For, local cricket clubs, all they need to do is just set up a portable video camera and the live score on the match app. That's all it is. So, live score the match on an app. You got a camera. Bingo, bango, bongo. You've got your game out to the whole entire world. It's called Frogbox, mate. It's an innovative, lightweight, low-cost product, as Horrocks continues. And it is awesome. And one's getting given away for free. So Queensland Premier Cricket's official streaming partner, Interact Sport, are providing your chance to win for a local club to get a free Frogbox streaming kit. All you have to do is simply tell us in 50 words or less how your club would benefit from a live streaming kit. You could possibly only, if everyone could be too lazy to go and register. Do you know what I mean? Everyone might think, I'm no chance, I'm not going to give it a crack, I'm not going to try. So if you're the only one that does it, you could win it because everyone thinks they're not a shot. So get involved in it, I encourage you. Head along, you can see it there, frogbox.live/QC giveaway. And in 50 words or less, tell us how your club would benefit from a live streaming kit. It's the best thing since sliced bread. I'm in love with it.
Oh, it's fantastic. Like, look at the pictures that we've got today and what we've had throughout the season and even last season as well with the live streaming. And it's just a fantastic way for, I know from a playing perspective, if you nick off early and you sort of have a look around the grounds, you can sort of have a bit of a watch of what's going on with other matches going on in that round. So
yeah,
and also as well, all players, if they get a milestone or hit sixes and fours, you can always go back and watch your highlights as well, which is always good fun. Protection out in deep square leg there. Nice pull shot from Drennan.
So valued at $3,000 as well. I mean, that's more expensive than my car.
Yeah, quality stuff, isn't it?
Or my car's very ordinary, one of the two. But I think it's more so the high quality of Frogbox. Anyway. Told you, don't get me started about the Frogbox. I love it too much, mate. You get me started. You know what I'm like around it. I just keep going. But anyway, getting back into the action here, because it is all going on. And Hazlitt now, he really is the key man. He has to go on. Drennan, of course, can, but Hazlitt's got his eye in. He's ready to rock. He's ready to roll.
Yeah, he certainly is the key man at the moment. Ticking along nicely. He had a really, really aggressive start. Slowed up a little bit now, but as we said earlier, the run rate's going along just nicely. So
yeah,
get a nice little ally here in Lee Drennan to keep the runs ticking over.
And that's gone. Is there a man out there? No, there isn't. He's not going to get there in time. And you can see all the kids there in screen running over to get to the ball. The young boys and girls here at Allan Border Field watching their heroes out there in Queensland Premier Cricket. You'll see it here. It's the best part of cricket. Ready? Here comes the ball. And here come 20,000 kids at the speed of 1,000 startled gazelles.
Lovely use of the feet there from Drennan. Skip down the wicket. Tossed up nicely from Horrocks. Drennan up to the task. Flicked it over mid-wicket.
Doing a bit of the heavy lifting and getting to the ball, however, just getting through the mitts of Joe Burns there. Drennan on strike. School teacher at Cleveland High School. Loves his sport, specialises in PE, dabbles in the English and maths.
Got his own podcast as well.
Yes, he does. We Got the Chocolates.
Yep.
Along with his co-host and teammate, Sam Hazlitt. Very successful podcast.
Spinners put the brakes on so far, haven't they?
And I was about to say something very, very similar. That it's exactly what happened in the first innings. It was the spinners. They got the batters into the quicksand a little bit, and that's what's happening here for Redlands.
Norse may have rued not bringing on spin a little bit earlier, I think. Doing a great job at the moment, but not a whole lot of pressure on the Redlands batters to score with that run rate being so good at this point in time. Bit more subdued at the minute, isn't it, compared to what we were experiencing at the start?
It is. Yeah, we were treated to an absolute onslaught and barrage. It was like it was New Year's Eve at Times Square, mate. It was all going on. The streamers, the fireworks were going off. It was complete and utter madness. Now all of a sudden, things a little bit back to normal, what would be considered quite normal. Drennan on 10 off 15. Hazlitt moving towards a half century. He's on 45 at the moment.
You see a bowling change now. Young, looks like Will Prestwich coming into the attack. Another notable Queensland name, Prestwich.
Yes, very much so. Will Prestwich is the youngest sibling of Queensland and Brisbane Heat pair Jack and Georgia, and son of the former Queensland all-rounder Scott Prestwich, and I understand that Scott's also involved in the Australian women's squad. And I'm not exactly sure to which capacity. He's fielding coach, bowling coach.
He's been incapacitated at the moment.
He
I think
is.
His Achilles or something.
He does. He was around here at Allan Border Field for the last couple of weeks, and he kind of had like a little bit of a scooter type outfit.
Yeah, never good, but as you're getting on in years, they're never good to get any injuries.
No,
Take a little bit
that's
longer to
right.
recover.
But the Prestwich name, synonymous with cricket, synonymous with Queensland. And it's young Will with a job to do here at Allan Border Field.
Both the Prestwich boys don't lack pace either in the bowling department. Both. Jack obviously sends him in. He's a little bit injured at the moment with I suspect a foot injury, so I've heard. And obviously Will being a young fella, he faced him the first time that I ever faced him this season actually in a practice game, and he hit the bat a little bit harder than what I first thought. So he's pretty slippery when he gets his tail up.
Yeah, well, he comes off the long run-up, the longest run-up for any of the bowlers, in fact, from his mark. Steaming in. Good pace as well through the crease. Really nice action. Gets that front arm up nice and high and really drags it down and tucks it close to the body. I'm sure he's had plenty of training session where they've recorded his action and they've broken it down and critiqued it. And
yeah, plenty of that now with all the technology they use these days to analyse actions and to try and prevent injuries more than anything. It also gives you a bit of an insight into why guys bowl faster than other guys and things like that. So all those biomechanical side of things is very much ingrained in the game these days, and there's a lot of analysis done. Once again, pretty tidy start from the new bowler, Prestwich. Really need the wicket of Hazlitt here. That's a nice shot.
yeah, particularly with the fast bowlers, and I don't know the actual figure, but it's a whole stack more of your actual body weight that goes through that front
Yeah.
foot.
Yep.
I've heard a number of times just listening to Brett Lee in the past with some interviews, and he's obviously been a man who's been hampered by a few injuries in his time, but obviously bowls express pace. Himself and Sean Tate. And yeah, it was really interesting to hear their thoughts.
This goes to show obviously Brett Lee had a pretty clean and fluent action, whereas you look at someone like Tatey.
Yeah.
It was the wild thing for a reason. So obviously that led to a few injuries for Tatey with elbows and things like that. But fair play to Brett Lee having the longevity of his career, even back end of playing Big Bash after he retired from international cricket, was still bowling express at his mid to late 30s. So fair play to him.
Absolutely, as we'll have a bit of a drink here at Allen Border Field. And the score just short of the 150 mark, 3 for 149 after 19 overs, chasing 324. Gee, it's hard to pick. It's really hard to pick.
Yep. Good start from Redlands. They probably would have liked to still ideally have Malenko still at the crease with Hazlitt, but Drennan started well, nice and busy to start with. That word busy came up again. Started really busily and has shown the classy player that he is. I think his job is to try and bat through the innings, and if he bats the 50 overs, then they should go pretty well close to winning the game.
And they certainly should. And you can see in the background there the two officials for today, Stephen Farrell and Joshua Addy, doing a marvellous job. Absolutely sterling job, in fact, those two. Do a wonderful job, our officials. And again, they work very, very hard at their craft, and that's good to see someone running out there to give the drinks to the umpies as well. So doing a fantastic job. They've got to make decisions within a fraction of a second. And it's not like it's a popularity vote either. They don't say, well, if you think it's out, you go stand on that side. And if you don't think it's out, you go stand on that side, and we'll take a vote on it. They've got to make that decision and be in the right spot the first time. So congratulations to umpire Farrell and umpire Addy.
Certainly wouldn't be something that I'd trust myself doing, that's for sure. They've had to make a few calls today that have, on replay, we've actually noticed that it's turned into a really good decision.
Yeah, they've done well, done very well.
Good to see that McSweeney got a haircut in the off-season.
Oh, he's a different looking man, isn't he?
He is. He had that big woolly mammoth looking thing on his head last season, and surely in Brisbane you can't have a haircut that long.
No.
Be a bit of a struggle.
I heard that when they gave him his haircut, they found 4 plovers living in there.
Oh, that's probably where he's brought him over here, hasn't he? He's put him on the outfield.
There he is. Trim, taut and terrific with a new hairdo, ready to go. Oh, reaching for that one there, that shot. Really reaching out. Could cause danger there for Drennan. Watch the replay. See how far he's waiting. Instead of waiting for it to kind of come to him, he's really stretching. Playing it well out in front. Gets away with it.
So again, you saw on that replay there, quite a strong bottom hand from Lee Drennan. Going to be very strong through the leg side. Obviously, bottom hand helps with that sweep shot, which he's used to good effect so far in the start of his innings.
We're having a bit of a powwow and discussion over here at the moment.
Putting a man back on the sweep, I think. Oh, into the plover's den over there.
Yeah.
And the boys are McSweeney's laughing his head off at the top of his mark.
Oh, the plovers are set, the players are set. McSweeney rolls on. Couple of dot balls in a row. You can hear the chatter out there from northern suburbs encouraging each other. And although he didn't get a run for it, it's a much more nicely timed cricket shot, that one. You can see the difference between that stroke And the one just a couple before it, that one much better position.
Oh,
Using his feet, got his dancing shoes on.
starting to feel like there's could be a wicket here, rash shot. They started to grab the momentum back a touch, North bowlers through the spinners. Oh, another dot ball from McSweeney, mixing his pace up nicely. Drennan wanting to be busy. As we see that sweep shot again.
Yeah, he finally gets away for one this time. It's his third attempt at it. This time he does it. And Drennan will maintain the strike as over is called. He's moved around a little bit as Lee Drennan.
He has.
Started off at Redlands, went to Souths, Souths to Redlands, Redlands to Valleys, Valleys to West Torrens in Adelaide, and West Torrens back to Redlands.
Yeah, well travelled, Lee. Fantastic wicketkeeper batsman. Does a really good job behind the stumps. Obviously, when Jimmy Pearson's not there for Redlands.
Yeah.
And always scores plenty of runs as well throughout the year. So he's a really good contributor. Great guy to have around the group.
It's hit on the pads. No appeal by anybody. We talked about in the first innings as well some superstitions that some players may have, and talked about Healy of the Thomas variety, how he puts his right contact in first and a few odds and ends. Drennan at the striker's end, as he goes out, will touch the ground and look to the sky. And he says he does it just because he's always done it. No reason. It's just something that he's always done.
Yeah, some guys have very different superstitions. Some guys have not so many. So, as you saw Marnus before, he's pretty fidgety. He does a bit of stuff. I think he sort of does something similar to Lee on the way out. Sort of touches the ground, looks to the sky. But I think it sort of comes out in their personalities. You see them as a person and speak to them one-on-one, and you can definitely, it does correlate over to how they play and the mannerisms they have out in the crease. Like Marnus, high energy, as you can see when he bats out in the middle, very high energy as well. Lee's probably a bit more relaxed, as you can probably see out there as well. He's pretty calm in between balls. Sammy Hazard's the same, loves the surf. He's pretty chilled out sort of bloke, and as you can see at non-strikers, then he's pretty relaxed down there as well.
Yeah, he's very chilled out. Very strong defence there. Nothing getting through that. You need a battering ram to get through it. Absolutely rock solid. Good over here from Prestwich, though. They're really in the battle here. They're in the trenches, Redlands and the northern suburbs. And it's who's going to blink first.
Prestwich is bowled very well here. Bowling a hard length, nice and straight. No width. Same again, very well bowled. The lead plays it late down to backward point for no run.
And speaking about umpiring as well, about how difficult it is, Lee's had his dabble in umpiring. He had knee reconstruction, did Lee.
Yep.
And decided to jump behind the stumps. Umpired a couple of games.
Gee, I don't know whether I'll be able to concentrate for that long, to be honest. Bit of a short attention span already, let alone try and umpire a game of cricket.
And that's a wonderful over there from young Prestwich. A maiden.
It's so valuable at this time of the innings. Maiden overs. That could potentially lead to a wicket in this upcoming over.
Yeah, it is quality. So things very, very evenly poised at the moment. 3 for 150. As I think we've got another guest joining us in the commentary box. Are you happy to share a bit of airtime, Sam? Because I know that you've taken a bit of a liking to your commentary career thus far. So you happy for someone else to jump in, mate?
Absolutely. People are probably sick of hearing listening to me, so anyone else that can jump on, fantastic.
Well, if you've just joined the broadcast, my name is Gary Lowe. Sitting next to me is Sam Truloff. And coming in is the CEO of Queensland Cricket, Terry Svensson. Terry, welcome to the broadcast.
G'day guys, thanks for having me here.
No problems at all. The CEO of Queensland Cricket. That's gone up and over. Oh, it was almost a wicket. The CEO almost brought the good luck with him. I didn't know you were here because I didn't see the diamond-encrusted, gold-plated Rolls-Royce that the CEOs get. Where's that?
It's Queensland Cricket, not BHP.
Fair enough too. No Gina Reinhardt's here. I understand that too. Look, we've just been talking about the wonderful quality of cricket that's taking place out here. You must be extraordinarily proud. Oh, wicket is there. Big appeal. And turned down. You must be extraordinarily proud of what Queensland Cricket's been able to achieve, not only in what's been quite an economically volatile period, but also in terms of getting people in the middle to be able to play cricket. What you've been able to achieve as a group's quite amazing. You must be very, very impressed.
Yeah, we're really pleased with just being back playing cricket, Gary, to be honest.
Yeah,
there were a few months there earlier this year that we thought we mightn't have been able to get on, but the team here at Queensland Cricket and all the Premier grade clubs and everyone across Queensland has done a great job to get juniors and seniors back on the field.
This is a handy little over here from McSweeney asking a lot of questions of Hazlitt, and it really is quite a tiny little family here at Queensland Cricket, isn't it? And everyone's really putting in their best efforts to see cricket back in the sporting landscape.
Yeah, there certainly is, and look, the fact that both Queensland Cricket and Cricket Australia and the state government worked really closely to get the Australian and New Zealand Women's Series up here a couple of weeks ago. It was fantastic to have international cricket back on, and there's also great to have Shield cricket back on as well. And given that the Bulls won their first match, I think with about 8 or 9 overs to go, and Sweppo took that last wicket, it really has put us into a strong position at the start of the season.
Yeah, and I certainly know that everyone was highly appreciative of the efforts that everyone put in to make sure that that T20 one-day international matches took place in the women's competition. That was the first international cricket competition post-COVID where there were fans actually admitted into the ground, which is a really big step, not only just for cricket, but also as a society to see that positive step in the right direction.
Yeah, absolutely. We would have liked to have had more people here at Allan Border Field to little run out there to see the world champions play. I think we had probably 600 or 700 people here most days during that period of time, and I know Cricket Australia and Queensland Cricket did a really great job keeping people safe, and during that time, and they got to watch some great cricket, and but also to see it back on our screens as well was good.
And that's a lovely strike through covers. He held the pose there. 50 runs for Hazlitt. What a way to bring it up to. He raises his bat, but he knows there's more work to be done. Gee, what a stroke. It was almost like he knew he was going to get his photo taken after it. Watch this. Boom, look at me.
He hasn't missed his length by much there, young Prestwich, but has been a classy player. He is. Beautiful cover drive.
This time just guiding it down to third man for the one run. So yeah, it was very exciting times here at Allan Border Field, and the wider cricketing community absolutely over the moon to see cricket back in the Australian sporting landscape. And the Australian women, they put on an absolute clinic, didn't they? Scoring, I think it was 325, which is the highest ever one-day international score in the women's competition here at Allan Border Field. I think it's the 5th or 6th highest in history, in fact. So it's absolutely fantastic. As we see Prestwich come in. Nice Yorker length. So what's on the cards for Queensland cricket? What new and exciting initiatives and campaigns can we look forward to?
Well, I guess the next thing on the agenda now that we've got the Shield away, and our men's team will go back to Adelaide at the end of the week after next to play against South Australia in Adelaide, where we're looking forward to seeing the start of the WBBL. This time next Sunday, the opening game will be the Brisbane Heat and the Perth Scorchers. So our women's heat team will have a training run here on Thursday. I think they'll have some time off on Wednesday and then fly down to Sydney Thursday and go into camp for a 6-week camp in Sydney. And there's certainly been some changes to the team, but Ash Nofke, our coach, is confident that we'll be extremely competitive, and the team will be trying to go for 3 in a row.
Yeah, well, everyone's certainly very proud of that team, and just due to the way things are, of course, no games will be here in Queensland, which is probably something slightly disappointing, no doubt, but the positive side of that is, hey, there's a competition that's happening, because that could have really, really easily not been a thing this year. So I think that everybody's done an amazing job, and obviously you and the team here have had to have worked closely with a lot of outside people to be able to make that happen. Would have been a bit of a challenge for you all?
Yeah, look, it's I've often say to people, it's like one big jigsaw with very, very small pieces, and particularly from a cricket point of view, we've got about 6 or 7 competitions we run, right, between Test cricket all the way through to T20 one days, Shield matches, etc. Having the AFL and the NRL really set some standards as well. That's been helpful, and we've consulted widely with the winter codes.
Okay.
That's certainly been helpful. But the fact that Cricket Australia and Queensland Cricket were able to bring the New Zealand women's team in, the first international sporting team into Australia since COVID's been great, and the state government's been terrific supporters as well.
Fantastic. And it's wonderful to get that insight as well. From a supporter's perspective, we don't get to know and get into all the little intricate details of that, so it's wonderful to hear that there are people that are supporting you. And I was a part of the delivery of the event for the one-day internationals and the T20s. I know that Cricket Australia were just over the moon with what they had to work with here in Queensland and Allan Border Field. So it was a wonderful gala, just as this is here today. And speaking about expert players and people that are just taking their game to the next stratosphere, you must be very impressed with people like Marnus Labuschagne and Joe Burns making themselves available for these kind of games, because this is the highest possible standard of cricket you can see anywhere. You're going to have to go a long way in a taxi to find cricket better than this.
Yeah, absolutely. And Premier grade cricket really is the nursery for not only the Bulls but also the Fire as well. We've got an extremely strong competition here in southeast Queensland, and in fact all the way up and down the coast. But really, this is the elite Premier grade cricket, and I know a lot of the younger players that are coming through love to get their chance against Marnus and also Joe as well. Whether you're batting or bowling, it's quite a thrill to be able to play against some Shield players and really test themselves, over the weekend.
Well, they certainly tested Marnus. He was out for 2 from 5 deliveries.
He'll be disappointed, won't he?
He wasn't a happy chappy. He wasn't a happy chappy. And I'm sorry to advise, CEO, but your lovely facility here has been peppered by a white Kookaburra cricket ball all afternoon. The poor old Matty Hayden stand, it's been smashed to bits. There has been some of the biggest sixes you will ever see right on top of the roof too. There's still a white cricket ball over on top of your administration building over there as well. These guys have just got no regard for your facilities, unfortunately.
It's good to see, isn't it? And the crowd that we've got here get the chance to see some of the white kookaburras flying. I think someone on Monday morning will be up on the roof trying to pull at least one ball down, if not a few more.
I've been reliably informed that job is delegated to your Premier Cricket Manager, since that's in his level of delegation here at Queensland Cricket.
He's Superman, Michael Wright. He can do anything. But at the end of this season, some people will be aware, or most people will be aware, that there'll be some work done here at Allan Border Field. We'll actually be widening the field. And that's all part of some overthrows here. Maybe not. That's all part of the National Cricket Campus over at North at Shaw Park. That'll be completed end of November, early December. And then, come April here, we'll put a fence around it and we'll improve or widen Allan Border Field as well. And probably about 13 metres on the eastern side.
Yeah, okay, it's quite significant, isn't it?
And that'll allow us to be an ICC standard in terms of men's competitions.
Yeah.
We'll put an electronic scoreboard, so we won't need Norm standing over there in the sun as he is at the moment.
Putting some people out of business.
Well, Norm will be certainly staying with us because he's an absolute champion, and some better terrace seating facilities over there on the ground. So some improvements coming our way.
Yeah, that's very exciting. There's no doubt about that. And Allan Border Field, it really is the premier location. I mean, people coming for their weddings. They got all sorts of things happening. It's just that not only is it a beautiful ground, but the people here and the hospitality that you receive is just world class. And to be able to see those upgrades taking place, and particularly to know it's going to be at that ICC level, that's really, really exciting.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. It'll all levels of government have contributed, so federal, state and local. Cricket's put money in. About a $19.5 million investment between Norths at Shaw Park and here at Allan Border Field. We needed to do it in stages. Given the amount of content that goes across this field, there'll be more cricket played at Norths and also at our Premier Grade grounds while this is being upgraded in April next year.
Someone's tucked around the corner for one. The score moves along. 3 for 166. And Terry, I hope I'm not speaking out of school or saying things I shouldn't, but I'm actually proud to announce that the T20 World Cup for 2042 is going to be here at Allan Border Field.
You can only keep your fingers crossed. I think there might be someone else sitting up in this commentary box at that point.
Perhaps. And what have you made of today's game? Let's focus on this. Was young Prestwich with ball in hand halfway through the over. It's been a wonderful display. I mean, Redlands, they were down in the quicksand at the beginning, as that's going to be 4 runs. That's going to fly away down to fine leg, and all the kids run over there at good speed to retrieve it. It was just a crazy. We couldn't believe what was going on. Hey, Sam. They were like
manic start, absolutely manic start.
They scored like almost 90 runs off 40 deliveries. The two batters out there at one stage. What have you made of today's game?
Oh, look, it's great to be able to play a one-day fixture here at Allan Border Field. We've got some fantastic cricketers out there, haven't we? A mix of sort of youth and experience. And it's great to have Nathan Horitzbat playing for Norths, and I'm sure many the players out there are keen to play with him and keen to continue to learn off him, and Jared Bird and his team here at the ground have done a fantastic job from a curator's point of view.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, as Prestwich has a bit of a tumble about the state of the ground. I mentioned the curators this morning as well. They have done an amazing job. There has been a lot of action happening here in a very short period of time, and for them to be able to present the venue in the way that they have is an absolute testament to not only their knowledge and their ability of what they're doing, but also their commitment to the cause. So you should be justifiably proud of their efforts, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they were here from 6 this morning and taking the covers off, not only here, but up at the practice wickets in Ray Linwell. And I think the team started to turn up about 8 o'clock and everything was pretty much ready to go for them to get out on the park and start warming up, which has been fantastic. And the Jared and the team worked tirelessly. 6 or 7 6 or 7 days a week in most instances, and I think they too will be looking to improve facilities when it comes, April next year when we start the rebuild of Allan Border Field here.
And we have a quick change in the commentaries. We say goodbye to Sam Truloff, who's been instrumental in the commentary box today. He's on the way out, mate. Just make sure you fill out your overtime card, because you've definitely put in your effort more so. And it's been absolutely sensational today that, as I said, I'm absolutely not anyone of any great consequence, but the amazing talent that we've had to come into the commentary box as that one's hit out to deep point for the one run. It's been fantastic. Sam Truloff, Paddy Dooley, Jack Clayton, Damien McKenzie. And now we've got the CEO of Queensland Cricket sitting next to me. And next to him, Premier Cricket Manager. How you going? Michael Wright, back in the hot seat.
Yeah, good to be back, Gary. Definitely game on. I think you left Chris Hartley off the list as well.
I did leave Chris Hartley. Chris Hartley. Oh, who?
Had the selector in there. No, it's a great game. It's shaping up to be a great finish here at AB Field.
It is. We've got Drennan toiling away here. 22 runs off his 43 deliveries now it moves to.
North's definitely trying to bowl as many balls in the over to Drennan, and fielders are definitely creeping in when he's on strike, just trying to squeeze him and create that pressure. Keep some low overs and have that rate just climb up.
And good running between the wickets. Maybe, there's a misfield there, and that's what happens when you run well between the wickets for that first one. They're going to get an extra 2 on account of it. Really putting the pressure on the field. It's a good bit of running.
It was Nathan Hodge serving on. He's got a few busted digits, I think, and might have just favoured one of the hands there, but he was looking for the run out.
So Drennan's out there at the moment. Been playing for a long time. Started off under 10s at the Alexandra Hills Cricket Club. Long time ago for him. That one's hit hard into the playing cricket wicket for 1 run. His first game was at Cleveland State School back in the day. He remembers it fondly. I'm sure that he would never imagined he would be reaching these dizzy heights. We talked about his movements throughout the teams. Was it Redlands, went to South, South to Redlands, Redlands to Valleys, Valleys to West Torrens in Adelaide, then West Torrens back to Redlands again. So he's well travelled, great deal of experience.
And that's been put down.
And that is disappointing if you are a Northern Suburbs fan, because at this level you'd probably expect him to catch that. Is he entitled to do so, gentlemen? I'll leave it to you to decide.
We'll look at the replay here. Drennan advances down, sort of just gets the inside half and drags it to mid-on, and good ground, 2 hands to it.
Is he entitled to catch that one?
Yeah, it's probably a big drop, that one. Could be a costly one. McFadden comes into Drennan. Oh, well, young McFadden. Big stage for a young man.
And did you see how fantastically non-committal and diplomatically perfect Terry Svensson is over there in the corner? Didn't even make a mention about the player. It's good form.
Yeah, it's great having Noah out playing. I know he's doing year 12 at Nudgee and got some exams coming up, so he's obviously taken the day off from study. But yeah, he's been a fantastic young cricketer and has got a really terrific future ahead of him. So he'll be disappointed the catch went down off his bowling.
And I pose this question to both of you. It must give you a great deal of intrinsic satisfaction to see these players grow and develop. I mean, some of these guys you'd have been seeing since they were little munchkins. And now they're coming through. So to both of you, I'll ask, it must make you feel very proud, and it's a very important role that you both play here.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we've got in our men's program and also in our women's program some extraordinary young talent coming through. And if I think about our whip pools on our women's program at the moment, there's in our fire squad, some of the players are still in year 11 and 12.
Oh, I think the bit of a magnet on Nathan Horrocks at the moment. The ball keeps following him.
Might end up with a few bruises down the body on his hands.
I'll replay the catch here.
But you know, across our women's program and also our men's program, some of our players, or a lot of the players, have been in the system for a long time, and it's good to see them coming through. And Premier grade cricket helps them mature as young men and women.
Hazlitt just keeps ticking here. Obviously, Hazlitt and Drennan are good mates away from the cricket field. They do a bit together, and I'm sure a good partnership out there.
That's right. We've talked about the podcast that they work on together. We got the chocolates. I'm sure you're an avid listener to it.
Yeah.
Sorry, mate, I didn't quite.
I actually haven't, but I've heard it. I've heard it promoted quite a few times today, so I'll be having a listen tonight for sure.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's a nice little shot there. They'll look for 2, maybe even more. And 2 is it? No, it's quite a popular podcast that they do. Maybe listen into it, and when you're driving home from one of the vehicles you pick up from Skyfleet, of course, Toyotas, Hinos, Lexuses. Have you seen the Lexus of Brisbane shot, Righty? Mate, it's unreal.
I'm not into buying a car this stage.
Oh, well, mate, if you do, you need to go to Skyfleet, mate, because they're the creme de la creme, those guys. Fair income. As that one's just paddled back. Yeah, 14 locations, and they're one of the largest family-owned automotive groups in Australia. So, mate, dig into your pockets and get a Lexus. Mate, don't worry about the Lexus. Get the Mazda. Get the Mazda. I'll shout you.
They've been fantastic supporters of Queensland Cricket Skyfleet.
Yeah, for a long time.
Sky Motors over a very long period of time, along with Kookaburra and also the Bulls Masters. So look, we're forever grateful for the support that our sponsors provide us.
Single stolen there. It's a bit of a squeeze here. Drennan and Hazlitt is trying to tick it over and go at 5 or so and over, not take too many risks.
So do you think that the run rate's going to be an issue for them, or is it more the wickets in the shed that's going to be a problem as time progresses?
Oh, the run rate's fine. Given that fast start by Malenko and Hazlitt, they want to just keep wickets in hand and take it into sort of final 10 and give themselves a reasonable target as Heel comes in. At the moment, what's a quick mass, 140 odd they need of 23 overs. Basically a run a ball. So any over around 5 or 6, they keep ticking along. North want to get 3 runs and over, 4 runs and over. Just keep putting a bit of pressure on. They would have loved that wicket a few overs ago.
Yeah, well, doesn't that just change the whole complexity of the match? Cricket, it's just a crazy sport where just one opportunity, one delivery, and the whole thing changes complexion. And in a final, you've got to take those chances. Of course, the player of the match today, getting the Jimmy Marr Award.
There's a few candidates for that so far.
There's quite a number of them. That's a big hit. It's a very big hit. It's going to go all the way. You bet your bottom dollar it's gone all the way over the picket fence.
Could be another lost ball.
That's going to end up somewhere in the middle of Albion Park in the lap of a trotter. That is out of here. Watch this replay at home. Enjoy the ride. Bang.
It lands on a bit of concrete here and there's got a little jump on. Laddie gets out of the way.
And there he goes. I mean, that was an opportunity to take one of the great classic catches.
They got the ball back. Little shimmy. Boom. Drennan will like that. Probably want that on Monday Maxims.
We might see it on That Stumps. Writer and producer, isn't he?
Yeah. I feel like if Redlands get up here, there might be a special, complete grand final edition.
Yeah.
Might be a tad one-sided, but it's been a great game and it's definitely still in the contest here. Oh, good comeback. Good single there.
It's something that I've been increasingly impressed with throughout the course of the day. Someone does a big shot, a big 6, but then they've got the mental fortitude to go, this is a good delivery. I need to block it out. There's been 3 or 4 times today where that has been quite prevalent. Shows good maturity. Shows very good game awareness.
He went for the big risk, first ball, went for the boundary. Often sets the over up. Fadrin comes into Hazlitt.
And look, even if the remaining over is dot balls, they've done what they've needed to do for this over. So anything else is just a bit of cream on top, and these two really need to be here at the end. I mean, the highlights package has been ridiculous. I mean, there is hours upon hours of highlights. It's been an amazing game of cricket.
I still think there's some twists and turns left this afternoon.
Absolutely. Plenty more to come, I'm sure.
Single to Hazard. He's probably looks happy just to sort of tick it over, and Drennan might be a bit of a risk taker here. He sort of had the life, and he's just hit that 6. Established on 37. Wouldn't be surprised if Hazard sort of just worked the left right, and if Drennan gets something he can look to hit. North would probably have the field slightly up for Drennan. Might see if they can steal a boundary or so with Drennan on strike.
We've talked about how Hazlitt has been around for a little while. Cap number 220 for Australia in one-day internationals. Making that Australian side in 2017, playing against New Zealand. So he's been exposed to the highest possible levels of cricket in this country. He knows what it takes to win. A little bit uppish, but no fielder within sight, and that's going to be safe as Joe Burns out there is surely not warming up. I don't know if he's warming up there, Joey Burns. I think he wants to have a bowl. I reckon he's in La La Land.
Oh, well, he sneaks some overs in with his offies.
Do you reckon he can get a couple in there?
Spin's played a fair hand today, so...
Spin's played a significant hand. Yeah, very much so.
A few of the sort of senior leaders are converging. You got Kendall Fleming, the captain. You got Nathan McSweeney's vice captain, and captain a few games this year when Kendall's been out with injury, and Burnsy in there. So just trying to figure out what this next little period is going to be for Northern Suburbs.
And you feel a great deal of responsibility falls to the man on strike at the moment, Hazlitt.
He's been doing a great job. I can't remember him facing a dot ball for a while. He seems to get a single every ball. As he both faces the dot ball.
Well predicted. So the boy born in Sunnybank, here in Queensland, in Brisbane. And of course, wherever you are, right around the country, or even the world for that matter, thank you for joining us. It's a pleasure to have your company. Don't forget to hit the like button, hit share, get the word out, because this is going to be a thriller. You can just feel something building here. It's a real arm wrestle. You don't know which team is going to take the upper hand just yet. Right in the balance.
Very much so. So I think there's a little half chance or something, a run out. There's definitely something left this afternoon which can swing the game. One day cricket, it's a great little ebbs and flows. I think there's a few left here this afternoon as Heel comes in. Another single. Both batters been very busy, rotating the strike, just trying to take as few risks as possible and score 5 and 6 and over and keep that rate going.
Sam Hill with his 8 matches, taking 10 wickets. So we can take a wicket at very important times. And again, just ticking that run rate over and over there. The key word's been used a couple of times, very busy, just moving that strike across. Best bowling for Samuel Hill this season, 3 for 23.
I definitely remember the wicket he got today. Marnus Labuschagne. Early on, there was plenty happening there.
That's right, caught by Dawson. Marnus out for 2. Jimmy Pearson dismissed for 4. Caught Horrocks, so the two big guns, Pearson and Labuschagne.
Might take 2 here. It's just found a bit of open turf at deep backward square.
And there's some overthrows. I got a bit too excited. I'll cool my jets a little bit. Sorry, gents. Almost jumped out of the commentary box. And let's not forget about Malenko's contribution as well. 82 from 38, strike rate of 215.79. That could go a long way to securing player of the match should Redlands get across the line.
Oh, and that's the half chance. That's a very tough chance. Got a bit of glove on it, Tom Healy.
Well, gee, I know he's good behind the stumps there, Healy, but
the replay.
I mean, that's like a second slip type catch.
Yeah, it does go, and I think he would have been pretty close to Sammy Heel. Yeah, went.
He moved pretty quickly too. He got there.
Just one to stick there. Just probably didn't. Just on the edge of the fingers. It's in the grasp there for North. There's a moment there to be had.
And it's his slight little weight transfer. Watch him just move to the leg side just for a fraction of a second. That costs you next. He needs to spring off his left foot right of it as we look at it. And he was just the tiniest millimetre. Had that weight too much going down leg. And then he just couldn't get the power out of that to bounce back.
Having kept to Sam Heel, he sort of brings him in, and you sort of naturally stay a bit on the pegs and on the leg side. And there was a.
You're not putting that down as a missed opportunity, are you? If you are, I don't want you to be my coach because you're savage.
Change of bowler, Connor Sully back on. Obviously went for some boundaries and in his first spell, Connor Sully, so he's be keen to turn that around and make a dent here.
Yeah, went for some indeed. 4 overs, 1 wicket for 51 runs. I mean, he took the wicket, which was great, but 51 runs from the 4 overs. That's expensive in anyone's language.
Definitely looking for a wicket here, North. They got mid-off and mid-on up to Drennan. He's the third man.
There's the third man down there. But yeah, that's... I mean, you'd almost rather him not take the wicket and be a bit more economical. 51 off 4 overs. Even Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates would say that's expensive, mate, and they got a bit of coin.
I was moving around a bit during that time, but I just kept hearing loud noises and then lots of cheering.
Mate, I'm telling you guys, the insurance you guys have to pay for the glass and the building around here must go through the roof because these guys were just bashing this place. And I'm not going to lie, I didn't feel sorry for you guys. I enjoyed it and I wanted to see more. It was just a wonderful display of hitting and a real treat. It was unbelievable, the rate at which those guys were scoring.
I think we might need to get those nets a little bit more springier on top of the roof so I can spring off the roof and we don't have to send as many people up there on a Monday morning.
I generally thought in the first innings there was going ones get stuck in the gutter up on the Stuart Law and Matt Hayden ones, but thankfully they had enough angle that they ran off. But there was a few denting the roof. Sully comes in. Oh,
I think it reminded us of a few of us on final day for the heat against the Strikers last year when Sammy Joe teed off.
This one just above the stumps here, sort of not quite there to pull. Been a few of those, keep a little bit lower in the back half of the innings. Been a couple of little chop downs and things like that. And also be hoping a little bit of bat on it to back onto the stumps. But definitely searching for a wicket here with Sully.
Soft hands running it down to third man, just the one, and we get to that 30 over mark, or very, very soon to that 30 over mark. Now, 3 for 199, so you'd think that running down 324 won't be an issue at this stage, and as long as they've got the wickets in hand, they're on the right track.
Yep, wickets will be the key. New batters coming in here won't be as easy as Drennan and Hazlitt are making it look.
So who do you put on next to get the breakthrough? Who's the man for you?
Oh, I'm pretty happy with Sull here at the moment, trying to bit extra pace, see if we can get a nick or something like that. I feel like spin, potentially.
Yeah.
There's some overs left in Horry and Nathan McSweeney. Wouldn't be surprised if they, and as Nathan Horrocks takes his hat off, spin from one end and the big tall quick from the other.
And that's what I like, and I would have gone with Horitz as well. I mean, 1 for 31. He got absolutely punished his first over. No one cared that it's his birthday today, and they spanked him for 18, and they showed him no respect, right? It's like, hey, I know you've done a lot in your cricket career, but eat this, and went for 18 off 1 over, right? So 1 for 31 from 5. Take away that first over. It's actually a really, really good bowling performance.
Got the big wicket of Malenko.
So I like him here. Look, is there a birthday hat-trick in the cards? I think 100% definitely yes.
And knowing Nathan, he's extremely competitive, so he'll still probably be hurting a little bit from that drop catch.
He would be absolutely filthy, yep.
He'll be fired up to get a couple of quick ones here.
Sometimes the best thing to do is, when there's been something put down, if they bowl, give them the ball, see what they can do. It's a miss from Kendall Fleming at back point. Hit hard from Hazlitt, but...
And let's face it, after that, he would be as angry as a mule with a mouthful of bees, mate. Honestly, he would be just ramped up and ready to go.
This will be the great test. Redlands a good player of spin. He's busy. Whether North sort of bring another person up and try and put a bit of pressure on him, or whether they're happy to sort of take, 5 or 6 off the over and just take it deep and build some pressure. Comes down the wicket. Well played. Good effort there from, I think, McFadden to try and chase that down. A great little battle building on him. Horitz to Hazlitt. They've done an excellent job, these two, with their singles.
Yeah, good little bit of running there. Drennan perhaps on the treadmill slightly, just watching the ball, but gets home quite comfortably. Talking about the experience of Nathan Horitz. He's bowled almost 8,300 deliveries in list day cricket. 8,299 in fact, taking 196 wickets, the big man. 172 list day matches, 58 one-day internationals for his country. He's got experience coming out the wazoo.
There's another chance. Run away. The fine leg for maybe might steal 3 here.
Very good running.
That's very good running. He's a great athlete.
You can hear the crowd very appreciative of the efforts there.
It was up in the air for a bit. There was a little chance for Norths there, but just a bit too fine for the 45-degree man in Fleming. There's been plenty happening this over. It's a good change. Horitz into Hazlitt. Drag that one down. Great bit of fielding. I think that's Will. Oh no, it's McSweeney. Nathan McSweeney. Yeah, North will be very much thinking a wicket will change the look of this game. I don't think the new batter will be as comfortable. But in saying that, Redlands do have a few good batters left in the shed. I think James Baisley would probably be next in. Maybe Liam Smith. So they've got plenty of stuff in the shed. A couple of young fellas in Jack Sinfield and Dylan Kritsinger.
And when that new batter comes out, there's a gestation period of that player to get accustomed to the environment in which they've now found themselves. Ideally, you don't want them having to come out and score massive runs immediately. You want them to be able to breathe into the game. And unfortunately, that wicket does bring with it a slowing of the run rate. But at the moment, if these guys can just continue, and look, there hasn't been a significant amount of chances they've gone out. Yes, they had that drop catch, which probably wasn't great. But outside of that, it's been reasonably risk-free. And there's a big appeal, a very, very big appeal.
A bit high, yeah, a bit high. Did keep low, but Drenan's not a big man, but I think it hit him well above the knee roll. Probably just enough doubt there, yeah.
Well, absolutely everybody, including the man down at fine leg, appealed for it. It looked absolutely plumb from fine leg.
The side on will probably be a good shout here. Slow it down, lovely, yeah, a bit high.
And he's jumping up and hit above the knee roll and caught on the crease. But they're in with a sniff.
Again.
They've had a chance to appeal. That's something. Can they go again?
Yeah, a bit high. Another dot. It's all counts here. Every dot's a big one here for Northern Suburbs.
Mid-off, mid-on, really in quite close now. Obviously, they've got the men in the deep that they've gone for is the deep fine leg and the very deep man out there at square leg on the boundary. Therefore, everyone else is in nice and tight. So if you can get through the field there, mid-off, mid-on, there's some runs to be had, but you've got to beat them first.
Great bit of footage there. Got the groundy in the background doing a big shift on a Sunday. Watering up there on Redlands Oval. Good little start of the over here. 2 dots. Northern Suburbs just want to keep building those dots. Sully comes into Drennan. It's edged. To third man for a single. Good first half of the over here. But Hazlitt will be a different challenge here. He's been getting off strike. Everything's in check. Still that sort of runner ball chase.
Sam Hazlitt well past his average now, averaging 55.33 this season. He's on 67, moving along nicely. No run for a very good shot. Scored 332 runs, high score of 127. Young Sam from the Redlands Tigers.
He's been in some good nick, Sam. He a 1-day 100 and a 2-day 100 start the year. Been pretty big in some games for Redlands.
He did. His 1-day 100 was the 109. His 2-day 100 was the 127. 109 not out as well, which is pretty good. You love getting the century and getting the red ink at the end.
Speaking of Nathan Horrocks' birthdays, I was pretty sure Hazlitt scored that 100 on his birthday. So he's got a hold of that. There's going to be a bit of work in the deep square from Dawson. And they've stole 2 there. Great running from Hazlitt. Very good athlete. Still a good over here for Northern Suburbs. 3 off it. 1 ball to come. They'd take a single. I'd love a dot. Or Redlands look for a boundary, or they take what's on offer with a single. Sully to close out here. He's cued that, or the back of the bat, or something.
Yeah,
somehow got the
have to get some
gully.
Chalk out for that one. It's come right off the end, and
the replay here will be interesting.
You're quite right on his birthday. The 12th of September is Sam Hazlitt's birthday, and that's when he scored his 100 runs. So I understand that Terry Svensson is onwards and upwards. So thank you very much for taking some time to come and have a chat with us here in the commentary box. The CEO of Queensland Cricket, and for giving us the inside word on what's happening here at Allan Border Field. That's really, really exciting. So thanks for sharing that insight, and enjoy the remainder of the game.
Yeah, great, Gary. Thanks for having me up here. And again, thanks to all our sponsors, and thanks for the work that you and the team have done today in terms of covering what's an incredibly important match to us and Premier Grade cricket here in Queensland. So thanks for having me.
No worries. It is our absolute pleasure. We've got a rule around here. Never say no to the CEO. That's how it works.
That's Drennan's 50.
And a big thank you again to Terry for putting aside some time just as the 50 does come up for Drennan, as expertly called by Righty. Things are looking ominous here. Redlands are really finding their groove.
That's going to run away.
They're finding their groove big time now. A boundary.
Wasn't fully in control, that Hazlitt, but he got a good bit of battle in it, and as it runs away on this lightning outfield, so split between the 2 fielders there.
You just feel they need a wicket pretty soon, don't you?
Very much so. It's another hard hit single. I still think there's another moment, or there's another little chance coming. Drinks will be soonish. Usually drinks breaks. Something happens around that time. Horrocks in. We hit that off the toe of the bat. That's probably saved him then. And they've run too.
Yeah, it's been some good running in between the wickets, and they understand that if they can get on their bike early, as we witness it here, they're off. And you see the non-striker, look, he's already touched well and truly, before Drennan made his ground at the other end.
Jeez, he's been sweeping well today, Drennan. Keeps it ticking. It's been a very good over for Redlands. No risks. Already picked up. What's that? Nine off the over. One ball to go. No risks, 10 over would be pretty good for Redlands. I'll just take the 9.
9's still pretty good too, though.
Still
isn't
pretty
it,
good.
mate?
Batters having a little drinks break just before the main break, which would probably be in a few overs. They've been out there for a while, these two. They've been keeping busy, running around.
Yeah, they certainly have been. And it gives you an opportunity while there's a bit of break to have a chat to my good friend Righty here about the Frog Box streaming kit and pass. Now, I've talked about it to a few of my mates up here. Have I talked to you about the Frog Box thing yet?
I don't think I've been on here, but I know a fair bit about the Frog Box.
What do you know about it?
I know how to set them up.
Wow. So then you'd know how easy they are to set up, right?
Very easy to set up.
Mate, they are super simple. It's basically just a little portable video capture kit that you get, and then you just live score the match on the app, and that's the end of it. It is that easy, but it takes the coverage of your club to the next level. It is designed to be very easy. It's very innovative, very lightweight. It's low cost. Queensland Premier Cricket's official streaming partner, Interact Sport, are providing viewers a chance to win one of these babies. I can't believe it. It's worth $3,000. They're just giving it away. So certainly head to frogbox.live/QC giveaway. You see it on your screen there. Frogbox.live QC. Start again. Frogbox.live/QC giveaway. Get involved. It's there to be won.
Sully comes in around here. Little edge or something on that. Back of the bat. Sully's tooling away. He's after being 51 after 4. He's bowled a couple of good overs here. Yeah, bottom edge from Drennan there.
And he's gone for it too. It was up pretty high, and he wasn't afraid to throw the hands at it. So we watch it from side on, possibly.
It could have been a wide, but he had a crack at it.
Let's just see where he plays this.
Oh, no.
Ah, it's good. Mate, they have been absolutely on song here, the officials here today. They have been absolutely world-class, Stephen Farrell and Joshua Addy. Can't fault them.
As Sully comes in at Addy's end. And bit of aggression from Drennan there. Dance down the wicket. Getting close to that point where we're going to be, 100 runs to win for Redlands. Once the score starts getting into double digits, takes a different look.
Yeah, it does have a bit of a different feel to it, doesn't it? When you're only 2 digis, 99 looks an awful lot better than 100.
Sully into Hazlitt. He's worked that to fine leg.
I don't think there's a man down there.
Down there, 4 runs.
As you can hear, the cries and the screams of the northern suburbs. 1 wicket away here, lads. They're desperate for it now. They're desperate for it. They need it.
I definitely need one, otherwise Redlands should get this relatively easy if these two bat for the next half an hour or so. That's 4 again, I think. No fine leg. We'll need a bit of magic here, Northern Suburbs. Now under 100 to win for Redlands. Back-to-back short balls, back-to-back boundaries from Hazlitt.
Yeah, looking in control here at the moment. Very much in control, and I echo your sentiments. If these two are still batting, they go on to win quite comfortably. They're seeing the ball very well. throwing their hands
That's
at it. 4 runs. Gee, what an onslaught in the last 3 deliveries. Sully looks at the ground. He kicks the dirt. He knows this has been a costly over. 13 from it. Redlands firing on all pistons now. Hazlitt steams away to 86.
Iron off those 3 digits, Hazlitt.
Ooh, you said it. You believe he can do it.
He's looking pretty good, Nick. 3 falls on the trot.
And hey, he's not on 87 because that is the evil number, 87. Yeah, that's not the greatest one. So 86, you can say what you like. Look, I don't think there's anything that's going to be stopping him today.
A very unusual field.
It is a very unusual field, and I'm glad that you mentioned it because I tend to agree.
No cover.
But you've got that man right out there at a deep cover position, which is strange. It's inviting him to go the shot. And he does, and just miscues it. So I guess if that's what they're wanting to do is to invite him to play that stroke, then mission accomplished. It's just interesting to see how they go about or what they're looking for. Maybe an edge or...
Yeah, they were probably thinking that if he just chuck his hands at ones and get a bit lazy. But massive over for Redlands, and they're well and truly in the box seat here. In 91 off 96 balls, Redlands, so under a run of ball with 2 set batters. I'm sure they would have, in the interval, talked about where they'd love to be. This is probably better than they would have thought, so they're in the ideal position to chase this down. But can Norths come back here as Horrocks comes into Hazlitt? It's a dot.
We knew that the batting runs deep for Redlands, but it's probably come from, and it's not that Hazlitt or Drennan aren't great batters, but they're probably not the 2 that we thought that were going to be the ones scoring the runs today. But they've taken it on, and that's going to go all the way, I think you'll find, Righty. Talk us through this replay, mate, because it is a cracker, and it is still rolling. Look at it go. It's out of here.
I think Horace sort of threw up a little tempter, and Hazlitt likes the slog sweep, and he didn't get all of it completely, but enough to get over the boundaries at Allen Border Field. I think that was a bit of a tempter from Nathan Horace to see if he might play a big shot above the eye line.
Well, with that, Hazlitt moves into the 90s with a very impressive strike rate as well, 93 from 92. Horace comes in, edgy-ish, not quite out of the middle.
For all the boundaries in the recent times, there's always been a ball like nearby or just after where a little outside half or a little chance. So it's not all completely one way, but Redlands definitely in an exceptionally strong position in this chase due to the efforts of obviously Malenko at the start and getting him off to an absolute fly, but Hazlitt and Drennan have ticked it along very well.
Yeah, they really steadied the ship, didn't they? At a time where they could be forgiven for throwing a bit of caution to the wind, but they stayed calm. Now between the 2 of them, they have built not only a strong foundation, but they've gone on to build a wonderful partnership together. That last full of wicket, they were 130. So they've gone on to compile a 109 partnership.
Good comeback from Horace here. 3 dots on the trot. Well, for giving up a 6 that over, they'll take 6 from that North. Good fight back from the former test spinner Nathan Horace. Might be potentially spin from both ends here. Don't know if they'll go Sully again. That looks like Nathan McSweeney's taking his hat off. Bowled very tightly today, Nathan McSweeney's done for 17 off 5. you'd love to keep it on that track. Just try and pull it back a little bit. Whilst we've got a slight delay with the change of bowlers, trying to see if we could get the second grade one-day final score up. Northern Suburbs playing Ipswich in that one up at Ipswich.
How's it all looking?
Looks a bit of a tightish one. Not the highest scoring affair in comparison to this game. Ipswich got 9 for 121 off their 50 overs. North, a very good bowling attack, a couple of very good spinners. And in reply, North's a 6 for 111 in the 38th. So they're not far, but they've lost some wickets. It's another good sweep from Drennan. That's been sort of the feature of his game today, sweeping the spinners. So yeah, North's in the second grade game, probably close there, just needing 11 runs, but it's such a low-scoring game. You never know what happened with a couple of wickets. McSweeney to Hazlitt in the 90s. Oh, we saw him coming there, I reckon.
I think so too. I definitely think so.
Over the last 3 or 4 years, he turns out an exceptionally talented bowler, Nathan McSweeney. Sort of, I think when he was first coming through North, bowled a bit of spin, whilst he was a top order bat, but definitely become a very, very dangerous option with his offies. I think last year they took 8 for in a 2-day game. Comes into Drennan. He's hit that. That's just...
It's gone over. It's 6, and not a great deal you can do about it. Just running out of real estate pretty quick out there, Joshy Brown.
I think he tried to knock that one back in and prevent the 6, but don't think it was the easiest of tasks there. Tried to find the rope, give himself as much territory, but yeah, I think the best you can do is knock that back in, which he tried to. Tell you what, the selection of the Jimmy Marr Award is going to be a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, not that we have got any decision-making authority whatsoever up here, but who do you like? I mean, there's about 3 or 4 really worthy candidates, isn't there?
As McSweeney comes in, well, it's all about sort of, do you get reward for setting the table, or you get the reward for finishing off the meal? Because Simon Malenko in the chase definitely set the table. I think without his innings, Redlands aren't in this chase the same way they are now. But then Hazlitt's played a gem of an innings, plus he bowled as well, as is Malenko.
Yeah, 1 for 38 for Hazlitt from 6, and 1 for 54 from 8 for Malenko. So that's pretty similar.
And then he's got Nathan McSweeney from the first innings. I think you feel Norths have to win for him to be a chance. But if Redlands would get up, it's probably going to be out of Hazlitt and Malenko.
Yeah, and I think it's hard to go past McSweeney for should things go the other way, just the way that he batted 115 from 121, and with the ball in hand, although he hasn't taken any wickets, but he's 9 for 26 from 6, which isn't too bad at all. So we're going to come into the final stanza here. We're at over 36. If you've just joined the broadcast, welcome. It's a pleasure to have your company. You're watching the Bulls Masters first grade one-day final, which is currently being duked out between the 2 heavyweights, Redlands and the Northern Suburbs. My name is Gary Lowe, and sitting next to me with the cans on the bonce and the mic in the mouth is Michael Wright. He's the Premier Cricket Manager here at Queensland Cricket. Put together a wonderful competition. Earlier on, we had the CEO of Queensland Cricket, Terry Svensson, who provided us with some fantastic That's another 4. It is to Hazlitt. Sully to continue. And that's a huge hit. That's a massive hit. And that has gone over top of the building. That's the biggest 6 of today. Hazlitt, 135. Don't worry about Drennan maybe getting his 100. Hazlitt could possibly get 150. That is by far the biggest 6 for today. That has gone over the building. That ball's not coming back. He is absolutely on fire here today and has been the leader in getting Redlands across the line. An innings to remember for this young man. Don't forget the likelihood of Hazlitt finishing with a not out score is pretty likely as well. So that average of his is going to be significantly bolstered. He's currently at 55.33 coming into this game, but that's all about to change. And again, so will the amount of 6s and 4s he's hit. Coming in, he'd hit 6 6s throughout the season and 45 4s. Well, I reckon he's almost doubled his 6 total today just by itself. And they're putting him away now. It's all academic. And the best that Drennan can do is 99 runs at best. So he can get 3 runs to get the total to 323, then hit a 6. But even then, not likely, and he'll still be 99. It's been an outstanding performance here. An absolute batting clinic. Of course, we want to thank all our commentators that have come through today. They've done a fantastic job. Sam Trelaw, Paddy Dooley, Jack Clayton, Damien McKenzie. Chris Hartley came in to say hello. Terry Svensson, the CEO of Queensland Cricket. Wide doesn't help proceedings. 3 for 321. And of course, a big thank you to Premier Cricket Manager Michael Wright. And of course, all the team associated with putting this broadcast together. It's a big job. Not only being on the camera, but all the cables that are running around this place. It looks like the world's biggest bowl of spaghetti. Cables left, right and centre, and they've done an amazing job. All the connections involved with the broadcast here today. They work hard to make sure that you, the viewer, get the best possible experience. So to all of them, a big thank you for all your hard work. Glory awaits now. It's just around the corner. 3 for 322. Redlands about to take out the Bulls Masters first grade one-day final. Steeped in history, steeped in prestige is this competition. And they've just been far too strong today. And you wait until the big roar goes around Allan Border Field when the winning runs are hit. They can't lose. When the roar goes up, folks, you'll hear it at home. It'll rock the fine china in your cabinets. It's going to be loud. They're a very proud bunch at Redlands. They're 1 run away from glory. 1 run to seal it up. There it is, the sound of a triumphant crew. Redlands, far too dominant today, winning in fine style. Still another 7 or so overs remaining, but importantly, winning by the 7 wickets. Hazlitt, Drennan will go down in history after this one. 137 from Hazlitt. I don't know who's going to be the Jimmy Marr award holder, but gee, you'd have to think he'd be pretty close to it. We'll quickly do a wrap-up of the score here before we say goodbye to you all, because it's been an outstanding performance. Absolutely stunning, in fact. We'll watch the players come off. Congratulations to Redlands, and look, you know, to Northern Suburbs, what a fantastic effort. They really did put their noses in front at the start, but it was just taken away from them. Ended up being a partnership of 114. Oh, much more than that. My maths is awful. Well, we'll leave you with these scenes here, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm sure that the winning team will be out very, very shortly, as they're all just shaking hands. But from all of us here and for all the commentators and everybody at Queensland Cricket, my name's Gary Lowe. Thank you very much for your company. And from us here at Allan Border Field, it's thank you and good afternoon.
Because
wide, the outside 106.